Dot team.
Good morning, delegates. We're going to call today's action call to order. Prior to the start of our work of the day, I'm going to turn the chair over to Grant President Gerko for some comments.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for getting up early and hearing the call of your ancestors to be here and support our organizations at Langalal Chish. I wanted to address you all today just to give a few housekeeping items to remind everybody to please put your name and your camp number on your participant title. So if you need help doing that, please ask the docs team or in the chat. I wanted to address you all with regard to some calls I received yesterday after we convened. Yesterday was an amazing day. We definitely worked in the way that our ancestors have meant us to work. We brought forward information, we approved important things for our people, and we continue to do the work forward. And I'm grateful to be a part of an organization where we can step up, as was the charge of President Peterson from Tlingit Haida, for us to be part of that MEGAS brief. That was historic, and I want to commend each of you for prioritizing it and making sure that we had it. We had an amazing group of speakers, especially Representative Lekanoff from Washington State, who was so inspiring. And I think all of us felt anticipation and excitement for what the future is for our people. But I want us to remember that we still have a current responsibility to each other. We have a responsibility to hold each other up, respect each other, and care for each other, and have grace for not only each other, but ourselves. We are a learning organization. Since I started in the AMB 13 years ago, that was one of the first things I learned, is that we're a learning organization, and we are going to grow together and learn together. I have learned from each one of you in so many different ways. I'm so grateful for that. But we have to remember that we have no place for lateral oppression. We have no place for lateral violence. And that includes our words. I encourage you all to consider what you post in the chat. There have been personal attacks against many people that were posted in the chat yesterday. That chat is a recorded document as part of our organization, and it will go into our historical records. So when we attack each other, that is unfortunately a part of the colonized methodology that we as an organization continue to fight against. I'm getting emotional because we all care about what we're doing. We all care about our people, our ancestors, and our future. But if we continue to fight each other and continue to treat each other in the disrespectful way that was witnessed in the chat yesterday by attacking people directly, that scares me. We were all elected, all of us in this room, all of you on the screen and beaming from your homes and from your offices. We were elected not to attend here at Grand Camp as me, Heather Gerko. I was elected to attend here as Grand President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Camp. You were elected not as an individual, but as a representative of the whole voice of your entire camp. So you may have personal feelings about somebody, you may have personal feelings about me, and I'm okay with that. And the attacks I'm talking about were not at me. I don't read the chat personally because we have so much else going on. But think about what you post before you post it. And if you need to vent or you need to talk about something, there is an option in the chat for you to go privately message somebody. Please, I encourage you to use that. That portion is not recorded. Or share phone numbers. If you need to have an opportunity to debrief or vent with somebody, share a phone number with whomever you need to connect with. But for us to represent ourselves in the best way possible, we need to hold each other to a standard. I expect you to hold me to a standard, and I hope that you each, your camps will hold you to a personal standard as well. I believe in you. I believe in all of us. I believe in our future. And I'm grateful that we have the opportunity to care for each other and to continue to heal, but also continue to care for future generations. So to each and every one of you. I find inspiration from you. I find growth by your actions, and I find love in every moment we get to share with each other. To the chair, I'll hand it back over to our first vice president.
Thank you, Madam President Gerko. This item I'd like to call to order. I'd like to ask the invocation, ANS AMB chaplain, Janet and Sasha Sobolov. Give you a second to prepare. Please let indicate when you're ready to proceed. Brother Sasha, I believe you're on mute.
Okay,
There we go.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a great opportunity before us, and as is our custom, we want to gather and to think about one another and our tasks that we have. So if you would mind, follow with me for a brief moment of silence prayer. Oh, gracious and heavenly Father, Te Kion Kau, we ask that your holiness be in the hearts of all who are gathered here for our A&B and ANS convention. We uphold you in every way because we are in service to one another. But more importantly, we are having love for one another. It is to you and to one another that we practice this wonderful and successful love that has been given to us in our hearts. We ask, O Lord, that all of the earthiness of life, all of the evil things that are part of our existence, that they be cast off in this Grand Camp Convention, and that each of us participate in as holiness as we can. We would ask, O Heavenly Father, these things that you would bless each participant and their families, whether they're here or whether they're traveling. And we ask that you would uphold all of those camp members and families who are going through grief and trauma. Uphold them, give them hope that they might look not to us, but to you, our gracious and most heavenly Father, for we ask this in his name. Amen.
It's not that.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Sasha, for your words of historical consequence. We have a little bit of work duty this morning on your agenda. The 9 o'clock speaker, unfortunately, will not be able to join us, the Camp 31 President Edward Graybear. That component will be substituted with Brother Frank Albee, who was the keynote speaker for yesterday. So please adjust your agendas. Again, that's the 9 o'clock speaker, guest speaker. We'll have Brother Frank Albee, Camp 49.
Yep.
Camp A&B Camp 49.
A&B second vice.
Second vice, Camp 89. Okay. All right, our next item on the agenda today is going to be chaired by First Vice President, ANS Vice President Heather Powell, the Cultural Connection. The chair will allow Ms. Powell to have any words or comments preluding this video she likes. Sister Heather, it is your floor.
The day has dawned upon us again. What a wonderful day and what wonderful work was done yesterday. Thank you for each and every one of you that has come to represent not only your communities, but also your families and your names, your clans, your grandparents. We appreciate that. I wanted to share with you a short video this morning, and this short video comes from the interior. It comes from a place that's so very dear to my heart, a place called Minto, Alaska. This comes from a great grandmother that has spent many, many years working towards creating wellness for our people. It's a wonderful, wonderful way to start the day. And I wanted to just share how wonderful it is to be able to gather. And through these videos, thank you for allowing these videos to come and be a part of our convention, to hear those words from our grandparents that have been working so hard to create healthy spaces for our leadership and to create healthy homes for our children. So Atlan Ganashish, thank you.
We grew up with a lot of traumas in our lives. And so we are just now recognizing that and how to deal with it and not just carry them with us and not talk about it. We have to let go, you know. And that's what our Native people taught us. You have to let it go. You can't carry it the rest of your life. It just makes your pack heavier. Because on our road to recovery, we carry, as we grow, we pick up things and put it in our pack, and not realizing that our pack is getting heavy. But how do you let go of, how do you grab that anger and start throwing it away? I always say, reach into that pack and find what's heavy and what you don't need and throw it away. And pretty soon you'll realize that your pack is getting lighter. You know, that doesn't mean you're not going to get angry, you know. You will get angry, but there's a good anger. And you have to know how to use that. And that's what our elders taught us.
Atlan Ganashish for letting those words come and for letting them come into your minds and your mind thought today. And if I could give you my one wish of the day, would be that when we leave here today, that our packs are very, very light. That there's room for there's more room for the work that's ahead of us. So Ganashish Tlain.
Ganashish, Anis, Sister Powell for the comments and the video, sharing the video with us. Next item on the agenda is the ANS Treasurer Credentials Chair, Sister Elias Chase with the credentials report.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Sister. Oh, yes, Sister Rhonda.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. At this time, ANS Camp 2 is respectfully request our alternate Penny Cornell be seated in place of Jamie Ann Hasselquist. I want this to be able to be reflected for our credentials reporting.
Okay, one moment, please.
She has been credentialed.
Okay. According to the AUB Grant Secretary, the alternate has been seated and recorded. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification and acknowledgement at the chair. Thank you.
Okay, we'll back to the order of the business, credentials report. ANS Treasurer, Credentials Chair, Sister Elias Chase.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Upon reviewing today, our numbers have not changed from yesterday, so we still have 43 delegates. We have 43 delegates and officers and a total of 68 within the body. So therefore, Mr. Chair, we do have an established quorum for today.
Chair recognizes AUB Grant President Kirko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have a breakdown of A and B and ANS camps at this time?
Not at this time, Madam Grant President, but I can get that easily in just a couple of minutes.
Thank you, to the chair.
Thank you, Sister Elias, for your report. The next item on the agenda is Dots, we're going to produce a test vote to establish quorum in lieu of roll call.
We already did that. No, really.
So delegates, give us a moment here. Dots, would you please establish a ballot for the test vote? This is for those people that are still getting company to voting per day, but we're going to do this in lieu of roll call to do a test vote.
Absolutely. So this is Michael from Dots. We've got that ballot open and active. So please navigate to your voting platform, If you logged on already, please click the next vote button and you're looking for the link that says vote now, quorum, Friday AM.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excuse me, Dots, how do I get into that?
A reminder for everyone, we have some support information in the chat. If you're having any issues or can't find your voting credentials, please reach out. You can message us in the chat. You can email us at credentials@dataonthespot.com. You can also call us toll free. Thank you very much. We're just gonna leave that open for a tiny bit longer. We have a couple folks still trying to cast their vote. So we'll just make sure they get in and then we'll let you know. Thank you.
Dots, this is the chair. Is there any further delegate issues with voting?
Yeah, we still have one person trying to cast their vote. We're just trying to help them out. We'll let you know as soon as they get in.
Okay. In that period of time, have the meeting minutes gone out? That's gonna be our next.
Yes.
Good morning again, delegates. We're gonna do a little bit of, in the announcement side of things, kind of move things around just to keep things flowing. Shortly, you will all be receiving copies of October 5th meeting minutes from the 111th convention. We'll be talking about that for approval. In addition, you should be receiving a copy of the Sea Alaska memorandum of under agreement, the MOA. Those are coming shortly. We're going to go ahead and while we're waiting for the last delegate to vote, and while it's a chance for you to receive the meeting minutes from yesterday for your review and the MOA, we're going to go ahead and skip ahead to our keynote speaker, Brother Frank Albee, AMB Camp 49, and ANS Second Grand Vice President, Andy. Brother Albee, the floor is yours.
Am I unmuted?
Have roughly about 15 minutes.
Am
Please
I
proceed.
unmuted okay? Can you hear me? Somebody wave your hand. Thank you. My name is Frank Albee. My ancestry is from Little Diomede Island, Alaska. I'm a Nupiat Eskimo. My native name is Oyanguk. I first joined A&B in 1957. Today, I'm a lifetime member. It was a long way. There's many camps, many conventions. When I was asked to give a talk during convention, I was quite honored. And I labored quite intensively on what I was going to talk about. You know, at the end of the Revolutionary War, when the United States won their freedom from England, they had to have a governing body. They had to have a governing document. And so they looked around and they looked at the 6 Iroquois nations, the native people of the Northeast. And they saw that they had a very good functioning governing body for their tribe, for the tribal council, for their tribal nations. And so when they drew up the Constitution and establishing their governing body, they followed the manner in which the Iroquois nations, had done theirs. And so when the Alaska Native Brotherhood was formed, in 1912, they began to also look to come up with a constitution and a means of organizing a governing body. And they looked at the United States government, Congress, and also the Constitution, and adopting those methods. What they did was adopt the method used by the Iroquois Nation for hundreds of years. And it's still working for us today. In 1912, 11 men and one woman got together. After an education meeting, and decided they needed to have something for the Native people. And so they organized and set up the first group of meetings. In 1914, they began working on the Constitution and the bylaws of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. They didn't have a name for it then, but a man by the name of Frank Mercer, who lived in Juneau, he was the first A&B secretary. He came up with the name Alaska Native Brotherhood. He didn't say the Tlingit Native Brotherhood or the Tsimshian Native Brotherhood. He said the Alaska Native Brotherhood because he wanted to be inclusive for all Native Alaskans. Because of problems that existed for the Tlingit and the Haida and the Tsimshian in Southeast Alaska existed throughout the state of Alaska. So they came up with the name Alaska Native Brotherhood. And for a long time, they were just organizing and getting ready. And what should they do? It wasn't until 1920 that they began the activism with the state of Alaska. They went to the state of Alaska and said, hey, what about us? What about our Native education? What about our fishing rights? What about our land titles? You see, up until then, Alaska Natives weren't allowed to own land. It's kind of hard to fathom that land that you've occupied for 10,000 years, you could not own title to it. But that's the way it was. They hired a young attorney by the name of William Paul, a young man who began working for the Alaska Native rights and rights that they had. And he spent a lifetime. He was the one who introduced the Tlingit Haida native land claims in Southeast Alaska. When the people were talking about, what about our land? And he told the people there at a convention, it's your land, you fight for it. And that was the beginning. That was where the foundation, where our land titles, began to return to the Native people. Throughout the years, as time went along, in 1929, they introduced the Kugena. The Kugena used to be actually a thing of war. They used to be where they used to have arrows and a quiver. There was a quiver attached to a leather strap that they wore around their shoulders. And in 1929, they took the quiver off and introduced it as a banner for the Alaska Native Brotherhood to be worn by all members. It was a banner of honor, a banner of strength, a banner of unity and respect. I listened to David Katzeek yesterday. I listened to that lady this morning about honor and respect. And it came to me that we're hearing these words from the older generation. Words that we like to hear, words that honor, that make us feel good about ourselves, are honor and respect. And sometimes it's like was mentioned this morning about some of the words that appeared in the chat box. These weren't words from older people. These were not words from our elders. They were words of discontent, or maybe anger because things weren't going their way. And they were from the younger people. Somewhere along the line, somewhere along their time in life, they missed the teachings of the elders. Respect. My wife was telling me that when she was a little girl, she might be doing something wrong, and her mother or father would take her and scold her. And she would sit and listen, maybe with eyes lowered, I don't know. But she would listen and not say a word back. Because when somebody talks back to someone who's trying to give you an instruction or something, they're challenging you. So she would never challenge her mother or her father. And she would listen to what they had to say. And so the honor and respect is something that needs to be taught today. It's a meaning of love, really. I love you, therefore I shall listen to you. I will hear you. If you love yourself as your neighbor, if you love your members of A and B and A and S, if you love them, they will love you. And we're quite a large group. 68, 69 of us, is more 70 of us. We're a large group. That's a lot of love, of honor and respect. Today, our camps are coming back. For a long time, they have been closing out. Once the Alaska Native Claims Act came into existence, people said, oh, we got what we wanted. We got what we wanted in the way of land claims and even some cash. But that doesn't satisfy our need for land, our need for subsistence, fishing rights, hunting rights, because that is our way of existence. We don't have a grocery store on every corner. But the Creator has put out an abundance of subsistence for our people to live on. When we go out and hunt for food, we respect the deer and the antelope, the elk, the salmon. All these things are provided for us. We respect them because we share this Mother Earth with them. Mother Earth, the Native people call our world, the earth, Mother Earth. Because like a mother, she provides everything that we need to live. All the food, the water, the abundance. Provides material to build shelters so that we can be warm. When you're born and you're a child, your mother keeps you warm and keeps you close to her, keeps you safe in her arms. Mother Earth does that because she loves you. You're her child. We are all children of the earth. All have respect for each other. We have respect for the animals and for everything all around us because we recognize that they have a spirit just as we have a spirit. How did we get a spirit? Let me tell you the way it was told to me about 50 years ago when I first met the Indians down here in continental United States. I met a Sioux teacher and he told me this way. He said, Frank, a long time ago, a native man was walking in the bright sunlight. It was a nice day and it was warm. And as he walked, he saw his shadow. And he saw that his shadow went with him wherever he went. When he ran, his shadow ran. When he stopped, the shadow stopped. And so he said, Nagi, that is my spirit. And as he walked a little further, he saw a tree on a bright sunny day. And he saw that this tree cast a shadow. And so he said, that tree has a spirit. And as he walked a little further, he saw a deer and an elk there feeding on that warm sunny day. And that the deer and the elk had a shadow, and he saw a shadow. And he said, that deer and that elk have a spirit. And the eagle flew overhead, and he saw the shadow. He said, the eagle has a spirit. And the fish and the rocks and the grass, everything has a spirit. And so he respected all things because they shared a manner of life. They all have a spirit. They all have the Mother Earth to give them comfort, to keep them warm. And they all have a feeling. And so today, as I come to the meeting, I'm going to allow the Grand President, all of us should allow the Grand President to chair the meeting. I know that you might have differences about what is to be done and how is to be done. But yesterday, when they're talking about the singing of Onward Christian Souls, it wouldn't have killed me if I didn't sing it, or I would have felt, and I would have felt good too if we did sing it. It was not a matter of life and death. Today, one day at the teaching, I think it was Sitting Bull that said, let's put our heads together and see what we can do for our children. And we're doing that here in convention. We're putting our heads together to see what we can do for our children. Let's keep that in mind, the honor and respect. Respect the gavel. Respect the speaker. Respect each other, love and honor. Koyana koynak pakunuchish. Hawa. Miigwech Lamia. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for honoring me today. Koyana.
Madam, or Mr. Chair, this is Andrea Caesar. May I have the privilege of the floor?
Yes, Sister Caesar, you may.
Also a striking member of SAG.
Yes, I would like to have Brother Albie's words spread on the minutes.
When the strike had only been going on for about 2 weeks. Do you feel like there's
Grand Secretary.
Noted in the minutes or
Spread.
noted or,
Spread.
yeah. Can you ask for clarification?
Sister Caesar, can you clarify for the A&B Grand Secretary your request again?
I would like Brother Albie's words to be spread on the minutes.
So that's a great thing to be able to be working during the strike. But on the picket line where I was until a couple of weeks ago in New York, the spirit and the energy and the determination to see this.
Just a point of order. Can somebody that's at their television in the background, please turn the sound down? We're getting a lot of feedback. Thank you. The chair would like to entertain a motion to have Brother Albie's words from his keynote speech transcribed within the meeting minutes.
Mr. Chair, Heather
Second.
Greco. Second. ask for unanimous consent.
Okay, hold on one second.
Thank you.
Please remember to indicate your name and the camp you represent for the meeting minutes for the Grand Secretary. So the first person
Ginger
that,
McCormick, Camp 14, second.
Andrew had made a motion.
Okay. So then. Okay.
thank you. And the second is A&B Grant President Gurko, second.
Requesting unanimous consent.
And she's requesting unanimous consent. With no objections, the motion is passed with unanimous consent. Thank you, Brother Albee, for your words. Now the chair recognizes A&B Grant President Gurko, and I'm handing the chair over.
Thank you, A&B First Vice President Paul Johnson. A wonderful job again, Gunnar Chief. We'll be hearing more from him today for sure. I just want to say thank you to Brother Albee, our A&B Second Vice President and A&B founder and parliamentarian of Camp 49. Gunnar Chief, for your words. You continue to lift us up and we lift you up as well, we hope, from our hearts. Your message did share and lift up our theme, which is this is the way we are. Gunnar Chief. Today, we have some very special guests with us that we'd like to provide opportunity to share updates. We have the board chair from Sea Alaska, Joe Nelson, as well as we'll have an update from AFN from board co-chairs Anna Hoffman and Joe Nelson. And then we also this year will have an update from OTNA President Michelle Anderson. So right now we will go to Sea Alaska update from Joe Nelson. Thank you. Welcome, Joe.
Good morning. Gulchish, Koyana, Grand President Gurko, Grand President Albee, Grand Officers, Brother Albee, beautiful keynote. Gulchish, Koyana, thank you for setting the tone this morning. Kakaku yichad duasak, take widi achat, kwashka kwan yadechat, yaktat kwan achat. This is Joe. Kakaku is my Tlingit name. I'm your chairman at Sea Alaska. I also serve as co-chair at the Alaska Federation of Natives. So I'm going to probably try to keep this very concise the best I can with the Sea Alaska update, and then transition to the AFN update and invite my co-chair Anna Hoffman to join as well. Zooming from our capital city, our headquarters in Juneau at Sea Alaska. I'm thankful that A&B, ANS, all the grand officers, that all of you continue to do what you do. This is over 100 years now of this organization putting in the work, looking forward, doing the best we can for our grandkids, as was mentioned in the keynote here. It is all about our children and about preserving our way of life. And the fights that this organization started in the 20s, unfortunately, they're all still very much here, alive and well. The fights for subsistence are still in the courts. The fights for our lands and our landless communities are still not settled. The veterans allotments, the legislation there is not working for us, and so many other things. And the thought I had this morning as far as an update from Sea Alaska is we need you just as much as you need us. And at the Sea Alaska level, as all of you know, we continue to advocate, but we do need to coordinate better and get together more often than just during the conventions. And one thought I had that I wanted to put on the table was, as some of you might know and some of you might be involved in, our participation committees that we set up at Sea Alaska about 8 years ago or 4 or 5. I don't remember. I helped set them up. It was a while ago now, though. But there's a group of shareholders that we have meeting pretty regularly, and I want to find an avenue and just extend the invite for A&B Grand Camp to find some regular spots to engage with Sea Alaska through our participation committees and through our policy committee. We also have a policy committee, and as you know, a pretty active board, a very seasoned professional board that's very engaged just in their professional lives, So our policy committee is active. They try to give the Zoom updates fairly regularly. So no shortage of issues out there to really keep working, and the work, it's never going to end, you know, and that's okay, because we're here to help govern for future generations, and good governance really is critical. The A&B and the ANS has always been early leaders, and we continue to need that training for our next generations to you know, follow these rules of respect and the protocols, and just be well versed in the organizational dynamics and how to manage change with the rules that we have. So I'm very much appreciating the dialogue, and I very much understand, you know, the differences and the change that we work through at Sealaska. One of the things that we have, we're one of 12 regional corporations, but we are the only corporation that has a board youth advisor position on the board. And they're part of every meeting, every executive session. They're just in it with us. And this year we've got 2 of them on the board, and it's, you know, added some flavor, some flair to our meetings, but it also, you know, keeps us grounded in a sense. Keeps us thoughtful, and it's something I'm happy about. But that's a related theme as far as efforts at Sealaska. We're 25,000 shareholders strong now. We opened up our rolls in 2007, and then last year we eliminated the blood quantum requirement, and we've grown from 13,000 when we were first created to now 25,000 shareholders, with shareholders in every state, shareholders in many different countries, and we all have a unique tie to this very special place, and we wrestle with, and we're growing as a company to find ways to connect more meaningfully. One of the things we do, and I'll put on the table as well, and I'm going to put in the chat before I wind up my portion here, is, as you know, Sealaska Heritage Institute has been around for over 40 years now. Sealaska Heritage Institute was created by the Sealaska Board in 1980 after a convening of the elders. And Sealaska Heritage Institute actually has more square footage now in our capital city than Sealaska headquarters, because they're growing and doing a lot of good work. And they actually have more full-time employees in the capital than headquarters does. And that's, I think, as it should be. Sealaska Heritage, if there was one thing that we do, it's going to be to perpetuate our culture, our way of life. And that's really led a lot of ways through our Sealaska Heritage Institute. I mentioned that because they are a separate entity, but the membership at Sealaska Heritage Institute is the Sealaska Board. And there's always things we can be doing better there. Many of the grants that we pull in there are specific to Alaska. We have to spend in Alaska. So we do need to find ways to continue to connect in the lower 48. And I know that a number of you are in the lower 48, and we're working alongside the best we can of Clinton Haida as well. I understand they purchased a property in Linwood, and we're doing more of the best we can ourselves as well to engage on the outside. But as we're looking forward, 2024 is another celebration 2024. Excited for that to happen in June. We're planning for that, getting ready for that. And our 2024 annual meeting at Sealaska is going to be in Sitka. So that's usually, that's the end of June in Sitka. And this year we're looking farther ahead, which I appreciate even with our board, to the 2025 and 2026 annual meetings. Those will be held in Cake and in Angoon. We've got just a strong commitment to our villages, you know, our original A&B camps. I'm from Yakutat, Camp 13, and just excited and honored to be a part of this corporation. The final note I'll offer here, and then I'll put my name in the chat for anybody to follow up with emails to holler at me. But it's it is our stock wills. And that's something that we all need to get better at. We literally are the link between our grandparents and our grandkids. But we also know that, and I mentioned that because ANB, ANS still serves this very important function in so many of our communities. And that's stepping up and helping at times of loss, times when communities need it most. And just a small thing that's easy to do for a lot of you are shareholders is to fill out that stock will form, have those up to date. Right now, 37% of our shareholders have those forms filled out. We all need to update them as we need to when there's new kids or that sort of thing, or we want to make any changes. But that just makes things so much easier for, not for you personally, but for the ones that are following us in those times. And related, as wills and all these things. And these are tough things to wrestle with, but they really are meaningful and so much more helpful for the families to have your things in order, even at a young age. And I'm telling myself that, to go ahead and make sure mine are all updated as well. So I'll wind down on that note. Hopefully it's a hopeful note still. It's a very business minded note as far as keeping our own things in order and being ready to hand off whatever we own to the next generation and make sure that things are settled appropriately. Grand President Gurko and Grand Camp, if you're okay, I know the time is always of the essence, and my co-chair, I think it's awesome that she's here at AFN. We have AFN convention coming up in a few weeks in Anchorage, and the co-chair, she's been a great partner. She's been the co-chair much longer than I have, but she's our Anna Hoffman from Bethel. And I'm mentioning this because, just as far as the time and the moment, I was in Bethel a few weeks ago. Some of you may or may not know that our Congresswoman Peltola, we have children together, and we experienced a loss in the family. And Co-Chair Hoffman is just such a champion in her community for a long time, and a champion and a gift to have for the state, to working at the AFN level, convention level. It's just been awesome to be a partner with her. And she's also happens to went to high school with our Congresswoman Mary Peltola. So they're personal friends, and that was partly on my mind as we're dealing with the loss there. We have a 40-day party coming up in a few weeks for Buzzy, Gene Peltola, who folks know, I do know, they know, he's one of us. It's this marriage between the Clinkets and the Yupiks that's been happening for some time now. And Pamela C. is his mother, and then Pitka, I'm blank on her first name right now. Margaret. No. It'll come. Anna will remember. I'm drawing a blank, and she's the Clinket side of Buzzy, Gene Peltola's mother. He's Clinket and Yupik. And we've got a lot of Clinkets and Yupiks in the state. So it's a very cool relationship that we have. I think that we're grounding each other and looking forward to, the next generations taking over and taking their rightful place here. And I'm happy to field questions, but I'm going to go ahead and, if you're good with it, invite Anna, our co-chair, to offer a few words on behalf of AFN, the Alaska Federation of Natives.
Thank you, Joe. I'll go ahead and respond quickly, if that's okay, before we lead into Anna. Thank you for being here, Anna Hoffman. We appreciate you. So, Joe, for being here and sharing. We always appreciate your words and your support. Thank you so much for the further history and connection with regard to Representative Peltola's family and your family. And we lift everybody in prayers. Yesterday, we did have a moment of silence in honor of the family. We chose not to invite her to be a part of the convention out of respect. We know the time of grieving is amongst her and her family. So thank you for bringing her and the family into the space with us and continuing to lift prayers and thoughts for the entire family. With regard to AFN, and thank you for bringing it up that it's coming up very soon. I wanted to share, I haven't shared with everybody yet, but Grant President Albie and I were both approached and asked to be part of moderating a session. And regardless if we're Grant President again after tomorrow, we've been asked to represent the AMB as executives, or if we are Grant Presidents as Grant Presidents, and I will be co-chairing a session with the AMB past president and executive Joe Williams, who is also representing Rural Cap. So I'll be up there with you all too, and I'm so honored and grateful that the AMB and the ANS will be a part of supporting the great work that's happening with the Alaska Federation of Natives. So I'm going to teach for that. Before we move on though, I do want to speak to you directly, Joe. As AMB Grand President, I am issuing you a call to action. Just like I did yesterday with President Peterson from Tlingit Haida. We know that you're a member of a local camp. We urge you to take action on your own as an individual and support the foundation of being the great grandparent of the corporation, but also being an ancestor and a supporter of everything you are and how you care for your family and community. It's a part of the way of being. So I'm not putting you on the spot to have you respond, but I want to urge you to become an active participant. We appreciate that our names come into conversation, but without action, it really is hard to revitalize camps such as your camp. We were so fortunate, and we're going to have Michelle Anderson on here in a few moments, and you made that, I believe it was you or Mr. Malott made the connection with Michelle Anderson from Atna. President Albie and I were so privileged to go up there and meet with them, share at their 50-year celebration, and then also be a part of supporting ANB and ANS Camp 31 in their revitalizing. And they have a camp there that's growing. It is possible for us all to continue the growth and go back to who we were with our ancestors and who we're going to be for our future. So Ganoptish, that's my call to action for you personally, Joe. We want to see you active in the AMB or the ANS. You could be a sister. I mean, I'm a brother. So whatever it is, we are grateful for your friendship and Ganoptish. So thank you very much, Anna, for allowing me that space in between. I think we could leave questions till the end of the presentation between you and Anna, and then we can then move into our other guest, Michelle Anderson. Thank you. So Anna Hoffman, you are able to unmute if you have capacity. Thank you for being here.
Goyana, can you hear me? Are you guys able to hear me this morning? Yeah, okay.
Yes,
Good.
we can hear.
Okay, thank you, Goyana, for the invitation to be here with you this morning. Goyana Pak, Daiku, Gunashish to Frank Albie. Your words of wisdom this morning are so appreciated. Your message of love and respect and clarity regarding our ongoing need for one another and between us and the land around us is really uplifting. I looked up the word brotherhood this morning, and it's defined as a community of people linked by a common interest. In Yupik, this would translate best to yuhnikka, to regard one another in a positive light. And we have an instruction in Yupik, and it says, Ilaput damashkuita gnakluki yuhnikkluki. And that translates to love one another and regard each other in a positive light. This is how I understand the work at the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood, to see one another in a positive light and work toward Native solidarity, full citizenship, equality, security, and humanity. Your steadfast guidance brings ongoing hope and inspires us to be better every day. Your leadership truly guides other organizations in Alaska, and this includes the Alaska Federation of Natives. As we work to maintain our access to fish and game, fair voting through avenues like the ranked choice voting effort to maintain that ranked choice voting here in Alaska. So we have more clarity in our representation in state and at the federal level, and to have better justice for Alaska Native people and all people. We look to you for that support, and you bring that guidance through your work since 1912 on solidarity, citizenship, equality, and humanity. We need all of our voices at the table. And when the voices aren't at the table, they are truly missed. There is a void. And it's something that we yearn to recapture, regain, and restore. So Poyana, Gunafchish, Hawa, thank you for continuing to work with us and always being a good guiding piece of our continued governance. We look forward to seeing you at the convention here later this month and having your voice lead our organization into the future. Oyana.
Ayana Ganakchish, thank you so much for your words, and we appreciate hearing that the words of our body have landed not only in your ears, but in your heart. So Ganakchish for being here. I'd like to open it up for any questions. We do have another guest scheduled and we are running a little bit behind, but I would like to open it up. If there are any questions, please raise your digital hand and we can ask questions of Joe Nelson with regard to Sea Alaska, or both Joe and Anna with regard to Alaska Federation of Natives. Thank you. Oh, I can't see who has their hand up, so if somebody could please assist me with that. I believe ANS Executive Paulette Marino, you have 2 minutes, please. Thank you. We can't hear you. Thank you. If you will just momentarily check your mic. And Dots, if you could please run the timer as well. That way our delegate knows and they can monitor their own time. Thank you. I'm still unable to hear you, Sister Paulette. If there's another question, I could go to that question and come back to you while you work out your technology. Okay, are there any other questions at this time, knowing I will be going back to our ANS past president? I do see ANS Camp 87, Juliana. Sister Juliana, you have the floor for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Ganesh Juliana, Camp 87. This is sort of a question, but sort of a unity. We want to make sure that our corporations and Clinton and Haida Central Council, because some of us come in here as delegates, and we notice that every year we're listening to our youth, we're listening to the middle class, and we're listening to our elders. But we want to hear the feedback from every single person about the Onward Christian Soldiers song. Now, all year long, we sing and we dance to our songs, and it's from our ancestors. But the day we come into the convention, it's that one song that divides us. So if we can get everybody's feedback from all our corporations, from our villages, from the city, on how we can keep unity, because I think that is the only thing that divides us. Ganesh.
Thank you. And just through Sister Juliana, the question is do you have any feedback from your positions in the corporations or AFN as to the use of Onward Christian Soldiers? It has been a point of conversation within not only Grand Camp, but our local camps. And I would like you to give the opportunity to reflect on that and submit it via writing too, because we are putting you on that spot, and I know that you can't speak for your entire organization. So please feel free to respond to it if you feel, but also know that we would highly encourage any written response as well to follow up on this important conversation. Thank you. Joe or Anna, do you have any response at this time?
I can do a very brief one. Like you said, The corporation has not taken a position on the specific, but just in personal experience, it's a balancing act in a good way. And it should be all driving towards unity. And I know that in our meetings, we are using the Tlingit language a lot more. And we are also still, though, and it's not consistent at every meeting, but often at the key meetings, we do invocations. And that happens at the Alaska Federation of Natives pretty consistently as well, an invocation. I know it's different than doing the whole song, but we've all been raised with that song as, in the organization. So I'll bring it to our board for a conversation, and if they want to take a position or some feedback or guidance, I'll happily help facilitate that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Anna, I know you're entering this conversation new. Did you want to respond, or do you want to go ahead and consider a written response if you have one?
I thank you for the opportunity to provide a written response, and I will. And I appreciate the question, Juliana. Thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you. Sheesh. I'd like to go back to the ANS executive, Paulette Marino. Have you been able to work out the microphone challenge?
I believe so, Grand President. Is the volume okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine. You have
Thank
2
you.
minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you, Joe and Anna, for coming and presenting us today and recognizing the fine words of our second Grand Vice President, Elby. Condolences from all of us to your family and to Mary's family. Our heart is very much with you. Please let her know to have courage, and we will always stand with her. The Sitka herring has been a very important issue for a long time. The depletion of herring is at critical levels. How can the newly formed Sea Alaska Policy and Advisory Council assist us in regards to the protection of this valuable resource? How can we work together? Thank you.
Through the chair, this is Joe. And then for Sea Alaska, we've been right there on the litigation actively with our attorneys and funding some of the litigation. Well, a lot of it and helping. So we're right in it with you. And but this is going to be, I have not shared this with the Sea Alaska board yet, but I'm putting something on the table for this body to take note of. And it's a movement, the rights of nature. The rights of nature is a movement that is happening in Bolivia, Colombia, and a handful of tribes in the lower 48. And I went to a convening about 2 weeks ago. There were 70 tribes across the country represented. One of those tribes approved a rights of herring resolution. And I don't remember if it got embedded in their constitution or just their statutes, or what level they got to. But the movement here is about pivoting and shaping the future by acknowledging the rights of our rivers, the rights of our trees, the rights of our fish, including the rights of herring. I think it was the Mashpee on the East Coast had a similar issue with their herring. And it was a younger group of tribal citizens that brought it to their council, and they approved the rights of herring as an item. And I think, in my mind, that just makes a world of sense. And it very much is meshing the Western laws with our indigenous thinking, our indigenous ways. And we would, of course, use our own language in these things, but I think embedding them in the law will help people think. Even if they don't go into Alaska statutes, we can bring them into our tribal laws as a starting point. On that, real quickly, just a good cheese to you, Sister Paulette, for the herring eggs that you contributed. They did get consumed right away at the services, and that service went longer because the plane did not make it to town. So a lot of people stayed overnight, and so those herring eggs were well received. And at this Rights of Nature convening, I helped facilitate to get Louise Brady there. She was there. So in Sitka, Louise will be up to speed on this issue. And as you know, she helps every year with the CUI over there.
Again, thank you so very much. We'll have time to answer one more question if you both have time to stick around for a few more moments, and then we do have another guest, Michelle Anderson. Please stand by. We hope that we'll be with you in just a moment, if that's okay. I do recognize ANS Camp 70, Andrea Caesar. You have 2 minutes, Sister Andrea. Thank you.
Yes, this question I think might be for both. We have some resolutions and all that we're recommending sent to certain organizations. I would like to, and I give you an example, like the transboundary resolution. Would it be appropriate to send to Sealaska and AFN? And that's my question. The resolution on transboundary affects all rivers.
Through the chair, yes, Sister Andrea, it's very timely right now if you have it ready, and there might be one in the packet. In about 5 minutes here, AFN's resolutions committee is going to meet. The resolutions committee is working through a bunch of resolutions right now that will go to the board and then to the convention floor. And the key rules there are statewide in nature and non-divisive, being a couple of the key rules to get on the AFN convention floor. The board, AFN board, can handle resolutions anytime, and so can their legislative and litigation committee. So AFN is always an avenue, as long as there's AFN members to sponsor it. And as the Sealaska person there at the co-chair, we have Jody Mitchell, and I think all of you know Jody. She's our Sealaska rep, and she's also on she chairs the resolutions committee. So she's a good contact as well as myself.
Thank you. Thank you so very much again for your time, both Joe and Anna. Chish, Kwayana, for your time. We appreciate that. And to Sister Caesar, just, we do provide the resolutions to AFN through a sponsor. The challenge that we have faced with AMB and ANS is usually our Grand Camp goes right before the deadline. So to have the ones that are approved by the body submitted in time through a sponsor onto the resolution committee there, it has been a challenge in the past. And that's something that we should consider as a body of how we can more effectively have those resolutions be part of the dialogue at AFN every year. So thank you. We'll make sure that we have some conversations about how we can do that, maybe with the great partnership that we have with Joe and having those conversations about what we could do internally to ensure our voices are heard on the floor whenever possible. Thank you. Okay, well, if President Albee could come up here with me for a moment. We're both incredibly grateful for our next speaker. Michelle Anderson is the president of the Ahtna Corporation, and we are excited to have her words shared today. We do have some photographs from our visit that we would like to share whenever appropriate. And also, Michelle, we do have the scan that you shared from your book of history, that if you would like us to share that while you're speaking, we'd be happy to do so. So Michelle, the floor is yours. Chish, thank you, Kwayana, for being here. We appreciate you. Okay, thank you.
Shanann, thank you. And good morning. Thank you for allowing me to give a regional update for Camp 31. My name is Michelle Anderson. I am a travel member of Gulkana and a shareholder of Ahtna Incorporated. I'm Ujishu or Caribou Clan. My maternal grandparents were Eileen and Markle Ewan Sr., and my grandfather was an original member of Camp 31. A passage from noted anthropologist and archaeologist Dr. Federica de Laguna, who has done extensive work in the Ahtna and Yakutat areas. She wrote about the connection between Taral and Chitna people in the Ahtna region and Yakutat people. She remarked that the Yakutat people regarded the Ahtna as relatives, as the ancestors of one of their clans had come from the Chitna area. There was intermarriage between the two groups. This is a quote from her, in 1958, Tlingit emissaries from the ANB visited Copper Center, claiming relationship by calculating moiety or SIB equivalents, and it is here that the first interior branch of the ANB was established. This summer, our people hosted relatives from the Yakutat area, and over the course of several days, we shared our common history, and we hope to continue annual visits between Copper Center or Klutika and Yakutat. And just from speaking personally, it was such a powerful and moving experience, just when you know that you're reconnecting with family like that. And I think it really hit home for me when there was a dance that was performed, and it's actually a song that we use in our potlatch gatherings. So it was very emotional. At our annual meeting this year, ANB and ANS were recognized for the help the organizations provided to our early leaders to organize and create a regional organization and become involved in the land claims discussions, which were taking place throughout Alaska. This initial training was invaluable to our ancestors, and there is great respect and appreciation from many generations of Ahtna people who are the beneficiaries of this assistance. After our annual meeting, Camp 31 was reinstated and the new officers were sworn in. I'd like to think that my grandfather, an original Camp 31 member, was smiling in approval from his heavenly home. I wanted to give an update from our region, and I wish my report to you was more positive. I'd like to report of a few situations that we've been dealing with, but it's not just this year, it's just a continuation of the way things are. And it's just an advocacy and a fight that I have inherited. Some call it food security or subsistence, but we call it C&T, or our traditional hunting and fishing. Our C&T rights are under attack by the state that we live in. This year, 2 caribou seasons were closed due to low herd numbers. We believe this is due to poor management by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. ADF&G opens our region to any Alaskan or sports hunter that wants to hunt, and they have done so for years. This has resulted in overhunting. Some say even a massacre or slaughter of animals. This occurs with both moose and caribou. Salmon from the Copper River is a traditional food for our people. We have experienced closures or later openings on the Copper River due to low salmon returns. While the numbers of hunters certainly impact animal populations, we also recognize that climate change is dramatically changing our riverbanks and landscape. Springtime flooding is becoming a regular occurrence. The most recent attack on C&T fishing is a Kuskokwim case. The federal government is suing the state of Alaska to challenge a state's authority under the Statehood Act and ANILCA to manage Alaska's fish and wildlife resources. The state is not suing to protect our C&T rights or yours. They're suing to protect the rights of all users. Over a year ago, Ahtna intervened in this case because we believe the state of Alaska would attack the Katie John line of cases and argue that the subsistence protection was not good law. Isn't it sad that we must prepare to battle the very state government that promised to protect our subsistence rights when ANCSA was being negotiated? I am sorry to speak to you with a dire warning, but if we lose the protections by the Katie John decision, all Alaska Natives will experience the loss of C&T rights. We regularly contend with is trespass. Our traditional territory was 27 million acres of land. That's not Ahtna people providing that data. That's data given to us by archaeologists and anthropologists working for state and federal agencies. After ANCSA, Ahtna was allowed to keep 1.7 million acres of land in South Central Alaska. The lands we own today were selected by our elders to provide for future generations. Native lands are viewed by many as public lands. So we replace trespass signs that are regularly torn down and repair damage to our lands. You are on your own in this state when you are protecting private property. All of our villages are on the road system. We dedicate millions of dollars to protect our lands. The state's trespass laws do not protect us. The penalty for trespassing is more like a slap on the hand. The state of Alaska aggressively came after Ahtna and in state court pursued the taking of a road that Ahtna people used historically and the public has come to use to access Clutina Lake near Copper Center. They are using an old mining law called RS 2477 to claim native lands here in Alaska for their own. My purpose in sharing this is that what happens to us will happen to all native landowners. The state has a submerged lands bill that is also being worked through the state legislature. Pay attention to this bill. I would say Alaska Native, regional and village corporations must pay attention and ask our leaders to pay attention. Our people must fight for what little lands we have left. Lastly, I want to talk about the extremely high cost of living in our region. Home heating fuel is $4.78 per gallon last week. That's $700 for 150 gallons of fuel. Food prices at the local grocery store are too expensive for most of our people to buy. Except for the village of Cantwell, the rest of our villages fall within the unorganized borough. We almost lost after-hours EMS services this year due to the withdrawal of providers and the high cost of medical care. Local residents are leaving the area because it's become unaffordable and critical services like medical care are being debated by local service organizations, the state and federal stakeholders. How things have changed is stunning to me. I grew up in our region. My memory of our region as a child is one of lots of lights, busy economic development, lots of stores, and a much bigger population of both non-Ahtna and Ahtna people. The hustle and bustle was due to the pipeline boom. Then came the bust. I would argue we're still in the bust cycle. Our region, like so many others, is struggling to survive. When we are declined or denied our traditional foods and our land is under constant threat, we are always in fight mode. If we don't, we will lose the little we have. We owe it to our descendants to give them the legacy our ancestors fought hard to give us. If you remember anything I say today, I hope it is the urgent need to be ready to do whatever it takes to protect Katie John and to find a permanent solution to securing our right to hunt and fish forever. Alaska Natives have given up much for the state's development and benefit. The least we should expect is our traditional foods and protection and respect for our lands and culture. Chanan, thank you so much for letting me speak to you today.
Shanann, Michelle, Ganachchish for your words. It's so important that we hear from you today because I know that your local camp, Camp 31, is working on pulling the membership together and finding their direction. And that was through you reaching out, many of you there in your region reaching out, and we want to thank you for that important work. Unfortunately, we don't have any resolutions from your region this year here at Grand Camp. But what could happen is resolutions can come forward throughout the year and be addressed by the executive committee, and then those can be moved forward for action. So through your guidance with your local camp, I know that you wear multiple hats. That could be guidance you could share with them to help them understand that they didn't lose their opportunity, but there are open opportunities for them to share voice, have mentorship and guidance to do that. And we encourage them to continue to engage. I know President Graybear has been in active communication with President Albie and myself, and he'll actually be presenting tomorrow with regard to the local camp there. So Ganachchish. I'd like to ask the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say thank you. I feel like I am making history today by being a part of your meeting, and it's just, it's emotional. It's been quite a year for me. Thank you.
Thank you. We're so grateful you're here. Thank you. Can I have the DOTS team pull up the pictures that I emailed you to share a little bit from our visit? There are pictures and then also a letter with scans and an attachment. Thank you. So this picture here was at the OTNA 50-year meeting where President Albee and myself were able to attend and provide an opportunity to share about the AMB. But what we didn't expect at that meeting was that we were to be gifted with some beautiful artwork with an important resolution inside presented to us on the floor, as well as beautiful gifts. And the words we received were so inspiring. And knowing that there are many people around Alaska and even beyond who want to be advocating for our rights as Indigenous people, we're incredibly grateful for that. And so this was, oh, here, there. And so these are being cared for, and we will find a permanent place for them to lift you up in your relationship with us. And the next picture, please. And this was the day that we helped be a part of Camp 39's desire to revitalize. So this is a picture of President Albee, myself, and ANS Executive Cecilia Tabliero with their elected officers. So the tall gentleman is Edward Graybear, the tallest. He's the president of the Alaska Native Brotherhood Camp 31, and Kathleen McConkey. Catherine McConkey is also in this picture. I believe she's standing next to Edward in the blue, right? Okay, in the blue. And then if you could pull up the attachment documentation that I sent, please. Dots, thank you. And this, the picture that you're seeing is of the swearing in ceremony that was provided by our ANS executive. And if you could scroll up, please, this is just a letter, very great letter, by the way, Michelle, thank you. So in their history, they have a history book there at OTNA, and it talks through the importance, excuse me, of the advocacy of their people, but also the influence of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. So we're not going to read through this now, but I'm going to provide this to the Grand Secretaries, if that's okay with you, Michelle, to distribute to our body, so they can read what we mean to you and can strengthen what you mean to us. So if you could please scroll down further.
If I could stop you, I'm sorry, Heather, could we scroll back up one page?
Sure.
Right there, no, I'm sorry, the picture that's on the first picture on that right there.
Yeah.
The gentleman on the far right is my grandfather, Marco Leon.
Wonderful. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Wonderful. So I'll share this with our Grand Secretaries if that's okay with you, so they can distribute it out to our delegation. So once again, Chinan, Ganachish, Koyana for being here. I hope to see you again. We dreamt of a road trip where we'd come visit your lands again in an RV. It was a dream and for our old lady days.
I thought you were gonna stop by my house and pick me up so we can.
I know, yeah, that's the plan, so get ready. We have to wait for our old lady days, so that's a little ways away. Are there any questions for Michelle? I can't see everybody, so if somebody could. Oh, I do see our ANS sister from Camp 70, Andrea Caesar. You have the floor, 2 minutes, please.
This is Andrea Caesar, Glacier Valley Camp 70. I would like to ask the new OTNA, is she president, if she could share that, if Grand Camp could share that information, all of what you had said with each camp, because you're right, they're coming after you, we will be the next. So all your words were really great and I appreciate you. And I'd like to tell you that my mother and my aunt were at Grand Camp when Copper Center was accepted into A&B ANS. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd be happy to share. I literally have tears coming out of my eyes. I just, it means a lot to me. And I'm happy to share what I shared with you this morning. Should I just send that to you, Heather? Okay.
Yeah, that would be great to myself and ANS Grand President. I know you have our contacts and we'll make sure it's distributed.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize our ANS Executive, Paulette Marino, Sitka Camp 4. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Grand President Gerko. You are doing a fine job. So I would like to also welcome our new camp we're so excited that you're here. Thank you for bringing the pictures and taking really good care of hosting our Grand Presidents, our Madam Executive Tavalero also. We have been assigned to rural CAP. So the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood also have representatives with rural CAP. And as part of that, we'll be speaking about that later, and that's Paul Johnson and I. Joe Williams is the chair. Marvin Adams also participates. And we have recently, by motion, brought back the Subsistence Committee. And many of the things that you were speaking of in regards to fish and wildlife and your caribou, we're thinking of in regards to our herring eggs and our deer and many other things. So there may be an opportunity, if directed by the Grand Presidents and Brother Joe Williams, that we can all work together and advocate for our foods and our way of lives. You are not alone. The Katie John case that you mentioned is extremely, extremely important. Is there one thing with the Katie John case that you would suggest that we consider as a body, since the delegates are here and have the power and the authority to go forward? Thank you.
It's a debate, and it's going to be a debate in the courts. Both sides and then ourselves as an intervener are in the process of writing briefs and getting those in. I think the first week of November they're due. AFN did try to join, but the request was denied because the court felt it was too late to ask to be included. So I know some really great legal minds are coming together to work hard for all of us. And I think that what we can all do is to make sure that our legislators here in Alaska and this governor knows that we know what this state is attempting to do. And this is so wrong. It's awful what's happening. To me, it's almost criminal to have a standing governor come after us the way that he is. And he is doing that by purposefully dedicating resources to bring down the Katie John line of cases, to attempt to say it's not good law. So, right now that's the only protection we have. And we all need to do everything we can to make sure that, the right side prevails, that our people will not be denied the protections under those cases, under that law.
Thank you so very much. Michelle, we want to be respectful of your time. We have 3 people in the queue wanting to provide comment. Do you have time to hear their voices?
I'll stay here as long as you want me to.
Wonderful, thank you so much. I'd like to recognize our I would really like to recognize our ANS executive, Cecilia Tavalero, since she did attend visit with us. Cecilia Tavalero, ANS executive. I saw you first, and I'd like you to be able to address Michelle if you'd like to for 2 minutes. Thank you.
I would just like to thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to say what an awesome, wonderful experience it was to come onto your land. It was sunny every day. We saw moose everywhere. It was just amazing. The scenery was just absolutely beautiful. We were all just so enjoying it. It seemed like it was one of those trips where everything just came together, and we knew it was a good experience all the way around. Mm-hmm. And I do feel a kinship with Ahtna people. I know my grandfather has relatives there, but I didn't know them. But I think I met some while we were there. And you folks were just such splendid hosts and hostesses. We just really appreciated our time there. And I recall your grandmother, I think that's who we were sitting next to at the annual meeting. Yeah. And Senator Murkowski was speaking. Well, your grandmother's raised her hand. She stood up and she goes, I'm our secret weapon. And she asked a question to Senator Murkowski about the fish. And I'm not really sure what the issue was. I was thinking we would see a resolution come forth about that. And Senator Murkowski didn't really answer the question. So I'm looking forward to seeing a resolution so that we can all work together. And unity is a strong thing. So I'm looking forward to this. Thank you very much for being here with us, Michelle, and your awesome report.
Yeah,
Well,
thank you.
we have prayers going for our people. So thank you.
Thank you. We do have two more people with their hands raised after our sister Andrea Caesar from ANS Camp 70 speaks. We will provide time for the ANS Grant President Albee to share her response as well. I'd like to recognize AMB First Vice President Paul Johnson.
Benestice Chanan, I want to share with you, Sister Michelle, that Ishas is from the Kniffkwan, or the people that migrated down from Chitina down to Yakutat, my father's people, my grandmother's people. And so we feel a definite kinship with you. As your fellow brother from the AMB, we want to welcome you back as much as a welcome, and let you know that, as Sister Paulette did mention, we do fulfill the seats on rural cap. And we definitely on the assistance committee would like to know what issues face your region. And we're here for an advocacy role. And so you're exactly right in sharing that issues with us. While we may subsist on salmon and us in Yakutat with moose, we want to be able to be advocates for all of our camps, brothers and sisterhoods throughout the state of Alaska. So again, Chanan, for your words, and welcome, relative. Chanan.
Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. I'd like to recognize for the second time speaking our ANS sister Andrea Caesar from Camp 70. Your 2-minute timer is also in effect.
Yes, I would, can I make a motion?
Unfortunately, Sister Caesar, we have not fully gone through credentialing. We'll be addressing those housekeeping items after our speaker finishes her time with us. At that time, it would be appropriate to have a motion. You can state what you intend as your motion, so Michelle knows what that will be, but we have to have our official credentialing completed before we can vote. We do have to revisit it too. So would you like to state what you make a motion about?
Yes, requesting that Grand Camp send a letter to all involved Native corporations in support of ATNA.
Thank you. So we have heard that. So Michelle, you hear the motion that will be made after we complete our credentialing. Would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, I would. I appreciate it so much. I know that all of you know what we feel, and I do know too, and our people knows this. You know, we've been fighting CNT issues since before ATNA was created, and we know every time we win, it's a win for all of us. So, you know, we will keep fighting the good fight, and knowing that all of you are supporting us, praying for us, thinking about us, it means so much. And I'll carry that back to my people as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd like to provide opportunity from the AMB and ANS for ANS Grant President Albee to make comments. And the timer does not go into effect for Grant President Albee. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Michelle, thank you so much for being a part of our convention, to sharing your words, sharing the issues that are happening within your region, and that affects all of us. These are important issues. I feel that as you share as you share the issues that affect your region, and you share that with us, and we can link arms so we can all assist, because it will eventually affect all of us, that we can all become stronger, that we can all combine our voices together and be heard at every level that is required. So geez, thank you so much, Michelle.
I am with you that I believe this is a very significant day for both A&B and ANS Grand Camp and for Camp 31 and for Anna, for you in sharing all this information. Gonna choose to now.
Sheesh to ANS Grand President Albee for your words. And once again, I'd like to thank our guests. Of course, Michelle Anderson, thank you so much for sharing your word and your heart with us today. We hear you and we will continue to support you. Thank you to the chairperson from sorry, I almost gave you a new title, Joe. The chairperson from Alaska and also the co-chairs of AFN, Joe Nelson and Anna Hoffman. Thank you for your time. If there are any further questions from our body, we will definitely submit those via writing. And we do look forward to your responses that was given to you with regard to honoring Christian soldiers. Ganapachish, Lane, Ganapachish, Shanann. Now this time I'd like to hand over the chair back to the first vice president of the A&B, Paul Johnson. We do have some credentialing and some business of housekeeping to clear up before we move forward our meeting. Thank you.
Can we take care of the plan first?
Yeah. This is a motion to submit it.
Hey, good morning again, delegates. Thank you for your patience here. It was pointed out to me by A&B Grand President Gurko that we have a little bit of a misstep on approving a motion prior to completing our credentials and quorum, establishing quorum. So for that portion first, we're going to go ahead and establish quorum. And then Sister Caesar, we will go ahead and just go through the formality of just reintroducing your motion, and the same people that moved first and second will be entered in the record just to keep the minutes straight. But we apologize about that. So let's, Madam Grand Secretary, Amy Anus, we credentials to establish quorum.
Yep. Credential chair.
Credential chair, please. Laura? I didn't see.
All right. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. I am wearing 3 different hats today, from treasurer to chairman to even grand secretary. So I apologize in advance. And good morning, everyone. Hopefully everyone's having a great morning so far. Upon review, since I had last reported earlier this morning, we've had some minor adjustments. And I can say for sure, we have a total of 47 delegates, officers, and executives. With that, 28 of them are ANS, with 19 of them being A&B. With all of that being said, Mr. Chair, we do have a quorum established for today's proceedings. And a total registered is going to be 60.
Thank you, Credentials Chair.
I apologize,
Mr. Chairman?
That initial statement of saying that it was 60 in total, registered delegates, officers, and executives. It was actually 68. I apologize that I misspoke.
Okay, Dots, can you please indicate which delegate had their hand raised first? We see 2.
So we have Rhonda Butler up first. Rhonda, you go ahead.
Okay, Chair recognizes Sister Ronald Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Thank you, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. Can I request that the breakdown be also dropped in the chat for us to immediately have for our delegation records to be able to take on our notes? And in the past, during our conventions and everything for our minutes, it was really, really helpful to have that included under the credentials report breakdown. Can I request that it be included in our minutes also for the duration of the convention for when our credentials report occurs. Thank you.
Hey, one moment, please. Is there any parliamentary issue we have to do with motion? The discussion chair can agree to that? Yes. Okay.
That makes it fun for us.
Well, it's a request.
There's a roll call portion. Can we be muted? Can we be muted?
One second, please. We're discussing amongst the parliamentarian and the grant secretaries. We'll let us answer your question soon, sister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, delegates, thank you for your patience. Sister Rhonda Butler, for a quick response to your question, the grant secretaries will put that detail of the credential, the quorum in the chat. It is at the discretion of the chair and conferring with the parliamentarian as well as the ANS emeritus executive that we will put the breakdown in the meeting minutes. But at the end of the day, DOTS provides us a full detail of who's enrolled and voted. And that'll be attached, and then there will be a chance to vote on the meeting, accept the meeting minutes to the next day. So I hope that answers all the questions and also outlines the process. If you do have further questions, AMB Grant President Gurko is willing to answer anything was pertaining to training they had last year on the subject matter. Sister,
yes, that answered it. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Sister Paulette Marino, ANS Executive.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You and all of our chairmen this afternoon, this morning, and yesterday are doing a fine job. Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the credential report dated October 6th, 2023 as presented. This is in the chat, and I also believe there's a second, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second?
Charlene. No, we can't do it through the chat.
Sister Charlene, you must make your second to a motion verbally. If you're able to speak. The chair is granting you that avenue to give a second to speak.
This is
Sister
Charlene. Wolf.
Okay.
This is Charlene Wolf, Camp 19. I second the motion to accept the credentials for this morning.
Okay, thank you. With the seconds, discussion?
Question?
Question has been called by ANS Grand President Albee. Thoughts? Thoughts, can you please display a ballot?
We can't do a vote until we get the official from DOTS who voted to establish our goal. That's where we're stuck.
Oh, okay, apologies.
The report I have right here. That's from DOTS? It is Yeah, from DOTS good. directly from Michael. So we didn't know that, so please share that with the chair.
Okay, the chair recognizes the credentials, Chair.
All right.
Too many chiefs.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. To clarify that, we did in fact receive a document based off of the quorum vote that was established the first thing this morning by our DOTS team. Thank you to our DOTS team, specifically Michael, who had sent us in that report as well. Between myself and our A and B Grand Secretary Tam, both her and I have gone through this document, cross-referenced it with who was delegates as registered, including executive officers. I do have that report. I do have that report in hand, which is how we were able to retain that information. I can happily provide this document along with the minutes for tomorrow. In addition to it, I can provide that breakdown within the chat as well. If that addresses any of those questions or concerns.
Okay, thank you, Credentials Chair. With that, we do have a vote in order. Dots, could you please display a ballot to vote to accept the credentials report and establish quorum?
Absolutely, yeah. So we have that ballot open. You may need to log into your platform again, but if you're logged in already, please click that next vote button. You're looking for the link that says vote now, motion to accept the credentials report.
Yes.
And just as a reminder, we've got the voting link in the chat. And if you need any assistance, you can reach out to us in the chat. There's also an email and a phone number there. But probably quickest way is to just send us a chat message. So please go ahead and cast your vote now. We'll give it 2 minutes. And please, if you're having any issues, flag it to us as soon as possible. Thank you. And just a friendly reminder from DOTS, we're coming up on 1 minute left in the vote. Please don't hesitate to reach out to us if you're having any issues casting your vote. But please vote now if you have not. And so, thank you. So just a quick note, we just had someone just reach out as the vote was closing. We're just gonna leave that open for a little bit and see what the issue is. One moment. Thanks for your patience. We're still dealing with one support request, so we'll be back shortly once we have that vote in. Okay, we have the last vote in finally. We're going to go ahead and close that up and stand.
Thank you, Dots. All right, the chair acknowledges that there was 48 in favor, none against. The motion to accept the credential report has passed. The next item on the work list here is to approve the meeting minutes from October 5th of the 111th Grand Camp Convention. Dots, can you please display a ballot to accept the meeting minutes from October 5th?
Is the motion made?
Yeah, do we need to move and second that first before I open?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
I'm
thank you.
giving you prep time. Chair would entertain a motion.
Thank you.
Motion to accept the meeting minutes from October 5th.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And I would say, I would like to put forth the motion for approval of the minutes for Thursday, October 5th of 2023. I would like to put forth the motion for the topic of discussion that we accept those minutes.
Okay, first motion, there's a second? Seconded by ANS Grant Emeritus. Discussion?
It needs to be amended or correction.
In discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. One second, we've got, we get this. I see a hand up. Okay.
Yeah, they've lowered their hands. There's no hands currently raised.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
after the meeting was called to order, there was an opening prayer. The minutes need to reflect that.
Who did the opening prayer?
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought there wasn't on yet.
Yeah, that's why and then we also need to make sure we have the,
Okay, so, parliamentarian, how do we address that? Is that a motion or discussion?
we're just,
Yeah, well, are we adopting for yesterday now?
Yes.
Right? Then it's a majority vote.
Okay. Okay, the First Amendment presented by ANS Grant Emeritus was to acknowledge that there was a opening prayer. It's not detailed on the meeting minutes. Chair recognizes AMB Grant President Gerko.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to propose an amendment to the minutes to include after the cultural, or after the invocation, to recognize that we had a cultural connection video and statement. And that would be directly after the invocation notation. And that was done by Heather Pell, or ANS First Vice President.
The wishes of the delegates for expediency to go ahead and vote at once for the change. There's recommended changes. One was to acknowledge that there was a opening prayer and also the cultural video connection with a simple majority vote. Are there any further amendments by delegates? Please raise your hand.
Yes, this is Mona Stevick, ANS Camp 70.
Yes, proceed, Sister Stevick.
Yes, I was wondering if it would be possible to put, and is it appropriate to put the credentials report from yesterday in the minutes? If we could add that.
We're doing it.
Thank you.
One second, please. Gentle Chair, is that possible?
No, we don't have one yesterday. We just have a form. We can get it.
You don't have the credential report?
We'll add it. There's
We add
something to be added. So I think so. We're doing it
Okay.
today.
Sister Stevick, we've confirmed with ANB, ANS Grant Secretaries that it will be included from yesterday. Just give them time to submit and add to the formal minutes from yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Yev Atu. Cormac, you have the floor, 2 minutes. Sister Yev, are you available to speak?
Brother.
Sorry, brother, I apologize, brother. Okay, go ahead. The chair will move on.
Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Please identify yourself, please.
Yesh Atulu, Camp 14.
Okay.
I'm on the Camp 14 because my mic's not working correctly, it'll echo. I just have the posting of colors never actually happened. There was no flags and we didn't honor no veterans in that way. Sharing words isn't posting colors. Also, until the meeting is called to order, then we don't really need any of that stuff on there. Test votes, none of that needs to be on there. It's action items only for recording meeting minutes. And we weren't even in session when the posting of colors and those other few things like technology overview, we weren't in session when those things happened. So I was just asking to have those removed, posting of colors be removed. We don't need none of those because we weren't in session. And there was no posting of colors. We didn't honor no veterans by posting no flags. And if you are gonna put
Please proceed. Brother Yates, are you finished?
colors, if you're gonna say you posted colors, maybe you guys can put in the notes that you didn't actually post any colors, is my suggestion.
The chair recognizes A&B Grant President Gerko.
Thank you, Brother Atuwu. That is correct. We did not post colors, but through guidance of 2 veterans, they recommended we honor and respect in words our veterans, our current military, and our prisoners of war for serving our country. And that was done prior to calling the meeting to order. The direct action after that was calling the meeting in order, and all of the following items did occur in that order. So hearing Brother Yates Atuwu's recommendation, I think that we could put recognition of the veterans in place of posting of the colors, if that's appropriate.
Brother McCormick, is that suggestion agreeable?
I think during that time it was underneath ceremonial matters and those wouldn't be within the minutes. I think if someone wants to note that those should be in the minutes, then it should be that we definitely acknowledged our veterans. But it just shouldn't be noted that we posted colors.
Okay, so then
Just start just reading over, right?
Okay. All right, so just for clarification and to move the forward, A&B Grant President Gerko is suggesting a compromise of changing the order of the meeting minutes, starting with meeting call to order.
And we don't include the veterans because we were.
And we're gonna strike
Recognition.
recognition of the veterans because we were not in order. Is that agreeable?
We're gonna choose Grant President Gerko and Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Sister Paulette Marino, ANS Executive. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the minutes dating October 5th, 2023, ANS Executive Committee member, on the end of the minutes, we would like to make the edit that Sitka, ANS Camp 4, and Sitka, A&B Camp 1 joined in offering the hymn Onward Christian Soldiers. Thank you. If that, thank you.
Thank you, Sister Paulette, ANS Executive. The chair requests that the A&B Grant Secretary add the singing of the Onward Christian Soldier prior to the end of adjournment of yesterday's meeting, October 5th. Noting Sitka Camp performed that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes ANS Grant President Elby.
Thank you. I do have a question regarding the subject of the posting of colors. We did accept the agenda, which has posting of colors listed on the agenda. So shouldn't that be also included in the minutes? And if necessary, Mr. Chair, if we can ask the parliamentarian.
Okay, so ANS President Elby is inquiring a question of the parliamentarian that the approval of the agenda did include posting of the colors. It was moved and seconded and approved. And we're now making the change in the meeting minutes. Is there any guidance from parliamentarian?
Those are 2 separate items.
Okay.
The agenda was accepted and adopted.
Okay.
That's done. If you didn't do something on the agenda and passed it up, it's still the agenda. The amendments that are being submitted right now, that's the only thing that we're going to do is adjust the minutes for yesterday. So the last person who provides any amendments, hearing no more, then you can move on to the vote.
Okay. As for a point of information, I know the agenda is presented as a guide, but it's approved as formal marching working orders, right?
Correct.
Whether or not you actually perform, what you perform is recorded in the meeting minutes.
Right.
So there are two separate items, so you could have discrepancies because what you approved as agenda versus what you actually achieved in the meeting, correct? Okay, so I think, just on that topic, maybe several of these changes are more reflective, maybe we left some details out, but maybe we could solve all these changes by stating that, you know, approved agenda is different document as meeting minutes, what you actually did.
Yes.
Unless there's something in the meeting minutes that was incorrect in terms of detail, that's what we should adjust, correct? Chair recognizes A&B Grant President Greco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Both the ANS and the AMB Grand Secretaries, as well as the AMB Grand President and the ANS Grand President, did, in accordance with the wishes of the body last year, receive training through the National Association of Parliamentarians, a training called Minutes Made Easy. And so what I want to reference is, in fact, supporting what you said, Mr. Chair, that the minutes stand alone from the agenda. The minutes themselves are our permanent record and public record that will go on file in our history. Everything else is notes, and that we can include that, but the permanent record is in fact the minutes and has to state the facts of what occurred, but not every detail is recorded. So I support your statement there that in fact they are two separate documents in our parliamentarian. There are two separate documents. At hand now is the amendments to the minutes. We had multiple amendments, and I call for the question.
Okay, the question has been called. Thank you, A&B Grant President Greco. Question has been called to accept the meeting minutes from the 111th convention on October 5th as amended.
Andrea Caesar, Glacier Valley Camp 70. I second that motion.
Paulette Marino, ANS Executive, call for question.
The question has been called. Dots, I believe you have a ballot that's prepared for the delegates to vote.
We do, and we're just opening that up momentarily.
And we're voting on the amendment, right?
So now you're looking, once again, please log into your voting platform and click next vote. You're looking for the link that says vote now, approval of minutes of Thursday, October 5th, 2023.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, point of information here. We actually need to vote on the amendments to the meeting minutes of October 5th. So I apologize, Dots, I might have actually can you please adjust the ballot to reflect that?
We're going to close that ballot up. So sorry, just to clarify, we're voting on the amendment first, or the amendments first?
The amendments to the minutes of October 5th.
Okay, let me just close that up, and I'll have to restart that. It'll take me about 30 seconds.
And the delegates, I apologize for the confusion. I got a step ahead there.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the amendments, and it will need a second, then we can go to vote.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to approve the meeting minutes as amended.
No, approve the
Mr.
amendment.
Chairman, Paulette Marino, ANS Executive.
1 second,
Oh, I'm
sorry.
Motion is to approve the amendment.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, point of order.
Okay, 1 second, 1 second. We have a motion on the floor.
The motion
It's a
is
point of order in regards to the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes. Please identify yourself.
This is Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. The point of order is in regards to we have a motion for amendments already. The amendments are already, did you not?
No.
There was a motion made to amend the.
We're going to confer with the Grand Secretary.
Thank
1 second. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
And I apologize if it was, I didn't hear it, and if I could request that we reflect back to the request that was made in the beginning of the proceedings for motions to be added into the chat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I apologize about that. Can you please identify yourself and restate your statement there? Chair recognizes.
Oh, this was Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2, in regards to my point of order. I thought that, and I was stating that I thought there was already a motion for the amendment. But if there wasn't, I apologize on that. But if we could please reflect back to the proceeding request of placing all motions in the chat so we can stay in order. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sister Rhonda, you are correct. Actually, all motions need to be also submitted in the chat to the ANS grant and A&B grant secretary. That's a little bit the process that we're trying to catch up with technology. So if you bear with us, we'll go ahead and correct and rectify the situation. So to be clear, we need to vote on the amendments on the subject of the meeting minutes of October 5th. We're not approving the minutes yet. We're just voting to accept the amendments as presented.
I've added it to the chat. Motion to accept amendments to the minutes.
And for clarification, if I didn't fill it out correctly, what the actually motion was, President Gerko has put it in the chat for your view.
No, it isn't.
Now we do need to entertain a second. And it's seconded by ANS Grant Emeritus.
No, yes, earlier the correction.
Okay,
But
Dot's point of information, we actually need to cancel this part. It's the approval of the amendments
correct, that's what it says.
to the moment.
Yeah, I see the text in the chat now, so I'm just gonna grab it right off of that, where it just says motion to accept amendments to the minutes.
Do we have a second?
Just have a second from ANS. And we were seconded by ANS Grant Emeritus. Billy?
No, he's good.
Good over.
Questions?
No. Want to call the question?
Call for the question?
Question's been called by ANS Grant President. Elby. Mental.
So, sorry, this is Michael from Dots. Are we good to open that ballot up?
Yes, sir. Please do.
Okay. So we have the ballot motion to accept amendments to the minutes. So please look for that link. Just a reminder to click the next vote to refresh the page.
Can I ask you one, please?
And B Grand Sergeant at Arms title to the chair.
Chair recognizes A&B Grand Sergeant Arms Titel.
I'd like to fine you $1, sir, for not knowing the ANS Grand President.
Mr. Chair.
Camp 87, I second it.
I raised that to $100 to go to the scholarship fund.
And we asked for Yakutat strawberries to be included too.
Thanks, everyone. Just a 1-minute warning from Dots. Please reach out if you're having any trouble voting. Thank you.
I'll contribute 40. Oh, 25.
You got your dividend yesterday. Oh, yeah, you don't.
Dividends. Wait, you got a dividend yesterday, Shan?
It's gone.
Why don't you get? You
Me and
got
my
why-
13 kids.
All right, thanks very much, everyone. So we have no support, nobody reaching out, so I think we are good to close this one up. Mr. Sheriff, it's all right by you. If you can just confirm, we'll close that and then we'll show the results shortly.
Yes, go ahead, please. Go ahead and close.
You stand by for the results.
Back on you, please. The chair acknowledges that we've had 42 votes in favor of the motion to accept the amendments to the minutes. Now we are to move to accept the minutes for October 5th as amended. We chair entertain a motion to accept the minutes as
We
amended.
already have the main motion.
Yes, yeah, that's why.
Okay, it's amended. Okay, so Dots, could you please draft a ballot for the delegates to vote on to accept the meeting minutes from October 5th as amended?
Yeah, I'm just creating a ballot. The title will be motion to accept minutes as amended. Just be a few moments opening that up. Okay, that ballot is now open. So please, once again, click that next vote button on the voting platform. And you're looking for the link that says vote now, motion to accept the minutes as amended. From Dodds, we have 1 minute left to go in the vote. Please cast your vote if you haven't done so, and feel free to reach out to us if you're having any issues.
Mr. Chairman?
And I'm gonna do that, because we haven't, because we're butting up right.
Chair recognizes Sister Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Apologies, if my hand was raised, it was from the previous question. Or did somebody call on me?
The chair did. I identified your hand. I heard a motion for that portion, but we'll disregard. We have the vote just closed.
Yeah, and we'll go ahead and close that ballot and show the results momentarily.
Chair recognizes that the motion is approved. 39 in favor, 1 against. The minutes from October 5th, 111th Grand Camp Convention have been approved and accepted. The other kind of house cleaning order here, we are to address earlier this morning. We did some moving around for scheduling and trying to coordinate guest speakers. And we had a wonderful keynote speech done by Brother Albie, Camp 49, Amy Camp 49. And Sister Andrea Caesar, ANS Camp 70, made a motion and it was approved or by the delegates to put Brother Albie's speech in the minutes. Was seconded by Grand President Gurko by unanimous consent. We actually have to just kind of go through the process real quickly, if it's okay with the wishes of the delegates, to just go ahead and let the chair read this out and accept it and identify for the Grand Secretary to just go ahead and process that correctly, because now we have established quorum, we've established the agenda, and we are in order. So if at the will of the chair, motion by Sister Andrea Caesar, ANS Camp 70, to have Brother Albie's speech placed in the minutes, seconded by AMB Grand President Gurko by unanimous consent. Please note it in the minutes, AMB Grand Secretary. Chair recognizes Sister Paulette Moreno, ANS Executive.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For information purposes, the Sitka Camp 1 and 4, we need to move from the larger space that we're at to another space, and would like to thank Sitka Tribe of Alaska for allowing us to have this great space for our delegates. But we would also like to really briefly call for privilege of the floor to introduce our camp mothers who are here from Camp 1 and 4. Would that be all right, Mr. Chairman?
Chair accepts your point of personal privilege.
Thank you. So if we could have our camp mothers stand right here by President Pete. A and B Camp 1 mother, right here. Could you bring escort over here, please? Is Harriet Miyasato Balio. And ANS.
Sister Paulette, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Your camera's not on, so we cannot see your clan or your.
Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we would, come over here behind me. Okay, let me like to introduce. Excuse me. Thank you. Right here. We would like to introduce our ANS Camp 4 Mother Eloise Kanash from
Sitka.
From Sitka, she said originally from Mangoon. And we'd like to introduce our A and B Camp 1 mother, Harriet Miyasato Balio.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, camp mothers. Okay. Next order of business here, credential or resolution committee chair, Beverly Russell. Are there any other committees that still need to meet? You have the floor.
Yes. Hello. The Grand Camp Resolution Committee met this morning to review the last 3 resolutions. The A&B ANS banner song creation, and we're recommending that go to the Finance Committee. Resolution 2308, continue support for federal recognition of the Chinook Indian Nation. We recommend that it go to the state and federal. And the last resolution, 2309, encourage the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp foster and model a healthy environment for all, free of sexual harassment. We recommend that go to the Health and Education Committee. And we recommend do pass, but strike in the title, free of sexual harassment. The federal and state committee met. So do we want to have Sasha Sobolov cover the 4 resolutions.
Sure. And, Chair recognizes Brother Sasha Sobolov. Are you ready to present on behalf of your committee, resolution committee assignment?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the privilege. And thank you, Bev, for your expert advice on state and federal. We met late last night, and we also met early at the crack of dark this morning. And we got all of our tasks done, and I'll give you a brief summary. On resolution 3301, labeled the opposed the repeal of the state Alaska choice ranked voting, we recommend that it do pass with these 3 additions, that it be sent to the State Affairs House and Senate, and that this also be sent to the Judiciary Committee of the Alaska State Legislature, House and Senate. On the second resolution that we worked with was resolution 2302, and we recommended that it do pass with the following additions. That this resolution be sent to the Alaska Legislature on the Judiciary side for House and Senate. And we also recommend that the Labor and Commerce Committee receive it from the House and the Senate from the Legislature, and also the Tribal Affairs in the House. And we also want this particular resolution to go to the Trans-Boundary Commission from Tlingit and Haida, and also added Alaska into the Alaska Federation of Natives. And last but not least, the addition of Senator Muskowski, Senator Sullivan, and Representative Portola also receive a copy of this resolution, which is 2302. The third resolution was reviewed again by the State Affairs and Federal Committee, was resolution number 2303 with the following additions to it. That this resolution be sent to the Transportation in the Alaska State Legislature on the House and the Senate, and also in the House that the Tribal Affairs receive a copy of this. And we also would like to have the Joint Committee on the Budget, Legislative Budget and Audit Committee receive a copy of this because it does have some finances. And also to Senator Jessica Keel and Andrea Story and Sarah Hannon of the legislature. And last but not least, our congressional delegation of Senator Murkowski, Senator Sullivan, and Representative Portola. The next resolution we took under our belt was resolution 2304 with the following additions. That this resolution go to the Tribal Affairs Office in the House of the Alaska State Legislature. Also, the State Affairs Committee of the House and the Senate of the Alaska Legislature receive a copy, as well as the Judiciary Committee for the House and the Senate. And we also ask, with the addition of the 3 congressional representatives of Senator Murkowski, Senator Sullivan, and Representative Portola receive copy, and that we also forwarded to the Inland Boatman Employees Association receive a copy of this, and we recommend that it do pass.
Brother Sasha,
Yes,
are you talking about the landless communities resolution?
yes.
Okay, that won't go to the inland.
You get an A.
Boatmen's Union.
You get an A for correcting what was put out there, and it'll be noted in our record that your answer was duly noted and changed. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, that's our report.
Mr. Chairman, this is Andrea Caesar. The inland boatmen,
Sorry, it's okay. Give us a second here. We try to keep ourselves mute. Chair recognizes Andrew Caesar. Please proceed. 2 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, to Sasha. What resolution was supposed to go to the Inland Boatmen's Union? Could you please state that?
Yes, thank you. It's the resolution 2302, requesting the Alaska Legislature fund more personnel for the marine highway system. And I inadvertently, and you successfully caught it, Andrea, that the Inland Boatmen's State Employees Association was supposed to receive that, as opposed to what I had just reported that had to do with the land use. So good job.
I have one comment. That was resolution 2303. Requesting
Correct.
Alaska Legislature fund for personnel for Marine Highway.
Correct.
Okay, the chair requests that additions be sent to the grant secretaries in writing to make additions before they are distributed. This is just for clarification to make sure that we captured all your notes as well as directives where you want the resolutions to go. We are. Okay, the chair is entertaining a motion to accept the resolution receiving due pass recommendations.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
1 second. The chair recognizes ANS Grant President Daphne Elby.
My question is, some of the other committees may have also met regarding some of the resolutions. We should be hear from them also.
Okay.
Chair recognizes AMB Grant President Heather Gerko.
Thank you. Apologize for the miscommunication. I was just stating to the chair that if he so wished, he could ask, entertain a motion from the body to accept the state and federal resolution committee recommendations as a group. But I do hear ANS President Albee stating that we could probably do it all together at once if that is the wish of the body instead of just by committee sections.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was that what President Albee was stating, is we need to hear from everybody?
Thank you. So in response, our committees have met. If one resolution has been reviewed by 2 or 3 committees, we should hear what those recommendations are before we vote.
Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes AMB Grant President Gerko.
Thank you for clarification. We are having the the resolution committee's recommendation list from the main resolution committee printed for the chair, so we could see if some of these resolutions do go to multiple committees. And I do hear what you're saying. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing us to share. We'll have that printed in a moment.
Chair recognizes AMB Grant Secretary.
Yes,
Townsend.
Mr. Chair, Sister Paulette Marino is saying that she's the committee on committees chair.
So noted.
That's what she put in the chat, sir. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Sister Beverly Russell, ANS Camp 70. You have the floor.
Yes, I wanted to make a comment that there was only one resolution that 2 committees were recommended that they be reviewed. And it was the 2302 requesting international oversight of transboundary mining, suggested state and federal, also fisheries, wildlife, and subsistence. All the other resolutions, there was only one committee that the Grand Camp Resolution Committee recommended that it go to.
Thank you, Chair. We're going to review the list here briefly. With that said, are there other committees? I'll let you take the floor, Resolution Committee Chair, on allowing other committees that may have not reported yet. I do want to note that in the agenda for tomorrow morning at 7:30, there is time allotted for additional resolution committee meetings as needed. But I'll turn the floor back over to you, Resolution Committee Chair. If there's any other committees that to report status, we are just reviewing the resolutions now.
I have one question for you. You had stated earlier, or did you state earlier that you wanted the resolutions with the recommended changes by the federal and state to be updated and presented to the delegates?
It was just for the record for distributing
To go to official.
to officials, to directive where the resolutions go, what committee
Oh,
officials.
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Apologize for the any confusion there.
So I believe the Health and Education Committee met.
You can say it. Delegates, thank you for your patience. There's going to be a motion put into chat to clarify to keep this straight in order. There's going to be a motion to accept the resolutions by the state and federal committee. It does not require a second. There's a motion to accept. We're voting on it. Okay. And Dots will prepare a ballot based upon the motion that's in the chat being presented by A&B Grant President Heather Gerko. And then Resolution Committee Chair, we'll move on to the next committee, which is A&S Grant Emeritus, which we committee after. This is a point of information.
Health and education.
Okay, so Resolution Chair will, Committee Chair, we will go on to Health and Education Committee after this vote. While we're waiting, Chair recognizes Paulette Marino, A&S Executive. Is your question pertaining to discussion topic?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I am the Fisheries, Wildlife and Subsistence Committee Chair, so I just wanted to let you know that I'm standing by respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You are welcome. Also, the Resolution Committee Chair will designate the next group in order. Chair recognizes Sister Beverly Russell, A&S Camp 70.
Yes, I misspoke. There is another resolution that involves two committees. Resolution 2305, Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood to work with local camps to improve literacy. That goes to the Finance and the Health and Education committees. So there are two resolutions that involve two committees. Thank you.
Okay. Chair recognizes A&B Grant President Heather Gerko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please ignore my typos that may be in the chat. The motion I'm making is to accept the recommendations from the state and federal committee and as due pass with amendments, not to include the resolution that was sent to 2 committees. That is my motion, sir.
It does not require a second. Docs, can you please present the ballot for the delegates to vote?
Yeah, give us a few moments here. Okay, we have that ballot open. So again, click that next vote button. And you're looking for the link that says vote now motion to accept the recommendations from the state and federal committee as do not pass with amendments, not to include the resolution that was sent to 2 committees.
Okay.
Permission on the floor while we're voting.
Chair recognizes that. Can you please identify yourself and your camp?
Charlene Wolf, Grand Camp Vice President 2 from Camp 19. I would like permission of the floor to recognize our camp mother.
Chair accepts your recognition of your camp mothers. Please make sure your camera's on so we can acknowledge them as well.
Oh, I thought I did. Oh, our camp mother is sitting right there with you. Grand Camp Military.
Sister Charlene.
Yes.
Chair still needs $25 for his fine. I'm teasing you. Thank you, Charlene, Sister Charlene.
Yeah, I could put $20 toward your $100. Geez.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, in point of clarification, he's already received multiple donations towards $100. He only has $20 to make up at this time, and I think everybody should allow him the opportunity to serve our scholarship committee with his own $25. 75 has been made up for him. Thank you.
He is close. Look, you guys.
And we have no support, so we're going to close that up and report the results shortly.
Chair recognizes the motion has passed to accept the state and federal motions as directed. Chair would like to recognize and appreciate the hard work of the chairman of the state and federal committee. Thank you, good sir, for your kind words and work. Chair would like to recognize ANS Grant Emeritus Millie Schoonover, the committee chair for the Health and Education Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, brothers and sisters. You know, I've been coming to these conventions for a long, long time. I remember the day when we had over 200 resolutions. Every single committee was busy, busy, busy. Yesterday, the Health and Education Committee met, and I would like to thank those ladies that sat on this committee. We met on resolution 2305, the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood to work with local camps to improve literacy. Our committee recommended do pass. This also went to finance, so I will be talking to finance, but let the record show that Health and Education did a do pass. This morning, it was noted that resolution 2309, our committee will meet on 2309, so I'll report back to you on 2309. That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ANS Grant Emeritus Millie Schoonover, for your report from Health and Education Committee resolutions. Resolution Committee Chair, are there any other committees that need to report? ANS or Emeritus, Millie, is there any resolutions that we need to move to pass?
Just resolution 2305.
Okay. Can, we make a
That
motion?
also went to finance.
Oh, so, okay, so
But
wait.
finance will do their own report.
Okay, okay. So for clarification, there's resolutions that are meeting in multiple committees. So at this time, there's no voting on the Education and Health Committee, Health and Education Committee, until the resolution that meets the other committees.
And we
Resolution,
have one more resolution to meet on.
and there's an additional resolution to meet on. Health and Education Committee Chair, there is some time allotted either over lunch or tomorrow morning for a committee, resolution committee has opportunities to meet as well. If you need time within the agenda
Okay.
schedule, not agenda, but schedule.
During lunch, we have ANS meetings, so.
Okay. Okay. Resolution Committee Chair, are there any other committees that need to meet and report?
Mr. Chairman?
Chair recognizes Sister Paulette Marino, ANS Executive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the Fisheries, Wildlife and Subsistence Committee met and we discussed resolution number 2302 titled Requesting International Oversight of Transboundary Mining. And I would like to thank our people on our committee, Ginger McCormick, Paul Young, Robert Caesar, Chad Titel, Vivian Holt, and Charlene Wolf. The committee's recommendation is do pass. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Paulette Marino, ANS Executive and Committee Chair.
Yes, so we can now vote on 2302, requesting international oversight of transboundary mining. State and federal met, recommend do pass with the suggested changes, and the Fisheries, Wildlife and Subsistence just reported meeting and recommend do pass.
Okay, it does not require a second. Dots, can you please put the motion to a ballot to vote? And remember, committee chairs, to make sure that you do send the text of your motion through the chat so Dots can pick it up, as well as the AMB Grant Camp secretaries. Thank you.
Yeah, and so we have the title of that motion already. So I've created a ballot with the title 23-02, INT Oversight Transboundary Mining.
Thank you, Dots.
I'm going to go ahead and open that up. So that ballot is available now to vote on. Please click that next vote button and look for the link that says vote now 2302 into oversight transboundary mining. Thank you. Oh, apologies. We just noticed there was a slight delay in the ballot opening. It is now open. So please refresh your page again. Look for that link that says vote now 23-02. All right, thanks everybody. 45 seconds to get your vote in, please. Once again, if you're having any issues, please reach out to DOTS. Thank you. And we have no support, so we are good to close that ballot on your say, Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry, apologies. I just got a text requesting another minute or two. So we're just gonna I'll reach out for support for them, and we'll just hold that open for a little bit longer.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Chair recognizes ANS Executive Paulette Marino. You have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you, Paulette Marina, ANS Executive. I'd really like to thank all of our committee chairs and participants, but especially our Resolutions Committee Chair, Beverly Russell, who has done such a fine job working on these resolutions as a team. So thank you so much, Sister Beverly. You've done an amazing job. And Chair, you're doing a pretty good job too. You're doing great chairing this as all the chairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paulette Marino, ANS Executive. I believe the voting has closed.
Still trying to get help to one other person. We're trying to reach out to them in the chat. We'll give them another few seconds and just see if they're able to get their vote in.
Okay. Any other announcements to make? Okay.
I think we're going to need to go ahead and close that ballot up. Yeah, we're trying to help here, but it's taking a little while here. So I'm just going to wait for one more message. If we don't hear back in the next 15 or 20 seconds, we're going to need to close this ballot up and keep it moving. All right, we did just get word that there is an elder trying to cast their vote, and they've moved to a different device. So we're just going to give them a little bit longer and just try as hard as we can to get her vote cast as well. Sorry for the delay, and thanks for your patience, everyone. I think we need to close this up. We're not hearing back at this point, so we're just, oh, We just got a message saying that they're in, so let's give them another 15 seconds. Let's see if we can get their vote in here. One moment. Sorry about this, folks. Okay. I think we're gonna have to close this vote up. We'll reach out to this camp and see if we can get the issues that they're having resolved before the next vote. But yeah, in the interest of time, we're gonna have to close this up. So please stand by for the result.
The chair acknowledges the vote, 47 in favor. Resolutions to pass resolution 2302 has passed. Resolution committee chair, are we finished with the resolutions committee reports to be assigned?
Yes. Would you like me to summarize the ones that need to meet for for which resolutions?
Yes, please do. And if you can put it in message in the chat for other people to see their committees, they can follow up on as well. Thank you. Go ahead, please proceed.
Okay, 2301, 2302, 2303, and 2304 have all been presented and voted on, and they have passed. 2305, the Finance Committee needs to meet. 2306, also the Finance Committee. 2307, the Finance Committee. 2308, the State and Federal needs to meet. 2309, Health and Education needs to meet.
All right, thank you so much.
And I'll put all this in the chat also.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sister Beverly Russell, ANS Cramp 70 for your work. Great leadership on that. Okay.
She just needs that.
Okay, Chair's gonna acknowledge for the benefit of the delegates online, we're making a little bit of moves to stay ourselves close on time. And your agenda, the strategic blueprint workshop part number 2, that is gonna be moved after lunch, right before the Grand President's Awards. We're now gonna go ahead and transition into ANS First Vice President Heather Powell's introducing the proposed constitutional change. Please note, we are not fully discussing them now. That's gonna be at a later date tomorrow. Today is simply just introducing the proposed change to Constitution. Okay, ANS First Vice President Heather Powell, are you prepared to assume the chair?
Goodness, cheese, hon. So I'm looking at now, it's 11:53. And can I get a time check for when we're planning on having lunch? Is that at 12 o'clock?
Sure. Dots, can you please display for the delegates online the proposed constitutional changes, in addition, a timer clock for 12 p.m. noon, Alaska Standard Time?
Yeah, so we'll put a 6-minute timer up, and I believe Alejandro is just looking for that file now to get up. Please stand by. It will just be a moment.
Chief.
Goodness, cheese. I'll go ahead and wait for Dots to post the proposed changes. so that we can have them in front of us to be able to read through together.
Sorry, can we just confirm the name of that file? We're just trying to locate it amongst the emails here.
It should have been sent from Milani as proposed changes. Proposed changes to the constitutional change. I think it might have been listed as recommendations.
Sorry, we're just gonna have that resent over. I don't believe that we have that document, so stand by on that, and we'll update as soon as we can.
We could have Madam Grand Secretary send that information to DOTS.
Yeah, we're just reaching out, trying to get that file from them as well. So if that's able to be sent over to us, that'd be great. Thank you.
VP Heather Powell smile.
Did you like that was my very stoic Tlingit look.
Yes. 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 The perks of the chair. Other news?
It's always
Committee Chair Rhonda Butler. My tab is now at $75 in donations for my scholarship penalty, thanks to A&B Grand Sergeant at Arms title.
I'm gonna give you $1. I'm gonna get it 100.
Mr. Chair, this is Grand Sergeant Taitel. You have just now been fined again, mispronouncing my name, $2 fine.
Okay, we've just received the document. Alejandra's just working on getting that up. Thanks for your patience. Mr. Chair, seeing that it's about 2 minutes to 12 your time, is there a certain amount of time you'd like us to put on the clock?
This is First Vice Heather Powell. I was wondering if you can stick an additional 5 minutes on the clock. So we'll go ahead and introduce the proposed changes. And if you want to go ahead and start that clock as soon as the proposed changes are posted.
Yeah, we'll get a 5 minute timer up shortly.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's completely loaded on the screen here. Oh, there we go. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and read this right here. I'd like to read this aloud for those of you that are online, just so that you can have an opportunity to see. It says, constitutional change recommendations. Dear local A&B and A&S local camps, in accordance with our constitutional bylaws of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood adopted on October 6th, 2011, A&B Grand President Heather Gurko and ANS Grand President Daphne Albee, A&B First Vice President Paul Johnson, and A&B Grand Secretary Tamsin would like to put forward the following recommendations as changed to our Grand Camp Constitution to be considered in our virtual Grand Camp Convention to convene today, October 6th through the 7th, 2023. The intent and the purpose of this amendment to the Constitution of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood is to reduce the overall financial burdens upon local camps to either host and or travel to annual conventions, reduce overall travel expenses of Grand Camp Executive Committee travel and associated expenses, and finally, to allow our local camp hosts and Grand Camps to effectively plan for future in-person annual conventions. And in an effort to maximize and utilize the Sea Alaska Endowment funds received and to reduce the financial burdens of travel and local camp financial burden of travel and local camp obligations, as well as comply with current bylaws of the state of Alaska, and to provide opportunities for leadership growth, to strengthen advocacy ability, and to align with partner organizations whose boards our Grand Officers serve on. We are putting forward the considerations for the following Grand Camp constitutional changes. Want to close the door when you leave? Close the door when you leave? Constitutional changes recommended. The first constitutional change is in Article 5, Grand Camp, Section 1, Grand Camp established. The A&B and ANS shall meet annually in convention at a time during the week in the first Sunday in October, or at any such time or place as may be determined by the previous convention. The convention shall be known as Grand Camp. The recommended changes are below. Section 1, Grand Camp established. So the convention shall be known at Grand Camp. During odd numbered years, the annual convention shall be held in a virtual format, and during even years, the annual convention shall be held in an in-person format. In emergency situations, or if there is no host camp available, the Grand Camp Convention will default to a virtual format, and the Grand Camp will take the role of virtual host camp. Very similar to this year's. Dots, if you can scroll down, thank you. Constitutional change 2. Section 2, ballot elections, term of office. The officers shall be elected by ballot to serve for 1 year or until their successors are elected. In their terms of office, they shall begin at the close of Grand Camp at which they are elected. The recommended changes are below in bold. To include, elections will be held on even numbered years. Thank you for the consideration. We look forward to discussing the recommended changes to the Grand Camp Constitution. And please direct any questions to A&B ANS secretaries. Now, this was the correspondence that was sent out in Brotherhood and Sisterhood from A&B Grand President Heather Gurko, ANS Grand President Daphne Albee, A&B First Vice President Paul Johnson, and A&B Grand Secretary Tamsin. So we wanted to go ahead and introduce those changes and those proposed changes to the Constitution.
Madam Chair, one point of clarification. Is Heather Gurko?
Yes, Chair recognizes.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Just to note, we did not highlight in the verbal reading of the recommended change that the terms would be changed to 2 years. Thank you. I just wanted to make that very clear to the body. There was a section in the beginning of the article and the section that stated 2-year terms. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So at this point, we wanted to make sure that the resolution for constitutional changes were brought to you so that you can have an opportunity to think about those things, have an opportunity to think for any possible discussion later on, and making sure that as you're moving into your lunch break that you have all of these things, because those are really well thought out changes. And it seems to be that there may be some discussion or maybe not. Maybe folks are well aware of the pros and the cons of that. But I just wanted to be sure and allow everybody ample time to think about those changes. So Ganesh, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, we will go to our lunch break. We will return at 1:30 p.m. Alaska time. So we are now at lunch. Thank you so very much.
Madam Chair, is ANS going, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, please, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2.
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. Is ANS going to be meeting in our breakout room during our lunch?
Yes.
Immediately.
Yes.
Yes,
And
you will
if
be
that
having
can be,
immediately at the break. Thank you.
I think there's some new attendees, so if maybe I could ask somebody to explain that briefly to remind our ANS sisters that there's the breakout room. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the ANS members will be meeting in the breakout room. It is titled ANS Camp. And we will have our meeting today. We also have another meeting tomorrow during the lunch hour. We hope that it won't take more than 1 hour, so we have an extra half an hour for the break. We'll see you there.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good lunch. And Dots, could you please put a timer that will expire, or just put up lunch break in case anybody joins, they'll know that we're at lunch break until 1:30. Thank you.
Absolutely. And we're just working on creating those breakout rooms. They'll be up in about a minute.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We're so grateful. Hopefully you're able to take time to rest and nourish yourselves. I know the ANS had their great meeting and we wanted to give everybody time to eat before we come back. So at this time this afternoon on our agenda, we will continue forward. We're close to being on time, so I want to commend each one of you on that. Right now, we're going to have our Grand President's Awards. And then we will move into some speeches, some updates. Thank you. Some updates from our A&B Grand President Emeritus and guest with regard to the Alaska Natives Without Land. And then, excuse me, veterans. First, we're gonna go to veterans. Veterans access to land allotment in Southeast Alaska. And then we'll go to our ANS executive, Cecilia Tabliero, for an update of the Alaska Natives Without Land. We'll have a rural cap report, and then we will also have the U.S. Forest Service provide a recorded message, but we will have the U.S. Forest Service tribal liaison present in case there are any questions. We do have the strategic blueprinting conversation to continue. We do have some local camp reports to still hear and celebrate, and we will be working those into the agenda throughout the day. That will lead us then back on track into our nominations for grand officers, post camp, and then moving it forward into more meetings for resolution committees and the finance and audit committees as needed. Then we'll go into the candidate speeches, a dinner break, and virtual memorial. The challenge that we face right now, though, with our time is we want to make sure all of your voices are heard with the memorial. So we may switch things up if we have time at the end of the day and have the memorial before we close so that we can have maximum participation. But it really does depend on how much time we have when we get to that part of our agenda. So at this time, I'd like to ask Grand President Albee of the ANS to come up as we present our President's Award. Grand President Albee and I have spoken through the years with so many, through the past couple of years with so many of you. And this last year, we had 4 people who we want to recognize jointly for their service, their dedication, and their passion in uplifting our people and our mission. So I'll present 2, and ANS Grand President Albee will also present 2, and I will yield to her to actually present first. Wouldn't you just ladies? No.
Thank you, President Gurko. So the first person we would like to recognize for the Grand President's Award is Brother Jan Trigg from A&B Camp 70. We recognize Brother Trigg for all the work that she's done on the updating the officers' files, keeping the historical record of all the meetings that we've had, all the conventions that we've had, updating all the officers, the local camps, the thank you. The themes. It takes a lot of work. We have it for each year. We have it listed as convention sites. All the officers who served at that time, as well as all the Grand President Emeritus. It is a wonderful record. It is something that we both have referred to over the last couple of years. It is a treasure, and we thank Sister Jan, our Brother Jan Trick, for all the work that she's done in this one. We do have a Grand President's Award. This will certificate. This will be provided to Brother Trick after this convention. I know that I'm far away from the camera and you can't see that very well, but it is something that we will be sharing with Brother Trick. Thank you. Okay. We will read the, President Gurko will read what the certificate says when we are finished. The second presentation I would like to make is for the Grand President's Award, is to our very own Sister Beverly Russell. Sister Beverly has worked diligently on all the documents for the ANS. She is turning into a historian in her own right. Anything that I have, any information that I have needed to ask, I've certainly gone straight to Sister Beverly and she's provided all the information. She's sat wonderfully along with us as the finance chair and working diligently, updating all the past records and all our past documents. Sister Beverly, we thank you so much for your service, your dedication, your patience, and just let you know that we appreciate you and all the work that you provide on behalf of the Alaska Native Sisterhood and the Alaska Native Brotherhood. I'm going to choose Sister Beverly.
Thank you. I do want to also thank both Sister Beverly and Brother Jan for their service. And I want to make a special mention to Sister Beverly. You have really supported the AMB all of these years, but especially this last year. And I want to thank you for going above and beyond and helping us establish and understand something that kind of fell through, and you stepped up without question and you served, and we appreciate that. That is the true spirit of brotherhood and sisterhood. So at this time, we also want to recognize Sister Janet Sobolov-Burke. Sister Janet has become our AMB and ANS historian, caring for our caring for all of the items that we have received from amazing people and gifting us and making sure that they're cared for and inventoried so that our Grand Sergeant at Arms can do what they do best. She continues to want to care and curate and lift up not only us in present day, but caring for our ancestors from the past. So we really want to thank Janet Sobolov-Burke as our, I don't know if we ever officially gave her the title of historian, but as being our AMB ANS Grand Camp historian, maybe someday to be officially called that. So thank you, Janet. I know you may not be online right now, but we'll make sure you get your certificate. We also want to recognize this year especially, we saw the spirit of revitalization in Glen Allen. You heard Michelle Anderson's words. We hope to have Edward Draybear here tomorrow, who is the AMB president from their local camp. But really the spirit of connectedness, the spirit of brotherhood and sisterhood really came through when this younger generation person stepped forward to lead them in Glen Allen as we continue forward. So we want to recognize Edward Graybear and the president for his dedication and hard work. And we charge each of you with supporting Glen Allen as they revitalize. They're going to need help in writing resolutions and understanding how they can advocate through being an ANS and an AMB camp. And each of you has that unique skill set to be able to support. So we hope that each of you will step forward and support them in these coming years. So their certificate we held up, it's really hard to see, I apologize. So it says the 2023 AMB ANS Grand Camp Grand Presidents Award. And it states who the certificate goes to. And each of them state your dedication and service exemplify the mission of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp. Our mission is to better the lives of Native people and their families, to continue to fight for civil rights and land rights of all Native people, to share the cultural knowledge, wisdom, and artistic beauty of Native tribal societies, and to strive for a spirit of brotherhood and sisterhood among all people. So Banal Chief, to each of our award recipients, we look forward to learning from you and growing alongside you into the future. Thank you. So can we all give them all a round of applause? I'm just doing a time check here. And we do have a few speakers on the agenda. I think that to honor their time, we should move into that. I know I said we we're going to do the blueprinting, but I don't want that to be a rushed conversation, and we want to honor the time of our special guests. Just give me a moment here. Do we have our AMB Grand President Emeritus, Richard Jackson, online?
Yes, we do.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. If you could please turn on your camera, and also could you please introduce your guests that you have with you? We look forward to hearing the update with regard to the Veterans Access to Land Allotment in Southeast Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you, Grand President Burko, President Emeritus Millie Schoonover, Executive A&S officers, Executive A and B officers, Grand Camp A and B officers, Grand Camp A&S officers, delegates. My report is threefold. I'm introducing two others that have been involved in this. I'm going to be real brief. We can move into their discussion. The applications have been open from 2020 and it will close December 29th, 2025. The number of applications that were received to date is 327. Applicants that are in process is 313. Applications requiring more information is 102. Applications in draft survey 30. Applications survey 29. Applications certified, that this is an important one, that have completed it is 14. The BLM needs 150 eligible addresses for eligible veterans. And they're still processing a number of, I think 260 to check on their military status. That goes through the Veterans Administration. It's 160 acres that is available to each veteran, and they had to have served August 5th, 1964 to December 31st, 1971. You don't have to be what you call a Vietnam theater veteran. You just have to be a veteran who served in that period. And you have the eligibility to prove it, which is DD 214. So I'd like to commend the Haida land specialist, Daryl Brown is actually a cousin of mine. He's a bear. His auntie is a bear from Ketchikan, Tom DeQuan. Anyway, he came down with the outreach for the BLM and the BIA, and we met with them. I think it was in late June. Quite a nice process, and I was able to go to the then American Legion in Ketchikan before it burned down, and was arson, by the way. And they did quite a review for me. To go and a step further for the veterans who haven't done this, you need to go to the BLM, Bureau of Land Management. There's a site for Alaska Native Arab Veterans Native Allotment Program. Put that in your Google and you'll find it. So now I'll go over to my brother Wooly, who was in the Army when I was in 101st Airborne. So my executive member, Willard Jackson, can speak now.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah, my name is Willard Jackson, Senior. I'm a A&B Grand Camp Executive Officer. I certainly forgot the protocol. It's been so long since I've been to a Grand Camp. I've been working with my brother Richard and others in regards to the Vietnam Air Land Allotment. Candy Grimes is the gal that came down from BLM with a group of other people. The BLM is willing to work with the veteran in regards to selecting their land. There is absolutely no land down in this area, except for my brother got some out of Haines. He's one of the very fortunate ones to get that. As he said, it's open till 2025. I myself am looking at land up north for now to give to my children. I will seek my land out to 160 acres and then get a hold of Paul Mayo, and he'll help me process that paperwork and entitlement over to my kids tax-free, as Richard and I and other veterans will receive it. But if it goes through the court system, it will cost those kids the money of that court procedure and a long process. But if we deed it out to our kids as with the BIA with Paul Mayo, it'll go right through the kids, tax exempt, and they'll receive the land. And they'll receive that land while I'm alive. And that's what I wanted. I want to thank ANS in the past for helping the Vietnam Air Land Allotment Group, talking to the delegates throughout the years. You've been a big support for us. Looking forward to seeing my brother and working on my land itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Willard. Now I'll move on to Daryl Brown, who's a Veterans Land Specialist for the Clickitt Ohio Central Council. Daryl.
Good afternoon, everyone. Richard, thank you for the invitation today. I appreciate it. My name is Angun Jiish, a name that I carry that was given to me by Frank Jack Sr. of Angoon, a World War II veteran. And I've been blessed to meet family members in the Ketchikan area where my mother was from. Some of you may know my aunt and uncle, Albert Feller and Flo Feller. My mother's Emma Brown and my father's Hubert George Brown, Sr., known here locally as Longshore Brownie. I too, like Richard and Willie, I'm a Vietnam vet, and so it's been very rewarding in taking on this task to, connect with veterans. Of the almost 2,000 Vietnam era veterans in Alaska, 25%, over 500, are from Southeast Alaska. Sadly, about 208, when I first started in January 2021, we had 208 who are deceased. And as we all know, as time passes, we continue to lose people. And so, that number goes up. But in my outreach, I'm looking to connect with not only the veterans, but also their family and their personal representatives so that we can proceed with the paperwork. And so we're doing outreach, myself, Paul Mayo, whose name you heard with BIA, and also the BLM. And so we're working at locating the veterans whose addresses are out of date. Share a little quick story with you. When I looked up my own name as far as my address when I started this, the information on file was in San Francisco in 1973, so it was a little dated. But thankfully, I had been involved with the program or some of the meetings. And as we reach out to the veterans, and Richard shared some information earlier, but I would like to share a little bit more with you. We essentially have about 16, 17 communities from Angoon, Craig, Haines, Hoona, Heidelberg, Juneau, Kake, Klawock, Ketchikan, Metlakatla, Petersburg, Sitka, Skagway, Wrangell, Yakutat. And in those communities, we identified 262. However, that's not necessarily a final number because, sometimes names will be brought up that maybe were not on the list. And that's one of the things, as I'm out reaching out, I'll talk with veterans and I'll ask them if they know other veterans in case there's somebody that may have been overlooked. And because we don't want to do that, being a Vietnam vet, I want to make sure that all the men and women who took that step forward, take part in this program. And I understand, that there's concern because, there's not any land here in Southeast. There's some up around the Haines, Skagway area and the Yakutat, but for the most part, it's up in the interior. But one of the things that we have to keep in mind, even though we may be a little flustered that we don't have land in Southeast, is there is the land. And as Willie and Richard mentioned, we're looking at, our heirs who may be the ones that, benefit for utilizing this land and looking at the different options of the people who have selected. The most recent information I have on this was in July. It's not been updated as far as breaking it down, but veterans from the Southeast area, about 48 have submitted their selection to the VA, and 24 are from Southeast, and then 12 are from the Anchorage area, and 12 are from the lower 48. And so, this is an ongoing process. It takes time. I know that we'd like to have it done yesterday, but there is a process that it has to go through. And also keep in mind, like the survey time frame that is done, it's short. I believe it goes from maybe late April to maybe late October. And as we all know, weather starts setting in, and it really cuts down, it slows down as far as the process. Having said that, this is the time between now and January 29th, 2025. This gives us time to look at what's available, and the information is available as most things are done these days. It's online, and that can be a challenge. And one of the things I've shared with other veterans that have tried to navigate, and had a tough time navigating the website. And this is where the grandchildren, their children, their nieces and nephews, who can help, look to see what lands are available. And there's also a learning process, because one of the things I've encountered numerous times is that there are a fair number of veterans who have not come back to Alaska. They've been gone for 50 years, and some of their families haven't. So this is a time where I encourage them to use this as a teaching moment, a learning moment, to share what Alaska is about. Like a lot of people from Southeast, if we go on vacation, where do we go? We go south. We may not be that versed as far as what is available in the interior, and so it does take some research, and the biggest part is patience in navigating it. One of the things that Candy Grimes, who is with the leader of the BLM team, she and her team work hard to guide the veterans and help navigate that. We've been working at coordinating to do visits. In June, we were going to go Hoonah and Haines, and believe it or not, in June we got fogged out of Haines and Hoonah. However, we were able to make it into Ketchikan, so I got a chance to see both Richard and Willard, and met some other veterans. And it's like I said earlier, it's been rewarding. Share a brief story with you. I was looking for a veteran from the Petersburg area, and I wasn't having any luck. So I happened to meet a young lady at a funeral service who was from Petersburg. And so I asked her by chance if she knew this veteran who I was looking for. She didn't, but she called somebody who called somebody who called somebody. And I received a phone call from the veteran I was trying to track down. And so we were talking. Turned out he'd moved to Texas. So as we were talking, we realized that we'd been classmates over 59 years ago. And so that's interesting. And also, as I talk with veterans, finding out who knows who from different parts of Alaska. And so it's been rewarding as far as, connecting with the veterans and sharing our experience, and just, making those connections. And I encourage you, and I ask you to share this information to veterans. Ask them if they're a Vietnam era veteran. As Richard mentioned earlier, it's the Vietnam era. It doesn't mean you had to be in country. It's that you served. And all the men and women, should take advantage of this. Sometimes we think that to be a veteran, you had to go to war. It's not that. It's that you served your country. You took that oath. You took that step forward, and that's for men and women. And to the brothers and sisters that serve, thank you for your service, and welcome home. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Daryl, for the information. And once again, the period is open until December 29th, 2025. And Daryl has a new address, DJ Brown at. Daryl, what's your address now? I forgot the last part.
I'll type it into the Richard. I'll type it into the chat room. Will that be if I can.
Okay. So thank you for the time. And if you have any questions, now's an opportunity because Daryl has direct contact with the BLM. And so that was our point today, was maybe we'll reach some veterans who will have a question. So now is your opportunity, or a family member. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Grand President, A&B.
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much to our A&B Grand President Emeritus. And thank you so much to our Executive Committee member of the A&B, Willard Jackson. And thank you so much for you coming and representing today. And one second here. What? Oh, thank you. We do have one question. And thank you to Daryl so much for coming today. I apologize. I couldn't pronounce it. I apologize. I didn't know your name by now. I apologize to you. Thank you. We do have a question from A&B Executive Paulette Marino. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To our veterans, thank you so much for your service for our traditional homeland in the United States. Thank you. We appreciate that very much. So the group that's presented to you are executive men and many others who fought so hard, not only abroad, but here. It's good to see that the land selection is beginning to happen. It's good to see that you're picking out different areas and going through that process. My question is this, recently, as of last month, additional lands opened up for the veterans who had not yet selected. And those lands were actually in Bristol Bay, places outside of Anchorage like Eklutna and other villages up north. That was unexpected, and that was a first. I was wondering if our Veterans Committee, it's good to see you again, to the Jackson men. So are the Veterans Committee, will there be, or is there any dialogue to potentially having land opening up for our veterans in the Tongass? Thank you so much. And once again, thank you for your service.
Maybe I can briefly answer that. I think that was addressed by Senator Sullivan. He's working on trying to get some congressional work done on this. Our deadline is still, the clock is still ticking. They still have to apply. In the meantime, it's uncertain what, if any changes happen, will happen. So we have to make sure we outreach these veterans now, and those that haven't applied, and those who don't have their service status verified, how we can work on that. So if Daryl has anything else to add to this comment, he's free to do that. Daryl?
Thank you, Richard. One of the things I'd also like to encourage people to do is to visit the BLM website. They do update information there. It's very handy. Also, one of the things I did not mention earlier, there is a tutorial. There's 2 tutorials that are very helpful in regards to looking at the land that's available. And then when they do any updates, as far as, it was mentioned that land was in the Bristol Bay area was open. So that's a good source. And it also discussed the paperwork. And like I said earlier, sometimes we have problems or challenges doing things online, especially some of the older veterans. We can be challenged doing that, and that's also where connecting with some of the navigators from Clinton Haida that have in the various communities. So touching base, and then also you've got my contact information, and so please feel free to share it. And if I don't have the answer, I'll do my best to try to help find an answer. Thank you.
My end comment is, as Daryl has said, that we're losing our veterans. One of our leaders in Ketchikan from Tongass, Joe Reeves, he passed on this year from Agent Orange. And my brother has it. So this war never ended. He's always been with us, all of us. So before I end, I'd like my brother to say a few words. Willie?
Thank you, Richard. I'm dealing with Agent Orange once again, as my brother stated. First of all, Daryl, thank you for all you do for us. I really appreciate that. Paulette, thank you for the past and helping us reach our delegation in Washington, D.C. Once again, if it wasn't for the Sisterhood, we wouldn't have touched bases with Sullivan or any other delegate that's in Washington. I look forward to selecting my land up north and turning it over to my children. To my brothers that are sitting out there and sisters that are sitting out there, it's not only about the land. I work at the VA and helping men and women with their claims. Those claims are important. I'm at 80% connected disability, 10% organ missing. I had my prostate removed in 2008 due to Agent Orange. I'm 70% PTSD. This helps me get to a private doctor. I'm not taking anything away from a KIC clinic or any other clinic. Sometimes we need professionals in that field to care for us. So those doors are open. You just got to process through it. Thank you very much, A&B ANS Grand Camp.
Thank you. That concludes our report, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you so much again, Colonel Sheesh, and thank you again to Daryl Brown. Daryl Brown, I encourage you, if you're not a member of a local camp, please do. We need your advocacy as part of what we do on a regular basis, Colonel Sheesh. So at this time, I'll have our ANS Grand President come and introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, President Grieco. Our next speaker is Cecilia Tavalero. Cecilia will be giving us a report on the Alaska Natives Without Land report, the landless. This is an important issue. It's been gaining momentum. Thank you, Sister Cecilia.
It's mute.
Am I on? Unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. Put my hat on. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for this opportunity to give a brief report. What's going on with the landless issue. Southeast Alaska Landless Corporation and Alaska Natives Without Land continue to move forward with getting a bill passed on both chambers of the House, of course, the Senate and the House. In June of this year, the Senate introduced a bill S 1889, and in the House Bill 4748 was introduced. They both have co-sponsors on the Senate side. Of course, the one leading the charge is Senator Murkowski, and Senator Sullivan co-signed again. On the House side, we greatly appreciate Democrat Mary Peltola, who introduced 4748, HB 4748. And she found a co-sponsor from across the aisle, Republican Pete Stauber of Minnesota. And he's very excited to work with Alaska. However, we all know when someone is helping you with something, they expect something in return. So that's going to be interesting down the road. Apparently, they want to see some kind of mining going on in Minnesota. In mid-July, a number of our team members, including myself, representing Petersburg as a landless representative, and Harriet Burlett from Haines. Richard Reinhardt is a Sea Alaska board member. He also was representing Wrangell. And Nicole Hollingstead is the Sea Alaska board member representing Petersburg. So we went over there and met with a number of key people who will be making the decision when the vote comes down. We need to go through another hearing, and usually we get through that. Our main opponents were the conservation community, and we developed a relationship with the main one. They are on the ground in Southeast Alaska. Most of you know them, Southeast Alaska Conservation Council. We forged a relationship during COVID, and they've lightened up their opposition to us. And a lot of the other conservation environmental communities around the country are following their lead because SEAC knows from the ground in Southeast. So we met with Senator Grijalva, who is the ranking member of the Natural Resources Committee. He was a key person. He's representing Arizona. And we were able to talk to him personally. A lot of the people in DC do not understand when they hear Native corporations, they automatically just think any old corporation in America. And some of you may have heard this before because I spoke at Plinkett and Haida. But we were able to explain to them in more detail that a Native corporation is something very different. Our shareholders can't sell their shares, their land. And we're very proud. We're coming from Indigenous caring about our lands. Also, we met with one of our great opposition, Senator Maria Cantwell. We do have some folks who are delegates who have a relationship, working relationship with her. We met with her chief of staff, Amit, who listened very intently. Everything seemed to be way more positive than it has been in the past. We were greatly encouraged with how things went on this last visit. Of course, we do need to go back again. We appreciate our lobbyists in DC. Oh, Jaylene Kukesh came along with, and she is a great help. We appreciate her very much. So one thing that we can say, have everyone do, is now that we have new bills in Congress, we need people speaking out on behalf and showing support. Withoutland.org is our website. Once you click on withoutland.org, you will be met with the statement, one land, one voice, one people. On there, you'll see a copy of both of the bills, each community's land selections, and you will be able to sign the petition. Even though you signed it in the past, it's a new game. It's a new Congress, new bills. So, and anybody, anywhere in the United States can go onto this website and show support, not just our Southeast people who probably have relatives that are a member of one of the landless communities. As you may know, it's Ketchikan, Wrangell, Petersburg, Haines, and Teneke. And we would greatly appreciate everybody coming and standing with Raven brothers, Eagle brothers and sisters. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak to our A&B and ANS delegation. It was A&B and ANS that started this way back in the 20s, and it's not finished yet. We appreciate Senator Murkowski taking the lead on this because her words are, this was a settlement and it's not finished until these 5 communities get involved in having this bill passed. We will be called urban corporations. We will receive the same amount of land as all the other communities, whether you're urban or village. It's 23,040 acres. That's one township. And hopefully it will pass. Something that our communities are having to do, and you heard Michelle talk about how Michelle Anderson, sorry, with Autna Corporation. She said people can tear down their no trespassing signs and go on and do whatever. Well, on our lands, because we are located in Southeast Alaska and the Tongass National Forest is basically a sacred cow to many people who are, they don't want to see the land go into public, private ownership. They want it to stay in public ownership. But our bill contains wording where public access will continue, whether it be for subsistence use, recreation, whatever it may be, non-commercial. We're allowing people to come on and continue using the land as long as they, leave it the way they found it. So that is my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair, if that's allowable. But thank you so much for your ear and for your action to help our communities.
Yes, thank you so much for taking questions. And just to let everybody know, we did put the link to withoutland.org in the chat. Can you put that to gallery view, please? Right. Thank you. Sister Paulette.
Thank you so much, Madam Grand President. Through the Grand President, I'd like to address ANS Executive Committee Woman Cecilia Chavallero. Cecilia, you have done really well. I know that this has been one of your passions along with the team that you're working with, because there's always very many who are involved in. And we're really, really, really proud of you. Thank you so much for all of your hard work. My question is regards to this. We had a brother, an executive member, who made a recommendation in casual conversation several years ago. And his wisdom was that when the conservation groups come forward, it's better to have a seat at the table and have that dialogue. There's been something formed here in Alaska called the Indigenous Navigation Council. That's not part of the hat that I wear with ANS currently, but it is something that I've served on for 1.5 years. And working with the conservation groups, the work is this, that we ask them directly and straightly not to oppose the land use bill, the veterans allotment bill, or any other bill in legislation that has to do with benefiting for our people. So I know that Sister Cecilia, it was difficult at times like in Petersburg, where there was, and other areas that sometimes there's people of different opinions. I really admire the fight in you and going forward. And I know that this is something that will take place. I'm wondering if you could talk about the bill that is currently in session, the name of the bill, and if you could put that in the chat so that we're able to continue to keep an eye on it. But we've had those tough conversations with the conservation group and basically told them to back off. Thank you.
We greatly appreciate that, any help we can get on any level, local, state, and national. The bill, actually, I will put it in there. It's titled Unrecognized Southeast Native Communities Recognition and Compensation Act. There is a section in there requesting $2.5 million per each community to get their corporation started. Some feel that that's way too low, that we will be undercapitalized, which I believe many people spoke at the beginning of the original act in 1971, ANSA, they were undercapitalized. And so that's why they turned to logging, and that's why there's such a bad rap. SEAC thought, they came out a couple of years ago at a ANS convention in Ketchikan, stating that they thought we were going to be logging everything in sight, like the original corporations, many of them did. And that is simply not true. We have a lot of young shareholders who recognize the importance of environmental conservation ourselves. Around the world, there's numerous indigenous peoples conservation efforts going on. Madam Chair, we have A and B brother,
Yes.
Dennis.
Yes, I see him. Thank you. So Brother Dennis? Can you push the button to ask him to unmute, see if that'll help him?
Yes. I can't hear him.
Brother,
He's not speaking yet.
Brother Dennis, I just sent you a request to unmute yourself. If anything, that request I sent should pop up as a prompt on your computer screen.
Yeah, and Dennis, you should also just be able to click on the mute button on the bottom left-hand corner of the Zoom if you see that. Dennis, can you give a thumbs up or thumbs down if you see a box in the middle of the window asking you to unmute? No, okay. Let's see what we can do here.
And thank you so much for your help, Michael. It's greatly appreciated.
Yeah, my pleasure. Dennis, if by chance you're on like an iPad or an iPod, something with a touch screen, can you touch the screen? Will that unmute you? If you touch the screen and yes, there we go. There we go. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, my question has to do with whether or not those who were enrolled in 1974 in those 5 communities will be taken into account, or will the list be just those currently living? People in those 5 communities, including myself in Ketchikan, signed up as the law required in the communities in which we were residing, and we were left out. And what is being attempted now is a correcting of that oversight from the 1971 ANCSA, and many of those people have passed away. That was almost 50 years ago now, and but many of them also do have descendants. And my question is, does whatever proposal there is take into account the fact that those who signed up as required by law in 1971 in those communities and were left out, will they and their heirs be taken into account in the settlement? I'd like to know if there's a provision taking care of that. I don't have children, so I don't have descendants, but there are many people who have passed on who do have descendants, and it seems to me that it'd be fair for them to who are descendants of those who signed up at that time to somehow share in the settlement. I'd like to know if there's any provision taking care of those people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dennis, that is correct. that all those original shareholders who signed up back when BIA enrollment was taking place in each of the communities, Richard Reinhardt repeatedly states this: we thought we were going to get something out of this, just like all the other communities. 23,040 acres. I believe the amount was $650,000 to get started. All the original shareholders are intact. They are on record with Sealaska. If any, which we have many, have passed on, their shares go to their descendants. And so there are many younger people who have original shares, and then they're eligible to sign up for descendant shares as well, the newer stock, which is non-transferable when they pass. So yes, the answer is yes.
So are they taken into account? I don't understand.
They are. They're on record with Sealaska.
Okay, so the descendants will receive the compensation of those that their ancestors who have passed on. Then
Yes, yes.
that's taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Dennis. Thank you, Sister Cecilia. Next, we'll move on to Brother Kevin.
Chair? Oh.
Was I?
I see another question.
Yes, yes. Next, we move on to Brother Kevin Hall. They lowered their hand.
Hello, and thank you, Madam Chair and Cecilia Tavalero. This is James Lanos Jr., A&B Camp 14. And I wanted to speak a little bit to what Dennis was asking, and if it's okay with you, give my story of what I had to do. I was classified as a left out. I was born in time, and my family was enrolled, and my entire family, mother and father included, were left out of landless. We were not classified as landless according to Sealaska.
Marvin.
What I had to do was I went to the BIA and contacted them and verified that, yes, we qualified. Then I had to take that to Sealaska and work with them on getting our stock changed from a Class C to a Class B. According to Sealaska, only Class B were considered landless, and we were Class C. Because of my efforts, I was able to get my stock changed as well as my older siblings and my parents. My father included, his was also Class C. But that is something that some people may consider doing, is checking with Sealaska to see if they're classified as landless, and if not, they have to go to the BIA to get the right records to take to Sealaska. And I think that is what Dennis was referring to as in the terms of left out. But I just wanted to share that with everyone in case that applies to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Lanos, for sharing that important information. We appreciate that very much. All right, thank you, Sister Cecilia, for sharing your report on Alaska Natives Without Land. Geez. All right, we are going to change the agenda for just a moment since we have somebody online for the next report. And I'll turn this over to Grand President Kirko.
Thank you so much, President Albee. If we could have Dots play the video from the U.S. Forest Service, it's listed U.S. Forest Service in the shared file, please. And we also have online U.S. Forest Service Tribal Liaison. I'm not sure if that's her official title. I apologize, Jennifer Hanlon will be joining us at the end if there are any questions for Jennifer. So it's Jennifer Hanlon. She's the Tribal Relations Specialist with the U.S. Forest Service. If we could play that video, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, delegates, the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood. My name is Frank Sherman, and I am the Forest Supervisor for the Tongass National Forest. And I have the pleasure and honor of living on the Tontaquan and Sanyaquan territories. Today, I'm honored to share the highlights and collaborations with tribes from the past year and to take a look at some of the upcoming initiatives we have across the forest. In the northern Tongass, our staff continue to work closely with Yakutat Tlingit tribe on the Seatuck River Rangers program to monitor the river and conduct educational outreach to river users. In addition, our fire program coordinated with the tribe to explore the feasibility of controlled burns on Egg Island to improve seagull nesting habitat. This initiative is based on traditional ecological knowledge to enhance accessibility to traditional foods like seagull eggs. For Yangon, I am pleased to share that we issued a construction permit to Kootznu for a hydroelectric facility on Thayer Creek to reduce their dependency on diesel and to help alleviate the high cost of energy. Construction cannot begin until certain requirements are met, which includes the identification of historic properties. We have deployed our heritage staff to conduct surveys and obtain local historic knowledge of the project area, as required by the National Historic Preservation Act. In the meantime, Kootznu is seeking funding to support the construction. The Forest Service has continued to support the community forestry partnerships in Hoonah, Cake, and the Prince of Wales Island. Collaborations under these partnerships have ranged from data collection and monitoring to restoration projects. With the help of NRCS, we also hosted a large wood stream restoration training on Prince of Wales Island. Over 40 people attended, including the tribal staff ranging from Yakutat all the way to Ketchikan, participated in this workshop. We are excited to see these partnerships grow and enhance our collective ability to manage and restore these landscapes. On Prince of Wales Island, our timber program has been working closely with the organized village of Kasan and Sea Alaska Corporation on how we can identify and document trees available for cultural use, such as totem poles and canoes. This summer, we coordinated a workshop with Sea Alaska to share information and to learn from their program. Our hope is to develop a forest-wide cultural tree inventory program so we're in a better position to accommodate cultural tree requests in the future. Additionally, we authorized a permit to the organized village of Cake for the use of a former Forest Service admin facility to create a cultural healing center. In Wrangell, we are exploring options and opportunities to support the Wrangell Cooperative Association's efforts to build a cultural healing center on private property adjacent to National Forest lands. These projects are in the early stages, but we look forward to assisting as we can. We've heard from our tribal partners that, like the lands and waters of the Tongass, the indigenous peoples need healing too. Last year, we received a FOIA request from the previous Grand Camp president for records related to the removal of fish camps, smokehouses, and other infrastructure operated by Alaska Natives, dating as far back as 1929. It's been brought to my attention that this is for legacy work from the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood that helped Alaska Native peoples obtain U.S. citizenship almost a century ago. We sent an interim response and can provide additional documents once we've narrowed down the additional informational needs. I've tasked our tribal relations specialist to continue working with our leadership on this issue. From March through July of this year, we received over 300 comments through community workshops, engagements, and consultation with tribal entities and meetings with partners on the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy Forest Management, or SAS-FM. Everything the public shared will help guide the next steps in the process and shape the future of forest management on the Tongass. We are currently using all of that input to finalize the assessment criteria and develop a list of priority projects for the next 10 years. We heard loud and clear how important it is for our local tribes, communities, and partners for us to strengthen the food security, use local knowledge, and prioritize restoration. We are working on the Tongass Forest Plan revision to meet the updated requirements to the agency's planning regulations. This is a separate process from SAS-FM. The forest plan is a document that sets the overall land management direction for the forest. We ask that those who took part in the SAS-FM public engagement continue to do so and offer their input and perspectives during the forest plan revision. Tribal consultations will begin this winter and broad public engagement will start in 2024. A final record decision is expected in 2027. Using the critiques and suggestions we received through SAS-FM and with Spruce Root assisting us, we look forward to an overall process that gives us an opportunity for all voices to be heard. It is a top priority for us to build and strengthen relationships with the Alaska Native tribes, corporations, and organizations who live and depend on the Tongass. I am proud to demonstrate that commitment by transforming our tribal relations program from a single person to a staff of 6. Our tribal relations program will help our line officers and field staff gain a better understanding of Alaska Native history, culture, and contemporary issues. Understanding is the basis of respect. We look forward to continuing to learn so we are better equipped to serve the Alaska Native community and uphold our trust responsibilities to tribal nations. I am grateful that we have had a Grand Camp presidents participated in Alaska Native Civil Rights Panel last winter to help educate USDA staff on the not-so-distant past. I recognize that relationships require regular communication and that due to time limits, I was only able to cover highlights of the important work we do in collaboration with tribal entities. Let's plan to stay in regular contact and not limit our time together to this convention. Please coordinate with Ms. Hanlon for more regular correspondence and updates throughout the year. Thank you for your kind attention. I wish you success in the rest of your convention.
Thank you so very much to the Forest Supervisor for sharing that message. If I could have Dot give my computer permission or my login permission to share screen, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. So you did hear that Grand President Albie and I participated in a panel last winter. So we were asked to come talk about Elizabeth Pradovich, but also talk about advocacy, civil rights, both past and contemporary. It was an honor to be on that panel and share with U.S. Forest Service representatives from around the country and really showing how our relationship is important and how we're in relationship with the U.S. Forest Service. We do have a current MOU, a memorandum of understanding with the U.S. Forest Service that we signed. Past President Paulette Marino and I signed in 2020, and that's what I'm going to display here for you in just a moment. If Dots could please allow me to share my screen. This MOU, we walked through with guidance of past President Sasha Sobolov as well, looking at how the U.S. Forest Service and the AMB and ANS can continue to work together. These U.S. Forest Service MOUs go on 5-year cycles, and unfortunately it had expired a few years prior, so it was an honor to be able to lift up that relationship and sign that MOU. Trying to share screen here. Thank you so much.
There we go. Thank you.
Perfect. So we'll have this distributed to each of the delegates and I'll enlarge it. This was, I don't believe we share this because the pandemic came and we had distance time, so we didn't have this. So it's quite lengthy. It took quite a bit of negotiation and we sat down and really talked through the importance of it. And the purpose is to document the cooperation between the parties to establish a general framework of cooperation, exchange of information, regular and meaningful consultation and collaboration. When we distribute this, you'll have it to see for yourself. So it is quite lengthy, as I'm showing here. It just talks about how we're going to explore opportunities to provide mutually beneficial cultural and historical local traditional knowledge and experiences across the ecosystem that was historically and continues to be inhabited by tribal citizens and their families for the enhancement of agreed upon programs and projects. And there's more here. I'm not gonna, like I said, read it all, but I wanted you all to have a look at this, and we will have the Grand Secretaries distribute it to all delegates. I also wanted to share, let me see if I have it up. The superintendent did share the letter he had received from past President Marcelo Pinto of the AMB. This letter was also sent to them with regard to the issue that was spoken to. I'm just looking here. So this was sent, yes, by Marcelo. I'll also have the grant secretaries distribute it to you all with regard to fish camps and smokehouses. Right here on item 4, it talks about all documents and materials showing directions given to U.S. Forest Service staff to visit and catalog traditional fish camps, smokehouses, cabins, and other infrastructure operated by Alaska Natives within the land culturally called the Tongass National Forest from 1929 to present. So there are quite a few requests here. And then here's the response. I will also ask the grant secretaries to distribute to all delegates. So your camp can see the work that's continuing to happen at the Grand Camp level with the relationship and the commitment that the U.S. Forest Service has to uplifting our Indigenous voices through our MOU. So I'm not going to read all of this. As the superintendent stated, he is instructing Jennifer Hanlon to continue to grow this relationship and to look forward to how we can build the relationship in a better way with regard to these issues. So at this time, do we have Jennifer Hanlon online? Yes. Thank you. Jennifer, you're the tribal relations specialist, and I know you have family ties and cultural connections. Would you like to take this time to introduce yourself? I'll stop sharing screen.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam President. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Thank you again for being here.
Well, good afternoon, brothers and sisters with the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood. My name is Jennifer Hanlon. I serve as the Tribal Relations Specialist for the Tongass. I'm grateful that you've allowed time and space for the Forest Service to be part of your program. My true name is Andayin. Before any professional affiliation, I am Tekwidi from Yakutat, and like many of you, my roots and lineage run deep into this forest long before the National Forest System was even established. So I'm grateful to be in the position I'm in. And I just wanted to add a few more details to things mentioned in the recording before turning this over to, we do have another Forest Service representative on the line, that is Barb Miranda. And so I just wanted to flag one minor correction in the recording. This is based on an update that we received after we submitted that recording, is that for CAKE, the special use permit for Portage Bay administration facility, that permit is currently being deferred until the tribe is able to seek out funding, and that is to create their cultural healing center. So we look forward to being in a position to continue to support that initiative, even if that requires figuring out how we can just stay out of the way. And also, as mentioned in the recording, we're grateful to build up our tribal relations program. I just shared the job announcement, which had been released yesterday with your Grand Camp secretary. So hopefully that can be distributed farther. And that is going to be to recruit 3 additional tribal relations specialists on the Tongass. The application deadline is October 17th. So please let me know if there are any questions or you need any more information, including how to navigate through that application process. And then I'm grateful that the MOU was mentioned for more broader awareness as we enter into Kuik season. One of the terms in that MOU, if there is space available in Forest Service bunkhouses and you are traveling into a community for a Kuik and need lodging, we might be able to accommodate that. So if you have any lodging needs for any upcoming Kuiks, please reach out to myself or the local district ranger, and we'll see if we have space at the bunkhouse for you or your family. Then I'm here to field any questions. I am less than 2 years into my position, so I don't have all the answers, but I'm happy to document anything and come back with the information. So if there's time, I'd like to pass it over to Barb Miranda to introduce herself.
And just one moment, Jennifer, I do want to mention and thank you with regard to the MOU and providing space during Flu Weeks. We actually did recently receive a request from A&B and ANS camp members for a Flu Week that's coming up here very quickly to house a person coming into town who is being adopted. So I'm very grateful for that to be happening. It is not myself. I know I've been talking about a Flu Week that's coming up. It's not for me, but it's for A&B and ANS camp members, family member that they're adopting. So this is a really great opportunity. And we know in our villages and in our communities, housing is hard to come by and lodging is hard to come by. So it is something that we would like to exercise. I think that that would be important to have those conversations through Grand Camp too, because it is part of that MOU. So we can also respect and reflect upon that relationship and help be a part of the connection point. So thank you again for bringing that up. And I think you said Barbara, is that correct? Who's joined us? Barbara, did you want to introduce yourself as well?
Yes, and thank you so much for allowing me this tiny bit of time on your agenda. I am so deeply grateful to be reporting out. I'm 4 weeks into my new role here in the Tongass National Forest as the Deputy Forest Supervisor. So working with Frank and Jennifer to uplift and uphold tribal self-determination and tribal sovereignty is one of the commitments I'm making. I have had the good fortune of living in Southeast Alaska for the last 17 years in the Huna homeland. And today I reside and work in the Taku, Kwan, and Aquan territory here in Juneau, Alaska. As a Deputy Forest Supervisor, Frank really wanted me to convey, since I was able to be here today in person, that's just the deepest gratitude for your perseverance and dedication to your people in the homeland, and for your ongoing stewardship of what we now call the Tongass National Forest. We recognize that that we have a responsibility to work very closely with all of you to make sure that we share the stewardship of these lands in a way that is meaningful and that is in consultation with tribes. So prior to this position, I managed the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy and just have been so moved by all the different locally led and locally driven projects that uphold and support Indigenous interests on the Tongass. So really glad that I can be in a position to help work with Jennifer to ensure that your voices are heard and that we are looking at managing what is now called the Tongass in a way that makes sense for all of us that live here in Southeast Alaska. So thank you for this introduction and this bit of time.
Thank you. Thank you both Barb and Jennifer as well. I think I gave him a promotion or a demotion. I'm not sure how it runs, but Frank Sherman, the Forest Supervisor. I think I said superintendent, so I don't know if it's a promotion or, anyway, we want to thank you for your time. Are there any questions online? I can't see everybody, so if Dots could please help identify who is online. Oh, I do see one. I see that we have Brother Youth at Tuwu from A&B Camp 14. You have 2 minutes.
Cheese, Brother Gurko. I just have to say, being in Ketchikan and sitting on the Our Way of Life committee for the Ketchikan Indian community and being in Camp 14, I can't express my gratitude enough for Jennifer for leaving her village to come be with us in Ketchikan. We really appreciate her. We've had Forest Service turnovers here locally. None of them did a bad job, but it's just a lot of turnovers. But once Jennifer hit the ground, she hit the ground running. And I don't even think I should say it like that. It's like once Jen got in the canoe, she pulled hard. She knew exactly what she was doing. To have an Indigenous woman in that position is so uplifting and it's so inspirational. The fight that she does for the people, the continued stewardship that she has, that she carries with her. I just wanted to express my big cheese to Jennifer for being a great, beyond great representative for the Tlingit I don't speak for all of us, of course, that'd be disrespectful, but for me in general here in Ketchikan and working with the Ketchikan Indian community and the stream revitalizations within the Forest Service, providing our tribal members, not just anybody, our tribal members with jobs, and continued those jobs, put extensions on them so they can continue working even in the off season. It helped our community out enormously. Working at Ward Lake, putting up projects, you know, adding in more of our language. I don't think people understand that we have Jennifer Hanlon, that we're blessed to have Jennifer Hanlon. She's a powerhouse in the Forest Service, and I just wanted to say Gunakchish, and I appreciate all the work that she does here in Southeast.
Thank you, Brother Atuwu. Excuse me, I give you a new name, Yeh Atuwu. Thank you so very much. Jennifer, did you want to respond to those kind words?
Oh, I just can't say or articulate my gratitude to be in this role and for all the love and support, knowing that there's a lot of legacy work that needs to continue within the agency. There are dark chapters within the history of this country, including actions taken on behalf of the Forest Service. And it's going to take time to figure out the reconciliation, but I'm just grateful for all the support I've received from many tribal citizens that I've had the good fortune of working with. And, you know, as a Takeaway, I'm from Yakutat, but coming to Ketchikan, it's like coming back home in a way too. So Gunakchish, I look forward to connecting with all of you on that deeper level, just knowing there's a lot of work to be done, but I'm grateful that we're going to be staffing up our tribal relations program.
Wonderful, thank you. I do recognize our ANS executive, Colette Moreno. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Thank you, Grand President A&B Gerko. Through the chair, I would like to recognize our Forest Service representatives and say thank you so much for being present with us and all of your good work. It is really nice to see one of our own, Miss Hanlon, in these ranks, but it is nice to also have all of the friendly people that are here with us today. I'd like to thank Sasha Sobolov and James Lanos and others who had begun working, including A&B Grand President Gerko and others on this MOU. Thank you so much to our A&B and ANS Grand Presidents for re-signing the MOU. This is really important, and I think that it's important for our local camps and our communities to know that if we are on our ancestral homeland and our tribal land and we want to harvest our foods or hunt or fish, that this memorandum of understanding administered properly gives us the opportunity to have conversations with the U.S. Forest Service. And you caught me on saying that we could request for a kuik and other traditional ceremonies, perhaps cabins or uses to be able to do our harvesting or our kuiks and stuff. So maybe Sitka Camp wants to request this, the cabins out at Star Gavin doing our herring egg season. And I'm sure other camps would too. They're all smiling. But my question is this. If there is a person, for example, if we were wanting to get trees for herring eggs, because we use hemlock branches and they were on Forest Service land, it's all, you know, Tlingit Ani, but on Forest Service land, what would this MOU help us do when we discuss this with the Forest Service? Do we need to ask permission or not? It's usually an understanding and we go ahead and get the trees that we need to feed our people. Thank you.
Barb, do you have any, did you want to take that?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not the district ranger, but to me, I will find out the answer for you on this, but I don't think that there's any obstacles in place for you to get the branches that you need for herring egg collection. And I'm going to say off the cuff, I don't think you need to ask, but I will find out the specifics and I'll funnel that information back through Jennifer. But there's certainly, the MOU would would of course help facilitate any conversations if there's obstacles or barriers in place, but I don't see any reason why there would be in this instance.
Thank you so very much. And we will just continue to move forward as we do it, unless we hear otherwise. And definitely you'll hear back from us for sure if there is a concern that you express to us. So I want to thank you again, Barb and Jennifer. Again, Jennifer, we lift you up. We're inspired by you and the work you're doing. For everything you're doing. We look forward to seeing what's next. Thank you. So moving forward today on our agenda, we do have an update from Rural Cap. So we do have our A&B First Vice President Paul Johnson, as well as our ANS Executive Paulette Marino. They will be providing a brief report to you all with regard to their work on the Rural Cap Board, as well as we have the chair of the Rural Cap Board, past President Joe Williams, who may be available to also answer questions, but I'd like to call, I'm not sure who. Oh, okay, we'll start with ANS Executive Paulette Marino. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Grand President Gurko. If we could please have Dots bring up the slides for Rural Cap. A&B Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, ANS Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover, A&B Executive Committee members, ANS Executive Committee members, A&B Grand President Gurko and officers, ANS Grand President LB and officers, ANS A&B local camp members, elders, clan leaders, veterans, guests, and our honored children. I come to you from the homelands of the Shika Kwan people, and we are grateful for Sitka Tribe of Alaska to host us this evening. Rural Cap is an organization that has been in existence for a very long time and has served many, many people. We have the good fortune to have many of our members currently present and representing on the board of Rural Cap. Joe Williams from Saxman is the chair of Rural Cap. Marvin Adams is a board member, as is Paul Johnson, who was appointed by the A&B Grand President Gurko to serve representing A&B. I also have the humble opportunity to serve as the ANS representative on Rural Cap. Rural Cap was formed in 1965. It is a private statewide nonprofit organization with a mission to empower our people. With a staff of over, if we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. With a staff of over 550 Alaskans and 64 communities across the state, we are the largest nonprofit in the state with the most diverse approach to poverty reduction. It's governed by a 24-member board of directors. Joe Williams is the chair of this board. Our voices are heard and the operations are guided. The mission is to respect our people and continuously improve services. In April of 2000, if we could go to the next slide, please. And these slides will be available for those who would like to have a copy of them. In April, in the 1960s, Rural Cap had many different successes, but one that we were really excited about in particular was the Subsistence Committee. Millie Schoonover mentioned that she had relatives who served on this committee, and under their leadership and others, they were able to have some of these very, very successful programs that helped our people overwhelmingly in rural Alaska. These are some of the things that they did. In 1977, Rural Cap Board appointed a resolution that contained the elements that would eventually become ANILCA. In 1979, they began to support regional subsistence groups, including Rural Alaska Resource Association. And in 1984, they created Indigenous Survival International, an international subsistence alliance. Next slide, please. Brother Joe Williams has been very supportive, and we thank him for our leadership. Marvin Adams made a motion at the meeting to reconvene the Subsistence Committee. This was done in January of 2023. Joe Williams has asked A&B Representative, First Grand Vice President Paul Williams and I to serve on different committees. So with this motion that passed in January of 23, we have had 3 subsistence committee meetings. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. We have had 3 different subsistence committee meetings to date. Our next subsistence committee meeting will take place October 10th of this year. In the first year, some of the highlights that we've discussed as a committee have been Region M, or known as the head of the point where the rivers and the ocean meet, and much of their salmon is not making it to the villages. And also the Sitka herring, as with other fisheries, the game management, including moose care and deer managements, and the strategies for engaging in subsistence activities. So being a nonprofit, we were able to go forward, and the staff has helped us to see some of the things that we may be able to do and we hope to plan to do in the future. Some of those things would be training and lobbying on advocacy limitations, legislative initiatives, and community engagement, working with tribal co-stewardship of lands, not only in Alaska, but also all throughout the West Coast and other areas. In lobbying and advocacy, it's been advised by the staff that we host perhaps a meeting, and we are the experts on our own way of life, on our researches, our fish, our food and land, and what is sacred harmony to them. So if we go forward to do this, we would invite legislators to come to us, and we would provide expertise in these areas as they consider developing different bills and programs. Next slide, please. I also serve on the audit committee as the audit committee chair, and the audit committee for Rural Cap manages over close to $50 million, and we have had our audit. It was a really good audit. Brother Paul and I have attended multiple conferences, training, and leadership events. We've also visited tenants, which Brother Paul will talk about, and we've engaged in services that were directly delivered, and especially in regards to the homeless population. That's been one area that we've really had a chance to visit with clients. We served as a liaison to other organizations, but mostly one of our strongest goals is to expand the services in Southeast Alaska. These services in housing projects, home improvements, other things are very important for our people and our tribe. There has been in all of these areas more services entering in Southeast communities, such as transitional housing, such as homes, transitional homes for those who are experiencing violence in other areas. So we're very happy to be able to report that. Next slide, please. So what is it that we have in common with Rural Cap? One of Rural Cap's key elements of their mission statement is to respect unique values and cultures. So Rural Cap Board of Directors knew this 58 years ago. It's the heart of their organization, as it is the heart of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood. So I would like to say that this is a really great legacy and a good opportunity to work together. I really would like to also thank the past Grand Presidents and current Grand Presidents for making sure that ANB and ANS has not only been invited, but has been able to participate on this very important board. Next slide, please. Thank you. Rural Cap has complex, impactful programs that have operated across Alaska for over 58 years. But I do have a quote here that I'd like to focus on before I turn the time over to Brother Paul. Brother Paul has attended conferences representing our organization and infrastructure efforts and assisted us through his technical skills, ranging from workforce development to our support of broadband and digital equality. In many ways, his leadership has improved the heart of our work and the head of our work as we look forward to a dynamic future. And that was a quote from Jasmine Boyle, the Chief Development Officer. Next slide, please. Thank you. I recently had the opportunity to bring some herring eggs up to Real Cap, and these are two of the elders, very happy elders that were helping put up the herring eggs along with the Real Cap staff. They then took them to the transitional living centers where some of our people are also at, and they really enjoyed having this traditional food. But what I would like to say is that I know there are many needs in Alaska and in Washington, Oregon, and all over the nation right now. And it is really good to have the leadership and to have the representation from Southeast Alaska. And with that, I would like to thank Joe Williams in particularly for leading us. He'll be available to answer questions after Paul's and I's presentations. And with that, A&B First Grand Vice President and Co-Rural Crap Representative Paul Johnson. Madam Chair, the floor is his, if you recognize. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paulette Reno, ANS Grant Executive. You always set the bar pretty high. I appreciate you going first. Not a whole lot left to say there. However, I would ask that Dots, can you please load the agency fact sheet document that was forwarded to you for the benefit of the delegates attending online. A&B Grant President Heather Gurko, ANS Grant President Delphine Elby, ANS Emeritus, A&B Grandparents Emeritus. I'm going to complement Sister Paulette's report with some of the actions and activities and kind of see if we can fill in there. I serve at the discretion of the A&B Grand President. I'm in my second term serving on Rural Cap, and we are fulfilling the A&B Grand Camp seat. One of the things on a personal note that I'm most proud of is that we have 100% attendance, whether it's in person or online. I made a mission. I told Chairman Brother Joe Williams and Brother Marvin Adams, who's the president of my local camp, that seat would not be empty at any opportunity. So we do have an alternate, and I apologize to my brother. However, I made it a mission that it was important that we always have somebody in that seat physically at some level. So as mentioned, I do serve on a couple committees. I do chair a committee, and to your benefit, I just want to do a brief overview what that committee is assigned to do, and you'll understand why Brother Joe Williams assigned us to the committee. I chair the Community Development Committee, which is required in charge of providing input and guidance to the corporation's activity on workforce development, economic development, community capacity building, training and technical assistance, and making policy recommendations regarding such as the board of directors. And the directors are appointed on the Community Development Committee and shall continue their position until successors are duly appointed. So our topics in that Community Development Committee, as you can tell, are wide and broad. And the one that's grasping the most news right now is the broadband equity. There is billions of dollars, infrastructure dollars coming to Alaska, primarily targeting rural Alaska to improve broadband access. However, the first element of it is Rural Cap is heavily involved in the equity side, which for a fancy word, it just means equitable access for all at-risk populations, whether they're elderly, people with disabilities, people who've been released from incarceration, people who live in lower income homes. There's just an assurance that all populations, at-risk populations, are provided equal access to those forms. There's been several discussions on workforce development pertaining to broadband and other key positions to ensure that more money is being spent in rural Alaska, hiring rural Alaskans in their communities. And many of the policy recommendations that we are providing is to always ensure that rural Alaskans are put at first at the line in many decisions. And I'd like to commend the staff of the committee staffs that committee for me, that I always have meeting agendas at time, minutes followed up, reach out, reminders, access, and those are things that we cannot overlook. Couple of highlights: the Hooper Bay programming was critical on, especially after the storm damage, that they're out there helping citizens, helping groups. Also, another highlight is they're put in charge via grant through the Nally Commission on the YK broadband program, where there's listening stations going out to multiple communities in rural Alaska, where Rural Cap staff are getting feedback from the users of those programs. Another area of component is that they are involved in many of the job skills and development and also training capacity building for our tribes. And one of the areas that, from my professional experience, been able to inform them is that many tribes that we work with in our communities need support in administrative capacities, not just at the executive level, but for entry level through career put for young Native Alaskans in rural Alaska. Another committee that I sit on, I'm proud to be a part of, is a subsistence committee, and Sister Paulette did a great job describing what that committee does, so I won't bore you with that. My main desire to be on this committee is, in addition to concerns about access to the herring, we're also concerned about the many people outside of my home region on the Yukon that have not been able to subsist, commercial or otherwise, king salmon. I'm worried about consistent efforts for large placer gold mining in South Bristol Bay. We're worried about traversing and migratory animals such as caribou. And so one of the things that we've always been very point is that although I might be Southeast in origin, that our job is to ensure that we are an advocate for subsistence for all people in rural Alaska. I will say that there is a little bit of a difference in alignment in my views than what we have on there, and it's not a bad thing. It just shows there's civility and differences where our organization, we're very overt, and just by a status of being a 501c3, and how you have to be careful on your lobbying versus advocacy. So that is something I'm trying to bring them a little closer to AMB's mission and vision, but it's important to know that we have, through those vehicles of advocacy, more areas that we can also lend a voice and have professional staff behind, which you may or may not recall, I mentioned to the newest, the president of OTNA, our newest revitalized camp, that we need to know about your issues with the moose and the caribou challenges. And finally, I'm a member of the audit committee, and it sounds as interesting as it sounds, but it's important to understand that accuracy in dealing with public money involved with nonprofit organization are highly credited, and it's highly focused. And I'm proud to say that Rural Cap is an organization that would be a role model for a lot of our nonprofit organizations in their professionalism on tracking financial reports, professionalism in ensuring that board of directors, since we have fiduciary responsibility, at no time did I feel that I was approving something that I did not understand where every penny went. And that is something I think that all of us can understand and do know. If you can, Dots, go ahead and scroll down the page. I'm going to finish up with some highlights. And usually this report is given by the CEO, Teal Smith of Rural Cap. And so I really wanted to make sure that our members get an idea of some of the highlights of the organization as a whole, their impact, which is critically important. We really wanted to have this presented. We wanted to know what is Rural Cap doing in rural Alaska that we can highlight and share with our membership. 658 families received early childhood and parent education services, totaling 111 children across 22 communities statewide, and the majority of them are rural communities. 212 homes were made safe, affordable, and accessible to Alaskans. The National Service members provide anti-poverty support to 5,978 low-income Alaskans. Affordable and supportive transitional housing units provide homes for 534 members in Anchorage. 92 Alaskans were provided emergency shelters seeking refuge from domestic violence and sexual assault in Alaska. And finally, there are 10 rural communities that are participating in their gardening project. And I would like to end on a positive note, on a personal note, I should say, that when we had a chance to tour the supportive home housing programs in Anchorage, anybody that probably doesn't live in Anchorage understands that we, like most municipalities, have a homeless problem. And majority of those homeless are Alaska Native in terms of just the eye test. And it was really moving to see transitional homes that were filled predominantly with Alaska Native people. And what we saw from all the tenants that came to talk to us was pride. And no dollar amount of money, no job, those things are, it's important to know that these people are off the street, that they're safe, they're in a safe environment. And so it made me very proud and very appreciative to Grand President Heather Gurko for allowing me to serve on behalf of Grand Camp, but also Brother Joe Williams, Chairman Joe Williams, for signing those committees and letting us see that although the solution is not yet there, they are working towards it. So that concludes my report, Madam President. Thank you for your time. I am available for any questions if need be. Ms. Chief.
Gonna teach to both A and B, First Vice President Paul Johnson, ANS Executive Paulette Moreno, and ANS Executive Joe Williams. We're so incredibly blessed to have you be the voice of the A and B and the ANS on the Rural Cap Board. And we understand that the work is hard, but it's important because it is at the core of the needs of our people. So thank you again. I'd like to ask if there are any questions right now for A and B Executive Joe Williams. I guess the hat he would be wearing today would be the board chair for the for Rural Cap, and or Executive Committee Woman Paulette Reno, or A and B First Vice President Paul Johnson. Thank you. And not seeing any hands again, I want to say Atlengo Chish. Thank you so very much, all of you. Okay. Next up on the agenda, we have, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Dots could put 5 minutes on the clock. We're just going to get situated here. We'll move into a half hour of our strategic blueprinting. I've gone ahead and adjusted the way that we're going to communicate. We're going to have some live interaction still, but there's going to be opportunity for you to go back home, work with your camp, gather information that you want the committee to move forward into the next year. And we'll have that with an opportunity to email the ground secretary. So let's take a 5-minute break, please. Dots, could you please give us a timer? Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, everybody, if we could all start coming back into session. Thank you so much. I hope you got a glass of water, stepped outside and got some fresh air, whatever it was that you needed to do. I can't even talk, whatever it was that you needed to do to care for yourself. I hope you were able to do that.
Elias, can you start the video?
We are starting our video in just one moment here, just having some technical challenges. Just waiting for the Grand Secretary to start the video in the room.
Give me one moment.
So I'll just go ahead and start sharing. Yesterday, we started to talk about a strategic blueprint that would eventually lead into a strategic plan, hopefully for our organizations. So the intention was to have an hour-long session. With how short we're running on time today, we're gonna have a half hour together.
Oh.
And then what we'll have is an opportunity, again, like I mentioned before the break, for you to go back to your home communities, back to your local camps. We'll email you out the questions that we're talking through today so you can confer with your membership in your community and reflect upon them yourself. So if we could start out, yesterday we asked you to do some homework. If we can have the Grand Secretary go to the 10-6 session, live session line. There we go. Thank you. Can you enlarge it, please, a little for people? So right now I'm going to open up the floor. I would like to have 2 goals from each camp who wants to participate in this section. It's okay if you don't have a goal to share or goals to share today. And you'll be able to submit those through the end of October via email. So the question is, what goals does your local camp have for Grand Camp? I can't see everybody, so if I could have some guidance. Actually, I'll go ahead and move myself over. I'm gonna go back and there we go. Is there any camp who'd like to share the goals that they have for Grand Camp? I'd like to ask any of our executive committees of the AMB and the ANS to share any goals that they have for Grand Camp. I'll start with the AMB First Vice President. Can you think of any goals that you have for Grand Camp?
Madam Chair, goal number 1 would be to create some sort of situation where we have a centralized phone way of contacting, updating the website, that portion. That's one goal, to increase our presence and activity. The other area would be nice to see some sort of a standardization of our financial collection by Treasury to help support our treasurers, accountancy, whether it's a bookkeeper or an accountant. Those are 2 goals that I would like to see for Grand Camp. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I hear like a designated phone service or person and clear financial practices and even policies that govern Grand Camp. Thank you. I do see we have Amelia from Camp 12. Amelia, do you have goals that you'd like us to share?
Thank you. We talked about, we're interested in seeing Grand Camp include a long-term plan to increase membership. I feel like that is an issue that we see throughout our camps, and the support at the Grand Camp level would help at our local camp levels as well. And we also thought that creating a mid-year leadership training would also help to strengthen our local leadership. And those are the 2 goals that we came up with. Thank you.
Could you repeat the second goal, please? Thank you so much, Amelia.
Oh, yes, no problem. To create a mid-year leadership training.
Wonderful. Create a mid-year leadership training.
Okay, long-term plan to.
Thank you.
And then
mid-year leadership training. Thank you. I did see that our sister Beverly Russell, you had your hand raised. Did you want to share any ideas, or did you bring your hand down intentionally?
I
our camp has not spoken about this yet, but I wanted to mention about increasing membership. I don't know if I can speak as ANS Camp 70, but I'm happy that Camp 12, Amelia, raised this point.
Wonderful. I'd like to give the opportunity for ANS Grand President Emeritus, Millie Schoonover. Are there any goals that you've seen in your experience that we should be aiming toward? And if not, it's okay, we'll have an email response opportunity.
Okay, the goal has already been spoken to already, but I'm going to speak to it again, not only on the Grand Camp level, but in our local camps, is increasing our membership. Our camp joined forces with the school this year. We've never, ever in the history of the A&B and ENS at Camp 19 have we ever had a membership from our schools. We have the high school, what is she, counselor, and the principal at the high school. And you would not believe how our meeting has been uplifted just from those two women. So we will be more involved from our local camp through the schools. Right now, the only thing we do at the schools every single year is Elizabeth Providence Day. Well, now that is going to be increased. So local camps, if you can invite the schools, because they said they've never been invited to and they both worked in villages all throughout Alaska. And this is the first time they were ever invited to a local Native organization. And they were so charged up and happy to be a member of the Alaska Native Sisterhood, and they just put a lot of life back into our camp.
So building relationships with schools, intentionally building relationships with schools.
Yes.
Thank you. Intentionally building relationships with schools. Is here A&B First Vice President had a comment?
Yes, first of all, I want to thank ANS Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover for that. We are listing out goals, but I would ask if it's okay with the chair that the secretaries are tracking down, because ultimately we're looking for solutions. And so the President Emeritus gave us a solution too, as a means to improve that. So thank you very much. That's important. Thank you.
So I do see, thank you. I will get to you in just a moment, Camp 14. So I heard your second portion, you wanted them to type the solutions as well?
To keep track of the solutions as well, because ultimately we're going right as a solution for
yes,
questions and goals, and then how to achieve those goals.
We'll go back to the recordings too, I think, to go ahead and document this when it goes to a committee, because I think it is a lot to put down right here live, but thank you for that reminder.
I'll write those as well.
Thank you. Thank you. And our ANS acting secretary and ANS treasurer is doing live typing as well.
Okay.
So I'd like to go to A&B and ANS Camp 14. Do you have two goals that you'd like us to list here in today's session?
Go ahead.
Camp 14. There was a resolution that was brought forward last year for education.
Resolution?
Oh, it's one over there.
I'm having a lot of feedback. I'm sorry, brother. I know it's been successful when you've all gone to the microphone. Do you have that opportunity available?
Is that better?
Okay, go ahead, Trent.
Can you hear me okay with no squeaks?
We can. Thank you so much for clearing that up. We did not hear your full statement. Could you start over, please?
My apologies. Camp 14. There's a resolution presented last year for education that we need to be in there reading with the students within our school district alone. We have over 60% of our students falling out of school. They have the most IEP requests, and the IEP request isn't necessarily for mathematics. I go in there and I do the new hire orientation, just to go in there and represent myself. And one of the things that they're requesting is that they need more people in there reading with the students. And there was a resolution brought forward last year that says that we need to be in the schools, and I agreed with that resolution and I acted on it. I go within the Ketchikan School District and I go in and spare some of my time to help tutor and be with our kids, because that's what they need, their community, not a substitute. So that's one thing I'd like to present. And then one thing I would also want to, if this is just a goal, I would like no more virtual conventions. Studies show that when you convene virtually, over time, the entity will deteriorate and fall apart. I believe that within these 15 minutes, we should be open to unmuting ourselves maybe, or breakout rooms. Because we would, in those 5 minutes, not only would we utilize and go grab water, we would associate, we'd go up to Angoon, we'd go up to Wrangell, we'd go up to Portland and other camps and shake hands and get to know each other, and this is not working. I recognize old faces and I don't recognize new ones, so one of my goals is no more virtual conventions.
Thank you. We've added that to the list of brainstorming. I'd like to actually recognize our ANS Camp 36 member before I go back to Sister Beverly, if that's okay. Sister LeBray, did you have 2 goals from Camp 36 that you'd like to share?
Yes. So one of our goals is to look at more financial diversity for both Grand Camp. All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we heard look at more financial diversity for Grand Camp.
Yeah, for both Grand Camp and for local camps, by looking at ways to partner with tribal and local artists for fundraising opportunities and membership drives.
Is that 2 goals, or is that one in and of itself?
Or is one in and of itself.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. We'll make sure to make note of that, and we are going to go back to the recording. Thank you so much. I'd like to go next to Audrey. Sister Audrey, did you already speak to this matter once? I don't recall. No. Okay, so we'll go to Sister Audrey. If you could please share your 2 goals from your camp. Not the only 2 goals. We'll have opportunity again to submit more. Okay. And Audrey, Sister Audrey, I keep wanting to call you Aubrey. Could you please also state your camp number? We're unable to hear you. You may need to check your microphone. Thank you.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Can you please
Okay, perfect. Audrey Hudson, Camp 4, Sitka. And we had a few ideas bouncing around, but the ones that I had in mind especially were to increase the younger population membership. I feel it's really important, especially if we're going to continue to grow as an organization. And the second part of that we can do to allow that is to have 4-hour boot camp of roles and responsibilities of all the positions, whether it's secretary, sergeant at arms, vice president, what their responsibilities are and roles, and a 4-hour briefing on what those responsibilities consist of. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to AMB member Robert. AMB brother Robert, these are Camp 70, I believe. Do you have 2 goals to share?
Well, I have 1 goal.
Okay.
I'm sure I have a couple more. We discussed this in Camp 70 about trying to I'd like to suggest trying to put together a calendar schedule for upcoming meetings of organizations of interest that we could join. So, so that during Grand Camp, we can provide a schedule of upcoming meetings in that calendar year that would allow us to join. You know, any discussions that would be of interest to A&B A&S. Thank you.
Thank you. So like a community calendar.
Yeah, you know, like if something on the Forest Service is coming up for that next calendar year, that we would have that schedule so that we know that that's coming up, or whether or not it's a meeting with SEAC that's coming up that we could join with them and share our interests. Thank you.
Thank you. So on this topic, I'll recognize 2 more speakers and then we'll move into the next portion of our session here. So I'll recognize A&B Brother Peter Karras with your 2 goals, please.
Hello, thank you for giving Camp #1 attention. This is Peter, President of A&B Camp 1, and we would like to have some pulmonary training, if that's possible. And we just want to thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We are noting parliamentarian training or parliamentary training. Thank you so much.
Camp 49.
I do recognize that we have Sister Stephanie, I believe from Camp 4. Okay, great. Sister Stephanie, do you have 2 goals to share? And then I have some more from Camp 70 I'd like to share that we received via message.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Just to add to that, we would like to add for training for all new officers so that they're more aware of their roles and responsibilities, especially for those that hit the ground running right before Grand Camp. That's where that 4-hour boot camp would come in really handy. But also for better access to Grand Camp officers and parliamentarians for support when needed during the year. Sometimes when camps run into issues, it can be really hard to reach someone and get support to resolve some of that.
Thank you.
And also updated membership guides would be really nice.
Updated membership guides?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Updated membership guides. Thank you. I do have a message here from A&B Camp 70. Marcelo Quinto, I'd like to see Grand Camp have a plan to get our younger people and what we are going to, how we're going to target college age people. Also, we need to have some type of money making project. So it looks like those have already been included in here, but I wanted to have this on the record for the recording. Also, we need to encourage our leaders of the past to help us support and encourage our younger people to join. We can start by holding a meeting at places where they go. Thank you, Brother Marcelo. I think that's really important. Thank you. I do have a question, or do you want to make a comment?
A comment.
Okay. I had said we're going to end this session. If I go ahead and take your comment, I will go to Sister Rhonda Butler, but that will be the last. So I'll go to our ANS member, Elias Chase, and also many other hats you're wearing today. Do you have 2 goals you'd like to share?
The gift that keeps on giving, so to speak. I think one thing, it's already been said, but I think it is the most crucial for the sustainability of our organization. I think it would prove to be beneficial is having a stewardship program for our younger generations, whether it means throughout the year they shadow with an officer. That way they can get an idea of what the roles are, what it takes to get ready for convention, what the job and, like what they would potentially be volunteering for. It would allow them to get that firsthand view without actually being in it. So that way, when they do get to become of age where they can be a voting member, it would allow them to be able to already have an insider view and give them further depth about the organization and what it entails to further sustain our organization. Because if we've been around 100 years, my hope, especially as a younger generation within the officers currently, my hope is that we can sustain our organization. That way my nieces and nephews, or eventually my own children, that they would be able to, you know, have this organization to follow on, considering I'm also 4th generation within my family to serve.
Thank you, Sister Liz. And the last comment on the section live, we will have a write-in opportunity and conversation opportunity going forward. I'll go to ANS Camp 2, the Butler, for 2 brief comments with regard to goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our ANS member, Naomi Fowler, did put in the chat. We gathered 3 listed items. So that is in the chat. And if I could request that it be placed over, we weren't sure when you started limiting the responses. So she was able to get that in the chat. And also when the membership guides, I'm wondering if that would be associated to an actual handbook. And I know ANS Grand Camp has been working diligently on updating our handbook. And if they were intending it to be a guide, membership guide, is there a handbook that we can collaborate and put together for our expectations of our delegation that comes to convention? At many times they're unprepared, and sometimes our leadership is new in the local level camps. So I believe a Grand Camp, A and B ANS membership, a handbook for Grand Camp would be extremely helpful. That way we can use that to show and encourage growth and membership. So please, if you could reflect those 3 and include that Grand Camp guide.
Thank you. Sister Rhonda, they have been added to the document. And we also listed a Grand Camp guide. If we could add guide to the end of that Grand Camp statement there, that would be helpful. And I'm sorry that we have to limit the time. We definitely are very, very short on time, but we wanted to make sure we have this conversation still. And I want to move to the next section of the conversation. But again, I encourage you to go back to your local camps with all of these and ask the opinions, and ask the opinions of your younger generations, and ask the opinions of your older generations as well, and submit them to the ANS and A&B Grand Secretaries, so we can make sure that the committee work that goes forward will have that information available to them. And that's, I put the deadline there at the end of the month. If we could scroll down, please, section 2. Looking within, what are our successes? Again, please email it to the Grand Secretaries by the end of the month. We're not going to dive into this section because these are important questions. If you wouldn't mind fixing that, well, how can we learn from? I'm not sure how all of those letters got in there. But how can we learn from or remember? What can we remember from our foundation, and how can this inform our growth? What are our successes and what are our challenges? So those will be write-in options in the email that you receive, that we would love to hear your opinion from your camp. I think the next part of the discussion will help inform that as well. So we'll go down to this live portion, and we want to brainstorm across 6 categories together. It'd be really great if we had one per local camp because of our limited time. Again, you have the option of writing in more of your ideas as we go forward to the end of the month. So I'd like to hear from as many as possible. What are the challenges? What are the main challenges facing our organizations, and what big problems are we trying to address? I'll recognize our ANS sister Juliana from Camp 86. What is the one thing you'd like to make sure we have here today in our conversation?
I'm going to share a story that was sort of a solution. I shared it with Millie. She was here at one of our meetings. And how I got my leadership was that the sisters walked in at my mother's funeral, and they took charge, and they handed me down the responsibility, told me I am my mother's voice, I am our people's voice, and so forth. So my sister and I were assigned There was no joining. There is a passing down that this is important. This needs to happen. And so I came as I am. Sometimes my resistance is the first thing that goes up before I listen, but I'm learning just as well. But that's how I got my leadership. And I encourage everyone to do the same, because we have to start somewhere. If we ask them to join, they're not going to join. You walk in there, hand it over to the next and said, this was your mother's responsibility in accordance to the kingship, the leadership, the mindset, and everything that our ancestors set in place. This is yours now. Please be the voice of your people. Ganeshish, I thought I'd share that.
Thank you, Ganeshish, for sharing that as well. And we'll go back in the recording and document what you have said so the committee has that, those great words. Is there anybody else who wants to share around the concept of challenges? I see our ANS executive, Paulette Marino, and then I'll go to our ANS Grand President Emeritus. Sister Paulette, what would be one challenge you see from your local camp?
Maintaining the A&B and ANS halls in our local communities.
Thank you.
We could use support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Our ANS Grand President Emeritus, you had a comment?
One of our biggest challenges, because we're a small community, a lot of us wear many hats. We go to many, many different meetings. The handful of young moms we have are either at another meeting or going to their students' events. Our community is small, but there's always something going on. So we try to find the same date every month to meet. So our membership knows that, hey, the first Monday of every month, we're going to meet at this time. If that first Monday falls on a holiday, we meet the next. But with all the different activities and people being busy, we have a hard time getting one.
Thank you for that. And I think that does tie into what was mentioned earlier in the goals, maybe a community calendar that would be available to people so we could plan our meetings accordingly. Thank you so very much. If we could move forward to our next section. And please remember, we do want your input from your local camp. Aspirations. What are we trying to achieve as an organization? And what does success look like? Are there any camps who'd like to respond to this today during the session? I don't believe I can see everybody, so if somebody does have their hand raised, if somebody could please let me know. I do see a message in the chat. The big screen is blurry to me.
There was letters of support for our local camps to giving the as well as and their communities that requested.
Thank you for supporting the communities for their AMB and ANS halls.
Alder Butler has her hand up.
Okay, and then if we could have our sister Lies copy from the chat, the comments that we see here. I do see that we have ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler. What is one aspiration that you'd like to share today?
One of the things that we started doing as a camp was really we chose some key components and put that as our focus point, like goals and objectives. And so it's been very helpful in what we're able to do as a local camp. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And if you don't see it notated, just a reminder, we'll go back to the recording and make sure we capture your words. I'd like to go to ANS member Juliana, ANS Camp 87. What is one aspiration that you'd like to have us record today?
I would like to record all the deeds that Mary Suits and her daughter does. I mean, all the volunteering work, everything. They are recognized. We are small, but we are mighty. And it's because of all the work that they go out there. And then when they see us, we offer them, hey, you want to join our group? We can get louder, but it's the idea of just because you're small, you go out there and you still volunteer, you piggyback off of any type of org, that, you know, and you empower the Indigenous, and we're big here. So that's our strength. And I just want to say, I am so thankful for those two, for the junior ANS. She got a grant. Her mom got her a grant, and we're doing our best that we can so that we can open up an account. We had the opportunity to even get, I think it was ARPA money for 20,000, but because we didn't have that, an account, so we want to do that so that we can channel in some money and use it in a culture way to help others. So we got some big goals. We just can't report it yet, maybe in a couple of years or so. We hope so. Gunishtis.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. I'm part of the Mary Maddie fan club, so absolutely agree. Thank you so much for bringing them into the conversation. For the last part of the aspiration section, I'd like to go to ANS member Andrea Caesar, ANS Camp 70. Do you have an aspiration that you would like to share?
Yes, I would like to see not only Grand Camp, but all local camps write letters in support of our resolutions that go to state and federal that affect, you know, these affect all of us throughout Alaska, all Native groups. Like when fishing comes up, something to do with the trawl fleet, in support of getting rid of some of the trawlers. Those kinds of issues are important to the whole Native community. And if Grand Camp would send a request to each camp to ask them to write letters to these different entities, it would help, I think, and it would also give some of the villages a little bit more interest in what we're doing.
Thank you so much, Sister Caesar. I did say we're going to close the aspiration section, but I don't want to cut anybody off. So this will be the last one for aspirations. Sister Audrey, did you want to share one aspiration quickly? If it's a more lengthy one, please put it in the chat or you can email it. But Sister Audrey, go ahead and share, please.
Testing, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
So I have an aspiration, and it's an idea right now, and I'm not sure if camps are doing this, is going into a memorandum of understanding with local healthcare organizations such as Search, and we all know that Search has deep pockets. And these items that are listed for new facilities or upgrading facilities for A and B ANS, that costs a lot of money. That's thousands of dollars. And so to go into an MOU with Search, perhaps, we would allow them to come into our hall and host diabetes clinics or health fairs for our people, and they would pay us to do that. So maybe that's an idea, an aspiration. Thank you.
Thank you. So, MOU with healthcare organizations such as Search. Thank you so very much. Okay.
I apologize. Clarification, Madam Current President, what was the wording?
MOU. We just type MOU for the notes, it'll be fine, and then meeting with healthcare organizations, and then we can go back to the recording and pull out the more detailed description. And then the next section we're going to go to, if I could have you scroll down, Sister Elias.
Of course. Okay. I'll go ahead and leave
Can
that
you
there.
add to that last one, can you add their local IRAs?
Local IRAs, sure.
To partner with them?
So we'll go ahead and let Sister Elias finish typing. We're going to move in into focus areas. I think that does tie into what we were just talking about. But what are the problems we can focus on that we have that will have the most impact, and what problems are less important to your strategic goals? I think I'm going to remove that last portion there. I just want to hear from you all right now. What are the problems we can focus on that will have the most impact? So what we've shared, are there any that rise to the top? And I'm actually going to ask you to reflect on this and email in about it, because it does take some thought and looking at what's been said and thinking through it with your camp. So we'll move on to guiding principles. What are the core values and principles that inform your decision making? So what should we think to? Where should we lean? how should we help that guide us into the future? Does anybody want to comment right now while we're in session?
Would you repeat that?
Yep. Guiding principles. What are the core values and principles that inform decision-making? It's very hot in the hall, just so y'all know. I recognize Sister Juliana, Camp 87. Are you cold?
I'm gonna.
I always use the equation, problems equal responsibilities. You're either on the responsibility side of the solution or you're part of the problem. So when it comes to decision making, you want to always be on the solution, have reliable sources. And if you don't have a backup, be the backup, be the one that takes the step to be responsible. So that's my core values. Goodness.
Thank you. We're trying to figure out our fan situation. I don't see any other hands raised for this section. Again, a lot of these take thought, but I wanted to propose them so you have that opportunity. Activities. What actions can we take to help our members and grant officers, executive committee members be closer to achieving our goals and aspirations? Are there any thoughts, or is that one that we want to think on? And that's okay. A lot of us haven't really had this activity before, and I really encourage you to take this back to your local camp and think through it. So we'll move to outcomes. And I think this is a thought point as well. What metrics will you use to determine if you're successful? How are we going to know that our actions are making change? And how can we make sure those metrics reflect success? So a lot of that is taking what we've been talking about and thinking about what those outcomes are and how we're going to get there. And so unless we have somebody who has a direct thought around that right now, I would recognize our A&B First Vice President, Paul Johnson.
Madam Chair, metrics is another word for measure. So how do you count it? If we are trying to increase membership, one metric of that is number of camps revitalized or new camps formed.
Thank you.
Madam President.
I'd like to add some active members, right? How many active members do we have?
Madam,
I do recognize our sister from Anchorage, Sister Juliana.
Something you guys did this year that was very unique. You had your Robert's rules prior to your meeting. Everybody was on the same page. Everybody understood the responsibility and so forth. It was unusual, but it's definitely needed if we bring in new people. Last year we had a lot of new people. And so this year, you notice we're all quiet. So I think that was a positive thing, that what you did was to have that prior to everybody participating in the meet. So Ganesh Jish.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, and we are noting that too. I'd like to recognize our sister Naomi from, and can you please identify your camp? I believe I see camp 2, but I don't know if there's a number after it.
Juno.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for recognizing me. I am Naomi Fowler, Camp 2 Juno. I had a thought to track membership engagement so that we are understanding not just the sign up, but the level of activity that each of our camp members has.
Thank you so very much. That's great. Thank you. You're getting a lot of thumbs up in the room. I'd like to recognize our ANS executive, Paulette Marino, and this will be the last person on this section. We'll go to the what's next after this. Thank you. You have the floor, Paulette. Excuse me, Sister Paulette.
Thank you, Chair Kirko, A&B Grand President. 2 quick things. I put one in the chat, A&B ANS Grand Camp budget to fund all A&B and ANS local camp president's expenses to Grand Camp. So there is representation and fundraising would be less for the camp. And that is in the chat. And my second idea on outcomes would be that the executive committee members or the grant officers take one of the members in a in-person convention and take them up to the podium and allow them to practice, allow them to chair or have that kind of experience. So we could take, like right now where you're at, you could have local camp members standing by you and watching what you're doing, and they could just take a little portion of it so that they have the experience of being up front also. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, everybody, for sharing your voice. I know sometimes it's hard to share when you see something not working, but also we always want to make safe space to share what is working. So thank you. Again, I encourage you to, when you receive the email, to respond by the end of the month so we have the information to inform the next steps. Could you please scroll down? Okay, so we're going to keep scrolling on down. And we're going to look at this section. What do we see as our theme across our brainstorming? This is just what we're going to be doing next. We're not responding to this right now. How can these inform our strategy building? And then we're going to form, or I should say, I am encouraging and supporting the A&B and ANS Executive Committee and whomever is the next Grand President of the A&B and ANS to continue this important work. That we form a committee that was stated at the beginning of this practice for 2023-2024. That will be the 2023-2024 Strategic Blueprint Committee. This committee will meet monthly via Zoom and build a report to present to the 2024 Grand Camp delegation. Responsibilities of the committee will be to include, but will not be limited to, evaluating the results of the 2023 Grand Camp Strategic Work Session. The committee direction, all work will be inspired through the brainstorming and guidance from the 2023 Grand Camp Workshop. They will help us continue growing our strategic direction, brainstorming goals and objectives through brainstorming and guidance from the 2023 workshop, define metrics, set timelines, and track progress, make recommendations for strategic plans, and propose a plan for implementation in the future. If you could scroll down, that was I read a separate section. Okay. So if you don't mind scrolling all the way to the top for me, please, as we wrap up. And if you'll go to the section that says,
Madam Chair, while they're scrolling, can I ask a quick question?
Strategic Plan and Blueprint Committee. So it's about halfway down on page 1. And step 2. Thank you. Just one moment, Sister Butler. I believe that was you.
Yes.
I'm going to scroll down here and just show what the committee structure is envisioned to be, where each local camp will have one person on this committee. So as you're going back to your local camps, take that into consideration as well. A&B and ANS Grand Presidents will be ex officios. So you will receive all of this information via email after Grand Camp finishes. If that was Sister Butler, go ahead and share what you wanted to share.
My question, Madam Chair, you just addressed. I was, because you had said a committee being formed by Grand Camp officers. I was going to request that it be space for one person from each camp. So it was addressed right there. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you. So we are going to move into our nominations for Grand Officers in just a moment. Again, I want to thank each and every one of you for sharing today. Look forward to hearing your responses and seeing what your thoughts are at the local camp level and bringing this forward into the next 111 years. So we're going to take a 5-minute break as we prepare for nominations. So if Dot could prepare a timer, we'll be back with you in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Oh.
Okay, welcome back from break. Thank you so very much. I'd like to welcome up our election committee chair, our ANS Grand President Emeritus Millie Spoonover. Thank you.
Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. So we're going to go into the A&B and ANS grant officers nominations. So please, 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 when you hold your hand up and you're recognized, please state your name and camp. Nominations are now open for A&B Grand President. Do I hear any nominations? Okay, I saw Sister Elias Chase, his hand went up before on the screen, and I can't see who that is on the screen. So Dots, would you keep track of hands? Elias?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to nominate, for the office of A&B Grand President, I would like to nominate Heather Gurko.
Heather Gurko has been nominated. Do I hear any other nominations? Harriet Belleal? Can you unmute? Can you hear me, Harriet? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Harriet, do you have a nomination?
Sounds like there's something wrong with your microphone, Harriet. Are you able to switch? We can't quite hear you.
Harriet, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Yeah, it sounds like there may be some sort of an issue with the microphone. Are you able to switch to a headset or something? I can hear that there's speaking going on, but we can't make it out.
Esther Martin in the reading room, is that part of Sitka camp?
Yes.
Maybe we signing on for her. Or someone's there.
I'd like to nominate Sasha Sybil for Grand President.
Brother Harriet, I'm sorry, there's a really bad echo, so we can't hear what you're saying or understand what you're saying.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Under these extenuating circumstances, would the chair receive Brother Belleal's nomination via chat? Would that be okay with Madam Chair?
Yes, if someone would read it to me, because I can't see it.
But she would need to enter it.
Yeah, she would need to enter it.
Oh, Harriet would.
Mhm.
Okay.
We do have our Grand Sergeant at Arms in the room with them.
Can someone please assist Brother Harriet?
Stephanie's in the room.
Madam Chair,
Stephanie,
A and B Grant Sergeant Arms is there, posted a message about the nomination.
Stephanie is getting behind right now.
You're waiting for the sergeant.
Whether have one A and B. I would like to nominate Sasha Zoboloff for the position of Alaska Grand Camp President.
Thank you, Brother Harriet. Brother Harriet nominated Sasha Sobolov. Do I hear any other nominations?
Madam Chair, this is Andrea Caesar.
Yes.
I would like to close nominations.
We're gonna leave them open until we get the ballots ready, so we could go on to the ANS Grand President nominations. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Is that you, Rhonda?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. Madam Chair, for our proceedings for nominations to be solidified, we need to have the nominations be called 3 calls for any further nominations before moving on to the next nomination. Thank you, Madam Chair. As just for Robert's Rules of Order. Thank you.
That's only if you close the nominations. Which you are not this time.
Okay, that's only if we're closing the nominations, which we're not. But I appreciate that. Thank you. And the reason why we're not closing it, if you recall last year, when the votes for, let's say, the A and B president, if one of those candidates didn't make it in, he would have a chance to run for first vice.
Okay, then, Madam Chair, I would like for a point of clarification. We might, is it okay if I state my?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For point of clarification, can we have the voting procedures being established prior as to what the process that we are going to be going through? We have gone through roll over. If you did not where for this position, there would be no reason to not close Grand President position, as there would be no rollover process. But I would defer to our previous parliamentarian, Frank Albee. He's been very familiar with running this process as a rollover process. And if you did not get elected for the nominated position, you automatically would have the right to roll over to the next position available. If we could have the determination of how we're going to be proceeding with our elections process before continuing any further nominations, that would be great, Madam Chair. And I would defer to our parliamentarian for our suggestions in regards to that. And by plurality, majority, what is our proceedings? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, good. Were you able to read my lips? We were muted. So, Rhonda, if the wishes of the body are to roll down, we can. If not, we can close nominations after each office.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion at this time to have the roll down option for our nominations for this year's Grand Camp officers and election proceedings.
Thank you,
By
Rhonda.
unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent, it is. Thank you. All right, are we ready to move to nominations for the ANS Grand President?
It's closed.
So I'd like to close.
Okay, sorry, this is my first time doing this.
Announce it 3 times and then close it.
Okay, are there any other nominations for the ANB President?
We have 2 hands up. Stephanie Waddell and Heather Powell. Gone down.
Okay, the hands have gone down. Do I hear any other nominations for ANB Grand President? Do I hear any other nominations for the ANB Grand President? Hearing none, we will close. Rhonda?
Sorry, Madam Chair, you're just, you're doing amazing. Thank you. Is it possible that we can close out the unanimous consent motion that was on the floor, just by stating if there's no objections to that proceedings, Madam Chair, just so we can solidify the process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, unanimous consent has been called. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Okay, now we're going to move on to nominations for ANS Grand President.
First close the nominations for Grand President.
Okay, sorry. So the nominations for ANB Grand President are now closed. Nominations for ANS Grand President are now open.
Madam Chair, Charlene Wolf here.
Yes.
Charlene Wolf, Camp 19. I would like to nominate Daphne LB as our Grand President.
Thank you, Charlene. Daphne Alvey has been nominated. Do I hear any other nominations? Rhonda, I see your hand up. Nope, it went down. Stephanie?
Madam President, effective. I move the nominations be closed.
So there's
Who is?
their hands up there.
Oh, I was getting confused.
Go ahead.
Harriet,
Up next. Harriet?
yes. I would like to nominate Sandy Churchill for the ANS Grand President from Wrangell, Alaska, and she has served on that position.
Okay. Sandy Churchill has been nominated. Sandy Churchill, Harriet nominated Sandy. Okay, any other nominations for ANS Grand President?
Madam Chair,
Ginger?
Yates Latuwu, Camp 14. I'd like to nominate Melania Rodriguez.
She is. I don't know if she will accept.
Yeah.
We would need to contact her.
Okay, Ginger, I know she isn't gonna run again this year because she's starting, I believe, law school.
Yes.
And we would have to get permission from her.
My apologies. I respectfully take back my nomination in respect for her education. Ganakchish.
Thank you. Do I hear any other nominations for ANS Grand President? That was my third.
Madam Chair, this is Andrea Caesar, Glacier Valley Camp 70. I've moved to close nominations.
Thank you.
Charlene Wolf, Camp 19. I second that.
You don't have to vote on that, do You just close it.
You do now.
Unless somebody asks for more.
Okay, all those in favor of closing nominations for ANS Grant President? We have to go to the chat to do that? We do, because we're virtual.
Madam Chair, under discussion, I would like to ask to amend the motion to have it be unanimous consent.
So
I
ordered.
I agree with that.
I second that. Charlene Wolf here.
No objections.
Okay, I will now close nominations for ANS Grant President. We will move on to A and B First Vice President. Do I hear any nominations?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to nominate Paul Johnson.
Paul Johnson has been nominated. Thank you. Do I hear any other nominations for First Vice President for the A and B? Do I hear any other nominations for A and B First Vice President? Last call. Do I hear any nominations for A and B First Vice President? There's a
Madam
hand.
Chair,
Yes. Rhonda?
sorry, the gentleman had his hand raised prior to me, Madam Chair. Thank you. Sorry.
Who's it? Peter Karras? Brother Karras? You need to unmute.
I apologize. I rose my hand early. Thank you. Paulette told me to do it.
No, I did not.
Madam Chair, I object. I did not. They're all
Madam Chair, this is Rhonda Butler. I call for unanimous consent for A and B First Vice President nominations be closed.
I second that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. Rhonda has asked for unanimous consent for First Vice President for the A and B. Paul Johnson.
Hands up. You also authorized to roll down. Authorized to roll down.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna close nominations for A and B. This is First Vice President.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Sister Beverly has her hand up.
Okay, Sister Beverly, sorry.
Yes, yes. If we're allowing a roll down, do we close nominations?
No. Sorry, again.
Madam Chair, for a point of clarification,
Rhonda?
with the roll down process, and if we do not close, already in place by a motion, and if we do not close nominations, it defeats the purpose of the roll down effect. It remains that somebody can turn around and nominate somebody that's not in the nomination already,
Yeah, I'm totally confused.
to my understanding. But I would call for the parliamentarians' ruling on that.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to the ANS first vice president. Do I hear any nominations for ANS first vice president?
Jessica, and Paul.
Jessica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to nominate Heather Powell for ANS First Vice President. Thank you.
Heather Powell has been nominated. Thank you. Who's the other hand? Paulette?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to nominate Virginia Oliver.
Virginia Oliver has been nominated. Do I hear any other nominations for ANS first vice president? Do I hear any other nominations for ANS first vice president?
We've known each other for a long time. They just volunteered.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Yej Latuwu, Camp 14. I would like to nominate Juliana Smith from Camp 87.
Thank you, Brother Ginger, for nominating Juliana Smith. Do I hear any other nominations? If not, then one day.
Just announce that.
Okay, hearing no other nominations, we will move on to nominations for the ANB second vice president. Do I hear any nominations?
Madam Chair, AMB Grand Secretary Tanzan LZU, I nominate Brother Jay Kabag of Camp 36.
Okay, so Jake Bog has been nominated from Camp 36. Do I hear any other nominations? I see a hand up. Who's that in the corner? I can't see who that is. Mr. Brother Karis?
Oh, thank you. And I'd like to nominate Paul Chulik Jr. as second vice president.
Can you spell his last name, please?
Chulik.
Thank you.
Oh, IK. I apologize.
Okay, do I hear any other nominations for the ANB second vice president? Do I hear any other nominations for ANB second vice president? So it doesn't show the full screen, so I can't see if anyone else is holding their hand up.
No, not.
Okay,
We currently have no hands up.
okay. Thank you, Docs. Hearing no other
Madam Chair.
nominations.
Oh, apologies. There is a hand up from Rhonda Butler.
Rhonda?
Madam Chair, thank you. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I nominate Yake from ANB Camp 14, Ketchikan, Ginger McCormick.
Thank you. Okay, Rhonda nominated Ginger McCormick. Do I hear any other nominations? Hearing none, we will move on to nominations for the A and B secretary. Nominations are now open for the A and B secretary. Do I hear any nominations?
No, we're going to ANS B22.
Sorry. Okay, we're gonna go. We are going to open nominations for ANS second vice president. Do I hear any nominations? Stephanie?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Audrey Hudson from Camp Forsica, please.
Okay, I can't see. What is your name again, please?
Apologies. Stephanie Weddle, Camp 4, Sitka.
And who was your nomination?
Audrey Hudson, Camp 4, Sitka.
Thank you. Audrey Hudson has been nominated for ANS second vice president. Do I hear any other nominations? Do I hear any nominations for ANS second vice president?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Sandy Churchill, Camp 1. I nominate
Yes.
Virginia Oliver.
She was nominated for first.
She was nominated for first.
Oh, okay, so she might roll down. Okay, never mind.
Do I hear any other nominations for ANS second vice president?
Madam Chair,
Ginger?
yay, Klaatubu, Camp 14. I nominate Rhonda Butler out of Camp 2.
Okay, Rhonda Butler has been nominated for ANS second vice president. Do I hear any other nominations?
Madam Chair, this is Andrea Caesar, Glacier Valley Camp 70. I nominate Bev Russell.
Okay, thank you.
May I speak up? I decline the nomination.
Okay, thank you. Jessica, do you still have your hand up?
Madam Chair, I do have a nomination.
Okay.
Jessica Lopre, Camp 36. I would like to nominate Elisa Chase for second vice president.
Yes, Elias.
Elias Chase, my apologies. Thank you.
Elias Chase has been nominated. Do I hear any other nominations? Hearing none, we're going to move on to A and B secretary. Do I hear any nominations for the A and B secretary? Who's that in the corner? I can't see who that is.
Yeah, there are no hands.
Who's it?
No hands.
Oh, okay. Do I hear any nominations for the A and B grant secretary?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Brother Paul.
I'd like to nominate Brother Tamsin Alzu for A&B Grant Secretary.
Okay, Tamsin Alzoot has been nominated. Thank you. Do I hear any other nominations for A and B Grant Secretary?
I give Sasha's pulled down his hand.
Sasha? See, I don't see the screen.
Oh, you couldn't see.
We have such a good looking coordinator for this activity. I'm gonna go way out on the limb here and we won't say how beautiful it is, but you know, we're gonna go on with that. I would like to nominate for the AMB Grant Secretary, Jimmy Lanos Jr.
Jimmy Lanos Jr. has been nominated. Do I hear any other nominations for A and B secretary? Do I hear any other nominations for A and B secretary? Hearing none, we will move on to nominations for the ANS secretary. Nominations are now open for ANS Grand Secretary. Who's that one? Do I hear any nominations for ANS Grand Secretary?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Paulette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paulette Marino. I've not yet asked her, but I'm asking her now, I guess. Andrea Caesar, thank you.
Sorry, I declined that nomination, Andrea Caesar.
Thank you.
Do I hear any nominations for ANS Grand Secretary?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have not yet asked this person either, but I'd like to nominate Soraya Wynn, ANS Camp 49.
Can you spell her name, please?
SIRAYAWYNN.
That's her last name?
Correct, thank you. But I have not asked her, is she online today?
Yes, she is.
Do I hear any other nominations for ANS Grand Secretary? Do I hear any nominations for ANS Grand Secretary? Rhonda?
Madam Chair, I would like to, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I would like to nominate Naomi Fowler. ANS Camp 2.
Okay, what would you spell her last name, please?
Fowler, FOWLER. And Naomi is spelled NAOMI.
Okay, thank you. Naomi Fowler has been nominated. Oh, with, okay, sorry.
Thank you so much for, this is Naomi Fowler, Juneau Camp 2. Thank you so much for that nomination, Sister Rhonda. I respectfully decline.
Paulette Marino.
Madam Chair, I'm looking at the chat for information purposes. It says A and B second vice, Jay Cabral, Paul Chulik, Ginger McCormick. I believe I also heard Elias Chase. Is that correct, Madam Chair? For second of A and B? Thank you.
He's ANS.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. So is his name on here? Here it is. I want to make sure his name is on here. Okay.
Think about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, hearing no other nominations for ANS Grand Secretary, we will now open nominations for A and B Grand Treasurer. Do I hear any nominations? Any nominations for A and B Grand Treasurer? Do I hear any nominations for A and B Grand Treasurer? If not, we can keep it on until tomorrow. Okay, this position will be opened until tomorrow, so hearing no nominations, we will move on to ANS Grand Treasurer. Do I hear any nominations for the ANS Grand Treasurer? Nominations are open. Do I hear any nominations for the ANS Grand Treasurer?
Still seeing no hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dots. Do I hear any nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer? None. That will be opened until tomorrow. We'll move on to nominations for the A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms. Do I hear any nominations? Any nominations for the A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms? Mr. Karas.
Thank you. I would like to nominate Chad Titel, Grand Sergeant at Arms.
Thank you, Brother Karas. Nominated Chad Titel. Do I hear any other nominations for the position of A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms? Do I hear any nominations for the A and B Grand Sergeant at Arms? Hearing none, we'll keep that open. We will move on to nominations for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms. Do I hear any nominations? Audrey? Audrey, do you have a nomination?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I would like to nominate Josephine Johnson from Camp 1 for Sergeant at Arms. Camp 4, Sergeant at Arms. Thank you.
Josephine Johnson has been nominated. Do I hear any other nominations?
Elias Chase, has something to-
Elias Chase?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to nominate Kathleen John from ANS Cap 2.
Kathleen John from Camp 2 has been nominated. Are there any other nominations for ANS Sergeant at Arms? Do I hear any other nominations for ANS Sergeant at Arms? Hearing none, we will keep that open until tomorrow. And we will move on to invitation to host the 2024 112th convention. So that will be on the ballot. If anyone has any nominations to invite the 2024 in-person Grand Camp Convention, please state your nomination. Once again, that will be on the ballot. We'll leave that open.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm concerned because every year Tennecky at least extends a friendly offer. I would like to ask our A and B executive if that friendly offer remains open for a future date. Just putting it out there, Madam Chair. Thank you.
He's probably afraid we're gonna take him up on it.
Oh, there he goes.
And the executive, Sasha?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There is always a standing order for Tennecky Springs to offer the Tennecky beaches along with the Tennecky hot springs that can accommodate A and B and A and S. As you know, we are diverse in Tennecky Springs because we do have men's hours and women's hours that can be scheduled around so that it can take place. The only requirement is that you bring your sleeping bag and something that could be affordable so that you're going to be sleeping on the beach outside of that beautiful picturesque inlet. So we'll hold in reserve the offer as Grand President Heather Gerkel so graciously offered that we put that standing order there. So goodness, geez.
Thank you, Brother Sasha. Okay, that concludes nominations for presidents.
Thank you so very much, ANS Grand President Emeritus. Let's give Grand President Emeritus a round of applause. Thank you, everybody. You did a great job. Thank you. So we wanted to look at what we have on our agenda right now. So we're gonna do a quick check-in. Some items that we have outstanding are local camp reports. We believe in order of who wanted to still share is Camp 76, and I believe ANS Camp 2. Was there another camp who had put their name in?
ANS Camp 4 and A and B Camp 1, so
ANS 4 and 1. So we do have those outstanding, and we do want to keep space for them on our agenda. We also have continued resolution committee meetings that need to happen. On our agenda next would be the candidate speeches, or excuse me, the committee meetings, and then candidate speeches, dinner break, and then the virtual memorial. Grand President Albee and I have conferred, and we thought that what we should do is move forward with the memorial, offer time for committees to meet after the memorial, and then bring us into the morning, starting out after our speech from our guest in doing candidate speeches. What is the wish of the body at this time? What's the time check? What time is it? It's currently 5:09, and we were scheduled to start the virtual memorial at 6:30. What is the wish of the body?
So
thank you. I recognize Elias Chase.
Madam President, Elias Chase, ANS Grand Treasurer, as well as ANS Camp 49 President. I would like to put forth the motion that we proceed as with the agenda as presented by you, Grand Presidents. As with your recommendation.
So you're hearing our recommendation of moving forward with memorial and then moving to the candidate speeches to tomorrow morning, just to clarify.
Yes, Madam Grand President.
Thank you.
Later. We're finishing this thing up.
Thank you. ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would respectfully like to request, due to scheduling, if we could ask for the local camp reports to be concluded first thing in the morning. That is the farthest on the list of the agenda items that hasn't been completed prior to your suggested list. And also because at that time I will be asking for a suspension of the rules as we had to seat our alternate in the place of our president, Jamie Ann. She is available. to give our camp report first thing in the morning. And I'm really excited about our report, and to give that space would be greatly appreciated if the body would be willing to help support that. Our camp has been working diligently on this, and we're really proud of our report. And we would really be honored to be able to have our president present that report. So if I could respectfully ask that, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. So I'm hearing currently the motion was to proceed with it as presented, which we could put the local camp reports in the morning. Just for a point of clarification though, when a delegate asks to be excused and we seat an alternate, they cannot be reseated as a delegate. We don't have the back and forth option, but of course your president would be welcome to present alongside your delegates that you have seated. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just ask for a suspension of the rules for her to be able to do that presentation, Madam Chair, and I can do that in the morning at that time. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do we hear a second on the motion to proceed with the agenda as presented, moving into the memorial, moving local camp reports and candidate speeches to the morning agenda? Do I hear a second? Second by Millie Schoonover. Do we need a discussion?
Question.
Question has been called. Do we need to prepare but we need to prepare a virtual vote. So the motion was made for Dots to follow the recommendation of the adjustment to the agenda by the Grand Presidents. Was that your motion?
Yes, Madam Grand President.
Put it in the chat for Dots, please.
Most certainly.
Thank you very much. We'll await that, and then we'll just copy and paste that into a ballot, and I'll let you know when we're ready. Okay, we're just getting that ballot prepared. It'll just be a couple of moments here. Okay, that ballot is now open. So please navigate to your voting software, and if you're already logged in, it probably has been more than 40 minutes, so you may have to log back into your voting platform. Otherwise, just click Next Vote. It'll refresh the page, and you're looking for Vote Now, Motion to Proceed with Agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, the vote's underway. We did see the messages with regard to committee meetings. So those committee meetings for the resolutions will meet the chairs of those committees who have resolutions that need to be addressed still. Please make sure you work with your committee. After we wrap up, we can have you all go into your committee if that's easier, if you don't have contact information shared to signify what time you're meeting. Or I just thought of this, can the committee chairs please put in the chat when you would like to meet with your committee? So your committee members can keep an eye out for that. Thank you.
Health and Ed will be right after.
Okay, and just a quick reminder as we approach the 1 minute mark, please don't hesitate to reach out to us if you're having any issues voting. We do see the majority of people have cast their vote, but please, if there's any issues, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. Excellent. Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to be closing that ballot up and displaying the results shortly.
Thank you. Motion carries. We will proceed with the agenda as proposed. We will take a 10-minute break at this time and return for the memorial. I would ask all local camps, you will be called on by camp number to report if you have experienced a loss in your community over the past year. We would like to make sure that you know you'll be called on to see their names. So thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I know it's a little bit not our usual way of honoring our founding mothers and fathers and those who've passed, but we want to recognize that we will all do our best so that we can take care of this very important part of our history. If we could please start the video too, please. Thank you very much.
You're not sharing the video in the room.
From the owl, can you please start that video? Hold on just one moment while we experience our technical. There we go. Thank you so very much. So we are calling to order our A&B ENS Grand Camp Memorial today on October 6th, 2023. Thank you. Brothers and sisters, we offer tribute to the founders, the charter members, and other members who have entered upon a greater field of labor and love. I would like to ask our A&B chaplain to offer a prayer or a cultural connection or a song as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
On this solemn and memorial occasion, let us seek a few words of advice from our Dikion Kao. Please spend some time with me. Dikion Kao, we come to you in a time of need to bring closure and sorrow and sadness to those families who have lost, and to our families who are still going through trauma. And we ask that you would raise your kind hand of balance and steadiness so that we can all heal together and remember all of those who have walked with us, laughed with us, smiled with us, hugged us, and wished us well, who are now gone to a second time. We are here this evening to bring memory of those good things of that service and work of love. And we thank you, O Creator, for what you have done for us. And we ask your blessing upon these activities this evening. Amen.
Just one moment. Thank you to our A&B chaplain, Sasha Sobola, for those words. We would like to also welcome our ANS First Vice President, Heather Powell, to share a cultural connection this evening. Thank you.
And thank you to each and every one of you that have brought forth those names for this time for a memorial. It's been one of those times, it's always such a sacred thing. I wanted to just share a quick story that I heard from my grandfather. My grandfather told me a long time ago when I asked him, why is it that we call the names of our deceased? He told me that there was once a man and he was traveling through the woods, and all of a sudden the darkness came upon him. And when the darkness came upon him, he looked up to the top of the trees where he could see through and see the light to find his way. So he found his way through the opening of the trees, and as he was walking, he started to hear water. And he could hear the water getting closer and closer. And he could hear that the water was running, and it sounded almost like it was a river. As he was getting closer and following the water, he started to see the prow of a canoe coming towards him. And when he saw that prow of the canoe, he started to notice that there were people aboard. And as they got closer, they looked familiar to him. He was recognizing them, but he couldn't understand and couldn't place who they were. They came close and they offered him their hand, and he went aboard the canoe. When he got aboard the canoe changed its direction and started to go on the opposite side of what seemed to be a big river. As the canoe was getting closer and closer to that land, he noticed that he started to see people there, started to see his relatives, started to see people that he knew that had passed before him. And as he was walking to the edge of that canoe, he asked the ones that were bringing him, why is it that some of those friends and relatives and family members of ours are so bright and colorful and vibrant? They look like they're so full of life. And why is it that there's others that seem almost like they're translucent, almost like you can see through, and their skin looks so gray? And that's when he responded and he said, those ones that look full of life, those are the ones whose names we never forget to call. What a wonderful way for us to remember that we breathe life into our ancestors, our friends, our families, and our relatives. Each time that we remember them, each time that we bring their name forward, each time that we remember the things that we've learned from them, each time that we remember the times that they've offered us corrections, because they say, if I didn't care, I wouldn't correct you. I'd let you do things any old way. So when I think about that, and I think about the names of some of these folks that we're going to share in our memorial today, it's not just this year's memorial, but it's a memorial of each time that we gather as the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp, and the communities that we represent and the voices that we represent, to also bring forward those names and to bring those ancestors, those relatives, those family members, those past presidents, those former executives, all of the officers, those people that have done the hard work from our communities working towards representation in Grand Camp. And as we memorialize those people, we remember that we need to continue saying their names to breathe life into their memory.
Thank you to our ANS First Vice President Heather Powell for those words. I'd like to ask our ANB and ANS Grand Secretaries to please come forward as we read the names of our founding fathers and ANB founding fathers and ANS founding mothers. We already did the gap. Yeah, did you do it already?
George Fields. William Hobson. James C. Johnson. Eli Catanute. Seward Coombs. Paul Liberty. Frank Mercer. Marie Orson. Frank Price. Peter Simpson. James Watson. Chester Worthington. Ralph Young.
ANS founding mothers, Eva Blake, Louise Bradley, Josephine Yuka, Jesse Reinhardt, Susie Jones, Susie Coudet Feller, Elizabeth Desmond, Tilly Tamery,
Thank you. And we will now move into the local camp roll call. The ANS and AV Grand Secretaries will read the names of your camp. Please unmute yourself at that time and share if you have lost any of your community members, or if you have none, please report that as well. Thank you. Okay. A and B, Camp 1. ANS, Camp 1.
Lifetime member.
One moment, please. Yes, Brother Paris, sorry.
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to announce Franklin Thomas in memorial. Past President. Connection.
Wrangell ANS Camp 1. Christine Jenkins, past president and councilwoman.
ANS Camp 2.
ANS Camp 2, life member Rosa Miller.
Okay, A and B Camp 3. A and B Camp 4. ANS Camp 4.
That arms.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
There is quite an echo.
Can you hear me okay now?
There's still an echo.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I apologize. Camp 4, Isabel Sims, Sergeant at Arms, and Shirley Truitt, lifetime member. Shirley Burkhardt, I apologize.
ANS Camp 5.
A and B Camp 9. A and B Camp 10. A and B Camp 7.
Lifetime member Randy Gamble.
That's A and B Camp 7, lifetime member Randy Gamble. ANS ANS Camp 7,
lifetime member Valerie Gamble Houston, former Grand Officer.
A&B Camp 12, ANS Camp 12,
ANS Camp 12, Huna. ANS Sister Anicia Merculia. ANS Sister Margaret Wright. ANS Lifetime Member Millie Jack.
I apologize for the clarification of the record. Could I get the last two? I apologize.
Yes. ANS Sister Anicia Merculia. ANS Sister Margaret Wright. ANS Lifetime Member Millie Jack.
A&B Camp 13, ANS Camp 13, A&B Camp 14,
A&B Camp 14, Joe Reeves.
ANS Camp 14,
ANS Camp 14, none.
ANS Camp 4 is requesting additional time for their 2022.
A&B Camp 15,
Camp ANS Camp 4.
ANS Camp 15,
Gage
And-
Noctiwook 14. I have permission from Joe Williams to recognize my dearest auntie, lifetime member Donna Brew for Camp 15.
A&B Camp 16, and ANS Camp 19.
ANS Craig Camp 19, lifetime member Rachel James, lifetime member Chicky James, Chicky Evelyn James.
A&B Camp 36,
None known at this time.
ANS Camp 36,
None at this time.
A&B Camp 49, none at this time. ANS Camp 49, none at this time. A&B Camp 70,
Robert Caesar reporting for Glacier Valley Camp 70.
please forgive me for not having my hat in Covina. And remember, it's for our brothers. I would like to announce Lowell Barrick and my son. Alexander Caesar. I appreciate all the support for brothers and sisters. Thank you.
ANS Camp 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. Since we were unable to participate last year, it was brought to my attention that there were a few names that we would like to add. Grace Larson, past president, lifetime member. Ethel Mackinnon, lifetime member. Bertha Karras, lifetime member, camp mother. Della Price, lifetime member. Thank you.
ANS Camp 70.
Thank you, Madam President. ANS Camp 70, Glacier Valley, Mona Stevick. Excuse me, I'm a little choked up. Our ANS Camp Mother, Ethel Lund, who is also our ANS Grand Emeritus and past presidents of both ANS Camp 70 and Grand Camp. Our ANS Camp 70 member, Marlene Caesar. ANS Camp 70 member, Barbara May. Thank you. May they rest in peace.
Andy Camp 76.
But by the grace of God, we have lost no one. Thank you.
ANS Camp 76.
Speaking on behalf of ANS Camp 76, Teneke Springs, but by the grace of God, we have lost no one.
We acknowledge the hand raised by Sister Stephanie Waddell, Camp 2, ANS Camp 4.
Thank you, Brother Chair. Sister Chair. Ethel.
Sorry, Sister Stephanie, we still have the echo.
Thank you, Brother Chair, Sister Chair. Ethel Lund. Past Grand President, ANS Emeritus.
A&B Camp 87.
A&B Camp 87 Anchorage, former Camp 87 officer Robert Moose Hendricks.
ANS Camp 87.
ANS Camp 87, Mayor Marino Suits, humbly offers condolences. At this time, no names to report.
Is there any camps that we have not called out at this time? We'll recognize Sister Jessica, Camp 36.
Goodness, Chief, thank you. It's come to my attention that Camp 36 does have one loss, and that is Carrie Lee Sykes.
The Grand Secretary will inscribe the names announced into the Roll of Honor in the Grand Camp's Book of Remembrance. We ask A&B Chaplain Sasha Sokolov for closing prayer.
Bow with me. The Kion Kao. We pause for a moment to offer you our praise and thanksgiving for our brothers and sisters now resting from their labors. In sorrow, we come to you for comfort, for strength, and a renewal of faith that our remaining days may be lived according to your will. Bring healing to the broken hearts. Help all to remember that this is not the end of the labor, or the influence and the heritage of the deceased has been passed to us and many others. Help us to understand that this bears witness to the total immorality of all of our human spirits. We ask this in your mighty, gracious name. Amen.
Chief, brothers and sisters, that will end our memorial for the evening of the 2023 Grand Camp Convention. Our thoughts, our prayers are with you. We're here to support you and wipe away your tears and help you as you remember your loved ones. Chief. So at this time, just want to remind everybody that committee chairs, if you have not, please assign a time to address any resolutions that may be outstanding that need to still come before the body. Per our previous motion, we will recess for the evening. Tomorrow morning, we will address local camp reports as well as grant officer speeches, and then we will head into our agenda going forward for the day. Wish you all a good evening. Thank you. We will keep this open. Are there any committee chairs who are wanting to have a meeting directly after this on the breakout session? I see our ANS Grand President Emeritus, Millie Schoonover.
Yes, health and education, if Dots would open up a room for us. There's only one resolution, so it won't take long, so.
Dots, we have one resolution. Could you please open the health and education room? There's one resolution to address.
Yep, for sure. The rooms are still open, so you should be able to join that room at any point.
I apologize. I will pay my $1 fine. I did not have my cap on. Thank you. I saw another hand raised. Our A&B First Vice President.
Yes, it was requested that the Finance Resolution Committee meet right after in breakout room 10.
Breakout room 10 for the Finance Committee. I see our ANS past president, Sasha Sokolov.
Yes, thanks. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and Madam Grant President. The State Affairs Committee will be meeting for one resolution this evening, and then we'll wrap it up by then. Thank you.
Thank you.
So all committee members could go to.
Okay, so we will go ahead and go to recess. All committee members for health and education, please go to that breakout room. Siemens Federal to breakout room 10, state and federal to state and federal. Does the Fisheries, Wildlife and Subsistence Committee need to meet? That is open if the chair is online and wants to open up any discussions that need to occur. And Dots, how long can we stay in our break rooms? Do we have you until a certain time?
Yeah, you can go as long as you want. We can leave those breakouts open as long as you need. Just let us know.
Okay, thank you. And then we resume tomorrow morning. We'll have the openings for committees at 7:30 a.m. over the Zoom link, and then we will call to order at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, everybody. We are at recess.
Mona's got her hand up.
Mona, oh, thank you, Sister Mona. You had your hand up, and I see Brother Joe has his hand up. I do not see Sister Mona, so I'll go ahead to go to Brother Joe, our past President Joe Williams.
I just want to say thank you very much for a job well done. Thank
you. Okay, we'll see you in breakout rooms, everybody. Thank you.
Hi, Naomi.
Hi, Sasha.
Yeah, we're the only ones left in this room. Anything you want to talk about?
And sure, how to hold the entire meeting down. Just two people here.
Oh,
What new bylaws should we create?
yeah. Well, how many conventions have you attended?
This is my first one.
Okay. Let me give you a little history.
Okay.
In the
Just so
history
you know,
of,
Sitka is still here.
in the history of 112 years, a couple of things surface. Number one, conventions as a rule of thumb, since when they gavel in and the gavel falls down and hits the surface of the table, customarily, all the previously elected executives, they call them, the previous grand presidents and grand officers, lose all their power. The only time they have power is when the convention gavels out and everybody goes home. And as a rule, the only thing the executive committee can do is to do what the previous convention instructed them to do, like pass resolutions, like make motions covering whatever. So as a rule of thumb, when convention delegates come together, they have all the power. And I've sat in conventions when different motions come before the group where everybody kind of squims in their chairs because they're kind of feeling like maybe we're being railroaded on this job. And rarely is it done with a, you know, we're gonna do it no matter what you vote. They can't, that never happens that way because it only happens if the delegates formally adopt it. If they bring a motion before the delegates and the delegates give it a thumbs down, it's dead. So this is one of the things that new delegates really don't have the exposure, is that delegates can do that. There's the only group of all the representations from the different local camps, the different communities, that they can actually do things and they can rock and roll, and that's why conventions are called. Sometimes the executives feel that they can suggest things. That's happened this year. And so it remains to be seen whether or not it's going to be successful, because it has to be voted up or down by the delegates before the gavel falls and they end their convention. So as a rule, it's usually how the executive officers, those who have been previous grand presidents, and those who are in grand offices, elected positions, that there's nothing that stops them from doing what they can do. And especially in today's world, because it's kind of lackadaisical, that they're more concerned about the me, the I kind of thing. Well, everybody has to learn that lesson. When the convention comes together and the gavel goes down, the most powerful people in that entire convention are the certified delegates that have been elected to come and intend to do business. And that's how it goes. Sure, you can put good plans together, and yeah, it's maybe a great idea. But if you don't get it by the delegates before they gavel out and go home, good try. You can try it again next year. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah.
And maybe you've seen it, because you know I can tell that you're a pretty sharp observer of what's going on, and you can kind of make your own mind up about which way that you'd like to go, and that's important. That's an important kind of thing. So
thank you for saying that. And I think it's important to think carefully through things and hear everybody's thoughts as well, and
Yeah.
context, which is something that I don't have as much of because I haven't been to other conventions, is gold. And so everyone's perspective, say, even with the last resolution that we were discussing, is so valuable. And from the perspective of a new person, I don't think I really understand how resolutions come to be, or like how ready to be passed they really are by the time they get to us, or if in general there's expected to be broad support for any resolution that we have. I heard another of the executives saying earlier that normally we would have, or in the past we could have up to 200 resolutions, and I kind of took a sigh of relief on that, because that would be a lot of meeting over resolutions for sure. But also, kind of makes me wonder, why don't we have as many? And also, how do we know which ones are of crucial importance? And because they're all kind of equal when they come across our desk.
Yeah. And if you take a large, I call it a 10,000-foot level view of this whole process, you have to remember that in 1970, the Alaska Native, well, no, I'll even predate this. In 1946, the federal government came to North America and created the IRA. It's called the Indian Reorganization Act. So if you were an organized tribe and you got yourself through that Indian Reorganization Act process, you're a tribe. If you didn't get it through, you're not a tribe. So that was one thing. The second thing that took place was in 1970, the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act came through. Even after Tlingit and Haida Central Council had won their case about getting their issue solved for Tlingit and Haida, the ANSCA group was an even bigger view, because prior to 1970, there was a huge push by the Western society to build a pipeline in Alaska. And the pipeline was expressly built with federal money, because in the territory of Alaska, the largest landowner was the federal government. And you even see that today. ANWR is a huge development. It's not under tribal consideration, so it's huge. Well, they built a pipeline that goes clear across the state from Prudhoe Bay to Valdez. And then they carted the big ships to make things happen. Well, that deal, for which you and I never voted on, because it was done by politicians, the largest owner of that whole thing said, well, if the tribe has land and the pipeline goes over it, we'll give them a royalty. It looks good on paper, but I would hazard a guess that any tribe that got even a penny out of it never happened. But the pipeline was built. So when they passed the land claims, they did it and created a mechanism called a corporation. Large regional corporations like Sealaska, like Aetna, like Siri, like Ukiyavik, like the big corporations, they got a lot of money. And part of that deal was they said, well, let the Indians have that money. Well, you and I, we never benefited from that thing. The people who stepped into the officers of corporate thing, you betcha they did get a lot of money. And as a matter of fact, that's where all of our A and B and A&S leadership migrated to, every one of them, to the land-based corporations, which left a huge vacuum in the A and B and A&S, because the leaders went where there was money. So that left all of us who didn't do that into this dilemma we have now. Sometimes back in the day, you're right, Millie said there used to be 200 resolutions because every community had the responsibility of saying, if we don't have water and sewer or good roads to go on, it needs to be tended to. Well, and that's why that gave birth to the resolutions that passed. Now, the communities had that really dialed in, except for the last 8 or 9 or 10 years, because there's a difference in the society now. There's a difference in the way natives think about their territory. It's not very much territory. Sovereign people have very, very few acres of land because it's all been deeded away from the federal government through the ANCSA group. You heard Cecilia Tavalero talk. It's a township. It's 144 square acres. Every corporation that was created by ANCSA got that. Plus, there were some hooks that they had. And the hooks that they have don't benefit you and I, even though we may belong to it. So then we find ourselves just like being recognized as a tribe up here, like the Chinook tribe, trying to be recognized. Yeah, we could be a sovereign tribe, but you can be a sovereign tribe and own less than 10 acres. Yeah. So
Wow.
that's the larger perspective of this thing. And so what you see is the A&B and the ANS has gone through a significant loss of leadership because the leadership left in mass and went over there.
Hi, everybody. Just to interrupt, I think the committees are done. Sasha, thank you so much for sharing. All of us are leaving the room here at the main hall. And so Dots, I know Dots needs to wrap up too. They're 4 hours different than us.
Okay, we're gone.
So good to hear your words, Sasha. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Everybody have a good evening.
Yeah, Naomi, thanks for listening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks for the
Okay,
chat.
have a good night, everybody. Thank you, Dots.
Thank you, Sasha. It was good listening to you. This is Mona, ANS Camp 70.
All righty, bye-bye.
Are you all done now?